Preaching 爱是一种状态. Love is a state of being. The greatest creator, gods and Buddha, angels, bodhisattvas, celestial beings, devils, demons, monsters, mortals, evil spirits, animals, and other life are quite different from one another. And the reason is also because of their different internal structures. Celestials, saints, sages, mortals, laities, laymen, and ignorant people are all humans. But they are unlike each other because each has a different internal structure. It is as with mushrooms that some are nutritious and will feed you, but some others are poisonous and will sicken or kill you. This, too, is because of their different internal structures. From this, we can understand that the role a person plays, the responsibilities that they assume, and the accomplishments that they achieve are completely determined by their internal structure and not by others or by society. Gems are inlaid into crowns, while cobblestones are not. Thus, we further understand that it is wrong to envy or admire others or to blame social injustice. In any case, we should neither complain, resent, nor loathe having a low social status or position. This is called being content in poverty and devoted to spiritual matters. Since we understand that all things are determined by internal structures, we should then make efforts to change and perfect our own internal structures rather than flattering or currying favor with others, using connections for special treatment, envying and admiring others, complaining and resenting others or our society, seeking magic power or skills, seeking shortcuts or begging for mercy and help, blaming or accusing others for our bad luck, being opportunistic, or finding secrets too. Success. Peaches and plums do not talk, but people come to pick them. The fragrance of flowers attract butterflies. Peonies do not assume their beauty, but people naturally sing songs about them. No matter how flies and mosquitoes dress themselves, people will still detest them. Beggars cannot have refined tastes. Dog meat is not to be served at feasts. Those who lack elegance and good etiquette are not presentable. In short, the internal structure of each thing determines its social role and status. At this point, if someone still complains about heaven and earth or blames others or society for their ill treatment or bad luck in life, or finds excuses and reasons to blame others rather than themselves for their failures, then they would have to be either ignorant or just plain stupid. Are you not satisfied with your current situation? Do not find external excuses and reasons, but make sure to look for source causes from your own internal structure. The internal structures of things are determined by their quality. Taking people, for example, good intrinsic qualities are marked with diligence, kindness, purity, honesty, integrity, modesty, and open-mindedness, whereas bad qualities are shown as jealousy, blame, selfishness, greed, laziness, arrogance, dishonesty, and narrow-mindedness. A person who does not have good quality can never be smooth and refined no matter how they struggle, be accomplished in their career, or sail easily through life. They may enjoy good fortune for brief times, but not for very long. People who are moving toward heaven through self-refinery and self-improvement should never waste valuable time and energy on changing the external world or on changing their external appearance. They should invest their time and energy into improving and perfecting the non-material structures of their lives and on developing good quality. If their quality is not excellent and their structure is not perfect, then they can never reach heaven. It is the same as with a hard rock. Try as it may, it will never be cherished and valued by others. It must alter its internal structure in order to be valued and loved as a treasure and be applied in the most eye-striking and noble places. 让我们来读无字天书, reading the book without words. Xiefeng, translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. There are three types of books. The first one is with words, such as newspapers, magazines, journals, and other publications, both paper and online. The second is with symbols, such as sculptures, paintings, and music. The third kind includes everything in nature. The so-called book without words refers to all images and things in nature with neither words nor symbols. The most esoteric of the three books is the one without words, but the simplest is the one with words. People with low spiritual natures can only read books with words, but only people with high spiritual natures can read the book without words. What the gods, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints read is the book without words. The sixth Zen patriarch, Huaining, was illiterate but became the patriarch because he could read the book without words. Therefore, if a person wants to become a master, a celestial being, or Buddha, they must read the book without words. Reading things, phenomena, and people is reading the book without words. Let us try to read it. A person with body odor or halitosis, bad breath, might not be aware of it. When we eat garlic or green onions, we do not smell them ourselves, but others will smell them and will know it. The natures and attributes of things give off their corresponding smells. Those who have smelled or eaten durian know it by its smell. We can learn this truth from the book without words. The essence is revealed from the phenomenon. For instance, if we want to know a person's nature, we can learn their internal natural structure from what they have said and done before. Many allusions in Chinese history are full of wisdom, such as the relationship between Su Dongpa and Master Foyan. Su Dongpa always wanted to outsmart Master Foyan, but he never succeeded. Once, Master Foyan told Su Dongpa that he looked like a statue of Buddha, but Su Dongpa replied that Master Foyan looked like a heap of cow dung. To this, Master Foyan just smiled and walked away silently. Su Dongpa thought he had taken the upper hand this time, so he joyfully told his smart sister Su Xiaomei about it when he got home. Hearing this, Su Xiaomei said, "You are utterly defeated this time, because Master Foyan has Buddha in his heart. He sees a statue of him in you, but you have a heap of cow dung in your heart, so you see that in him. Nature reveals what it is. The benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. A person who is filled with love can feel nature's love and others' love. But a person with no love in their heart can never feel your love regardless of how much you show it. Those who always compliment others have rich and beautiful spirits and souls. But those who always demean, mock, criticize, insult, and attack others, and who always speak badly about them, both to their faces and behind their backs, most clearly have ugly souls and extremely poor spirits. Speaking well of others shows that one is good, but speaking ill of others shows that one is not. Flowers always emit lovely fragrances wherever they are, but dog droppings always give off undesirable stench in spite of their surroundings. One who accuses others of heresy exposes that they themselves are heretical. As with Su Dongpa, he had cow dung in his heart, so he saw Master Foyan as such. Therefore, people should not care about others' comments and judgments. Flies and mosquitoes will consider you disgusting because they are disgusting, but butterflies will find you beautiful because they are beautiful. An artist painted a picture which he believed to be fairly good, but he wanted to know how people would react to it. So he left his picture in a public place with a brush and some ink next to it and wrote on top of the painting, "Please point out any faulty strokes in this painting." At day's end, he recovered his painting, but the painting was completely different. Each stroke was criticized as being faulty. The painter was so sad and distressed that he barely slept that night. But the next day, he painted the exact same picture as before and took it back to that same public place. Except this time he wrote, "Please point out the superb artistry of this painting." At the end of the day, the painting was again completely different, except that now all the comments described its elegance and beauty. He sighed with emotion. The good or bad of the painting was determined by the viewer's state. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Quantum mechanics also explains the same principle. The movements of fundamental particles are decided by the consciousness of the persons watching them. The Japanese scientist Masaru Emoto found that the structures of pure ice crystals can be shaped by the mentalities of people observing them. If the observer's heart is full of love, or if the freezing water is exposed to positive emotions, such as love or gratitude, or to music, prayers, or art, the ice crystals become symmetric and perfect. But if the observer's heart is filled with hate, or if the water is exposed to negativity, such as mean words or destructive images, they appear very disorderly and irregular. Therefore, we should not be affected by others' comments about ourselves, or we will be fooled. The Pygmalion, or Rosenthal, effect on psychology illustrates this point well. People develop in line with other suggestions and expectations. We must only be committed to ourselves and ignore other people's comments in order to live out our own lives. If someone accuses you of being mentally disordered, Just smile and do not get upset, for it is they who are mentally disturbed. But if someone praises you as being a saint, do not be blindly proud, for it is they who are the saint. Let us read the book without words as such. I have written more than 100 articles on revelations which may help you to find your enlightenment. 如何知道自己的前世? How to know our previous lives. Dayform Celestial. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. The hypnotic induction method is one way, but we can also observe ourselves from the life clues found in our previous lives. The universe is holographic, our life is holographic, and our life information base contains all of the information from all the ages of all life journeys of all generations, and the information is always passed down. This information is hidden, but it will reveal itself every now and then. By capturing these momentarily revealed clues, we can trace our pasts. Understanding the life characteristics of 36-dimensional space is conducive for us to understand more of our previous lives. There is only one kind of human nature, but from the people that we know and those that we know of through various channels, we can see that human nature are diverse and colorful. There are quantum differences between people, sometimes even poles apart. The reasons are that people have different origins. Some are from the heaven world, some from the animal world, and some are reincarnations from the mortal world. Even for those from the heaven world, there are great differences. Those from the Elysium world and from the thousand-year world can never be the same. Likewise, even for those from the animal world, those who were carnivores will have totally different natures than those who were herbivores. In this sense, mankind is a rabble. The mortal world is a tenement yard for all kinds of lives. There are hundreds of thousands of clues to trace our previous lives, but we can only have rough ideas about them from these clues. Here are 18 examples. If you have holographic order thinking, congratulations, then you are from the side of the greatest creator. You are a god. If you have formless thinking, congratulations, then you came to the mortal world from the Elysium world. You were a Buddha. If you know that you can change a world magically, then you were a super celestial being. If you were born to like freedom and always seek happiness and joy, you can follow your heart's desire without overstepping the line, then you were a celestial being. If you often dream of flying freely, your mind and body are often in a strange state of joy, you have no fear of death, and hate your life in the mortal world, then you are from the 10,000-year world. If you are always looking for the way back home, and feel that you do not belong to the mortal world, you are moreover benevolent and kind, a fun lover. You do not want to be fettered by states, religions, organizations, or families, and you fancy and yearn for a better life in the future, then you are from the 1,000-year world. If you have the Taiji thinking, and you are super wise, clever, and gifted, then you are someone influential in society, maybe even a sage or saint. If you love your own nation, culture, family, and family life, and think all this is perfectly justified, then you are a mortal human. If you often dream of flying in your dreams, but still feel attached to the mortal world, then you were a bird. If you derive pleasure from and even love eating meat and have never felt the suffering and misery of life being slaughtered for meat, then you were a predatory carnivore. If you naturally prefer vegetarian or vegan foods, are naturally timid and afraid of being hurt, like to depend on groups, love your family and religion, then you were a docile herbivore. If you inherently want to be a policeman, are very sensitive to theft and crime in society, and always want to arrest criminals, then you were feline, a cat. If you innately want to be a soldier, are willing to defend your land and home, then you were a dog or wolf. If you naturally prefer to take, embezzle, and steal, then you were a mouse or other rodent. If your nature is to bear hardship without complaining, endure bullying without resisting, harbor grudges without showing them in words and deeds, be trampled upon and feel powerless to resist, completely abide by your destiny, then you were a farm animal from the livestock world. If you are naturally aggressive and quick-thinking, good at sorcery, and can derive pleasure from the pain of other life, then you are from the devil world. If you have extraordinary bearing and charming style, are endearing and extremely selfish, then you were a goblin. If you are clever in trivial matters and have mastered a lot of magic tricks, you always watch for your chance to seize others' love and property, then you were an evil spirit. Draw analogies by checking yourself against the dispositions of other life, and you will find traces of your previous lives. Note, life in the inflamed layer, the frozen layer, and the netherworld usually do not directly enter the human world. Insects and many plants belong to other life cycles, which never enter into the human world. The above is only a general outline. If you want to know your previous lives from A to Z, you will have to observe and verify repeatedly. Like attracts, like you can also find your shadows of the past from those people with whom you associate most often and most closely. After reading this article, some people may be excited, but others may be angry. Please calm down because what you see is your past, not your present. No matter what you were in the past, you are now a human. After you know the coordinate system and your coordinate point, you will have a clear idea of the direction and destination of your life's evolution. Now, if you think this article is bullshit and nonsense, just take it as a fun game. Please refer to the next article. How to predict your own afterlife. 如何推测自己的来世? How to predict your own afterlife. Dayform Celestial. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Everything has the ability to move and develop, and this includes life. When we see a pregnant woman, we know that she is conceiving life. She is having a baby. After the baby is born, we know that it will gradually grow up, move from childhood to adolescence, youth, middle age, and old age. After spring, we know it will be summer, fall, and winter. As long as we know our situation, we can predict our life state in our next phase. To speculate about your afterlife, you first need to understand the non-material structural state of your life. You cannot see your life's non-material structure with your naked eyes. The only way to do this is to examine your own consciousness. You can predict your afterlife according to the characteristics of your own consciousness. Consciousness is the essences of life. Different consciousnesses determine different life states. Some days ago, Foshan Celestial and I went to enjoy a terrace in Yuanyang, Yunnan. When we went deep into the village and I saw how some elderly Hani people were having hard lives, I asked him, these elderly people have suffered in this valley throughout their lifetimes. Will they continue to be here in their afterlives? They should leave this valley. Foshan Celestial replied, they will continue to reincarnate here because they have no other place or world in their consciousnesses unless they desire to leave this valley and learn about the outside world. This answer reveals the secret of reincarnation. Consciousness decides existence. To an individual life, what is not in consciousness does not exist. What is wanted to be exist, it must exist in consciousness at first. As the French philosopher René Descartes put it, I think, therefore I am. Why do I have the nerve to say that I can guide Chanyuan celestials to the celestial islands continent? Because I keep infusing the content of it into them. When they understand all the details about it, especially the characteristics of life and the lifestyles of the super celestial beings there, and gradually clear away other consciousnesses, they will undoubtedly go to the celestial islands continent in their next lives. This is scientific truth. It is meticulous and exact. So, how can you predict your own afterlife? You must read and fully understand life's 18 qualities in humans, beings, and life first, and then you will know. People look alike in appearance, but they are very different deep inside. At the same time, you can check your faults by referring to the Supreme Book of Rewards and Punishments. Here are seven suggestions. If you have killed many dogs, then you will be a dog in your next life. This is karma and exact. You can make analogies for other cases. If you have murdered a person, then you will inevitably go to the hell world, the inflamed layer or the frozen layer. Divine's punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. If you have abused life, then you will definitely go to the hell world, the netherworld. You reap what you sow. If you oppress the good and kind, swindle and cheat, steal and loot, then you will go to the animal world. As you sow, so shall you reap. If you love freedom but are still ignorant, then you will be a bird. If you owe too many debts that are left unpaid, then you will likely go to the livestock world. If you are kind and hardworking and love your family, culture, and state very much, then you will continue to be reborn as mortal human. Remember the warnings and teachings of Jesus Christ. If you leave a penny of unpaid debt, then you cannot leave the place where you owe it. If you have unfulfilled wishes, then you will return back to the mortal world. You will have to investigate into your past lives. Do not assume that if you forget something, it will just go away. Make a careful list of your wrongdoings from the Supreme Book of Rewards and Punishments. If you find some, do not just let them go, but learn to compensate. Here are six suggestions. If you have harmed animals, henceforth love them. If you have harmed people, henceforth love them. If you owe someone emotionally, pay back the emotion. If you owe debts, pay back the debts. Ask for forgiveness for the damage, abuse, and bullying of people or other life. Do merits as far as possible, and do merits according to the teachings of Buddha. Do more formless almsgiving. If your merits are great enough, you can compensate for your faults and debts that have accumulated over many generations. If you have a clear conscience and have paid back the grace of your parents and nature, and if you do not owe a single debt to any person or animal, then you will be free to go to heaven in your next life. Those who talk about spirits, deities, fortune, and disaster, lose nature, are sneaky, speak voices dripping with sarcasm, resort to sorcery, and talk nonsense will become ghosts, demons, and monsters that we can just look at the variety of fruits and flowers that we see. Why are they so different from each other? The reason lies in the structures of their lives. Their different life structures are the differences of their entities, and in the teachings of Chinko and Celestial, their forms and uses will be different. Always remember these four truths. If you eliminate the concepts of family, nation, culture, and religion from your consciousness, are fond of freedom, happiness, and joy, have repaid all your debts in the mortal world, and have done merits, then you will go to the thousand-year world of heaven. If you often dream of flying and are in a state of joy without having sexual contact, then you will go to the 10,000-year world of heaven. If you possess Buddha consciousness, then you will go to the corresponding Elysium world. If you revere the greatest creator, revere life, take the way of the greatest creator, have obtained supernatural powers, and can fancy an ideal world, then there is no doubt that you will go to the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. You are the one who knows best about what kind of non-material structure your life has achieved, that if you do not know, then your spiritual perception has not yet opened, and you should work at opening it. The above are general ideas and may not be very accurate, but they can serve as a general navigation. You need to draw inferences about other cases from one instance in order to predict your afterlife. 人生的轨迹与自由意志 The trajectory and free will of life. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. There are many times more stars in the sky than people on Earth. Each star floats along its own orbit around the galaxy, and each orbit is determined and is not its free choice that life also has its track. Birth, growth, aging, and death is our inescapable course. 18. Properties cannot be self-managed within life's track. If we make a detailed search and analysis, we can see that each detail on life's track is predetermined, including our name, temperament or character, words and actions, who we will encounter, what we will suffer, what diseases we will succumb to at each stage of life, when the end will come, and so on. Here is the question. Since our life trajectory and its details are already predestined, do people have free will or not? And if they do have free will, how then is it manifested? There is no doubt that people have free will. It is precisely this free will that causes the hesitation, trouble, agony, fear, and sadness in life. The universe is one. The universe is holographic. The universe is a big play. Everything that happens in human society is a single episode of the big play of the universe. Everyone is an actor on this big stage of life and performs in strict accordance with a predetermined plot and is playing their role in this prescribed scenario. The hesitations, troubles, agonies, fears, sadness, and other psychological feelings in life result from the conflicts and contradictions between each person's free will and their role in the play. You are asked to play a mouse, but your free will wants you to play an elephant. You are asked to live in a thatched cottage, but your free will wants you to live in a five-star hotel. You are asked to cooperate and serve a certain person, but you attempt to make them cooperate and serve you. You are asked to grow vegetables, but you hope to make a spaceship. You are asked to do good or evil, but you choose to do the opposite, and so on. This is the conflict between your role in the play and your free will. Whenever the arrangement of the play is contradicted by free will, hesitation, trouble, agony, anxiety, fear, worry, and sadness will take over. If your free will agrees with the arrangement of the plot, you will feel peace, joy, happiness, and blessings in your heart and feel free. The highest realm of self-refinery and self-improvement requires you to eliminate your self-persistence and to become free from ego. It is only in this way that you can unite with Tao. Then, when you do that, you will attain the spiritual state of an immortal. Here is another question. Since everything is predestined, what is the value and meaning of struggling and making efforts? First, the so-called struggling and making efforts are barely more than nonsense. When a program is determined, the role to be played is determined, and one's so-called struggles and efforts are determined. That is, you will have to struggle and make efforts because a series of things will force you to. It is decided by the non-material structure of your life. Your character and temperament will force or encourage you to struggle and make efforts. This is determined by the self-state. It is not that I want to struggle and make efforts, but my character and the things happening around me and their ramifications prompt me to do so. This is described as, many things are not in charge of our hands in this world. Every person yearns for a better future and to go to heaven. So who can eventually achieve their most beautiful dreams? Also, now that everything is predestined, what is the point of personal yearning? This involves some of the programs of the play of the universe. The play of the universe has destiny and variables. The plot of the play is destiny. Who shall play which characters in the play are variables. If you play well, you can constantly play the role more according to your free will, such as to play in heaven. If you play badly, you will play a role more deviated from your free will, such as to play a demon in hell, who then will go to heaven? Anyone who can play the role in accordance with the established plot of the play, free from self-persistence and free from ego, will go to heaven. But anyone who has conflicts with the arranged plot, that is, whose self-conscious is too strong and is unwilling to play the role, will end up in hell, though we can find such a secret from this. Going to heaven or hell has nothing to do with the role you play, but everything with how well you play it. For instance, from most people's perspective, Adolf Hitler should definitely be in hell, but from the plot of the play of the universe, if he played his part very well, he would be in heaven. No matter what your role is, an emperor or a thief, as long as you play it well, your reward will be to go to heaven. If you do not play it well, you will be doomed to reside in hell. So, how does one know whether they are playing well or not? Here is a very simple validation method. Namely, no matter what role you play, be it one with much pain and suffering or one that enjoys happiness and pleasure, be it a role to ride the whirlwind or one to suffer the commonplace, if you can stay calm, be happy and joyful, free from hesitation, trouble, agony, anxiety, worry, and fear, but with gratitude, then you have played well. Otherwise, you will have failed the role. Those who have mastered the essence of the teachings and instructions of Buddha understand that self-persistence is the biggest obstacle to the Elysium world. Self-persistence is the result of a strong, free consciousness. If you do everything according to your own ideas and wishes, if you always believe that yours is a just cause, if you always insist on your own views, if you always know that you are right, then you cannot play the arranged plot of the play very well, and you will be miserable and unable to be rewarded with the Tao of heaven. Take things as they are. Associate with others by following your predestined relationships. Acting in accordance with your nature and taking advantage of opportunities is the best way to play the role. 雪风是缘, the interpretation of predestined ties. 谢风, translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Tie, a bond of information that will reconnect two lives in the future for favor, disgrace, or injury. Once you get a tie, it must be ended, otherwise their attractive force will be inescapable. Predestined ties. Potential energy accumulates from the attractive forces between lives. It circulates in infinite space and eternal time until it reaches the point where it transforms into kinetic energy, releases it, and then causes the attractive force to disappear. Favorable ties. The information to be processed that remains in the negative universe, which result from the love and honor between lives who bless each other and are eager to reunite. The information will never disappear until these wills are realized and the ties end. Good karma. One life gives another life a sincere blessing and a favor that will cause a corresponding gravity to return in the future. Evil karma. The hatred and debt between lives which never disappear until the hatred is settled or the debt is paid off. Worldly ties. All the information left and all the debts owed in the mortal world are called worldly ties. Marriage ties. The love-hate relationships between husbands and wives are called marriage ties. Celestial ties. A bond with a celestial being is called a celestial tie. End ties. End ties are when all debts are paid back. Following predestined ties. According to the arrangement of the universal scenario and plot, accept and play the assigned role with pleasure. Ties are kinds of invisible meshes which are established between lives. Divine punishments are slow, but always sure with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. Once getting a tie, it must be ended, otherwise you will be unable to escape their meshes. Worldly ties must be ended in the mortal world. Heavenly ones must be ended in heaven, and hellish ones must be ended in hell. Ties are attractive forces. Those which are not ended will stay in tow forever, no matter how far apart in time or space, and they can never be escaped. Anyone who wants to go to heaven must end all ties in the mortal world as soon as possible, whether they are good karma, evil karma, favorable ties, or marriage ties. As long as there are the ties, it is best to end them as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be unable to leave the mortal world and will have to reincarnate back into the mortal world of samsara to end the ties in future lives. 原的奥秘和真谛 The Secret and Truth of Predestination I. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Preface, brushing against shoulders in this life, is the result of the 500 times of looking back into previous lives. To ride in the same boat is the result of 100 years of cultivation. To sleep on the same pillow is the result of millennia of cultivation. Knowing I am not destined to enter her heart, how can I compare with the catkins and swallows? Flowers bloom and wither. Tides rise and fall. Spring awakens the branches. Running water is heartless, but the grass welcomes it every year. People may have sorrow or joy and be near or far apart, but the moon will still wax and wane. Born of these scenes, can the word sorrow suffice? Dynasties fall, but mountains and rivers remain. So how many times can we see the beautiful sunset? The events of our world are like games of chess. Each game is only new because it is destined to be so. In a life, people endure hardships and twists and turns in the mortal world and repeat samsara. Some people are designated to meet from thousands of miles apart, but not to know their next-door neighbors. All these are predestination. All things are predestined. Definition of predestination. Predestination is the cause of generating, sustaining, destroying, and changing of all forms and all things, and is the cause of all events. It is the bridge and the tie which causes sorrow and joy, separations and reunions. It is the factor which decides the development of matter and the origins of desires, words, and deeds connected to other things in the universe which are bound to happen in the future since beginningless time. It is a kind of debt after receiving other services or graces which have not been paid back timely. It is the set of revenge. Wrong with wrong. Several cases of predestination. 614 years ago, Emperor Qingzu of Ming, King of Yin, Zhu Di killed 873 members of the 9 tribes of the Fengshiru clan. Yet he still could not vent his anger and counted Fengshiru's students as one clan and killed them all. Many people perished. Why did that happen? What was its cause? It turned out that Fengshiru's father had selected a cemetery plot. At night, he dreamed that the Red Snake King was sticking his red tongue out and requesting earnestly that he delay the groundbreaking for 1 or 2 days so that his family could move away. The next day, the Fong family dug the earth and built their tomb as scheduled. Soon, the workers exclaimed, "We have found a red snake pit." Countless red snakes slithered and fled in panic. Feng Sheru's father ordered them to kill all the red snakes with fire and knives. That night, the bleeding red snake king cursed him in a dream. I will kill as many of you as you killed of us. Shortly thereafter, the Feng family gave birth to a baby son, Feng Sheru. Born into a scholarly family, he was very smart and diligent as a boy. He was eloquent and charming in appearance, and his tongue was red. He was the reincarnation of the Red Snake King. He deliberately resisted an imperial edict from King Yin in order to enrage him and fulfill that curse by implicating his 9 tribes. After killing all 873 members of the Fong clan, the number still could not match the number of the red snakes killed on that day, so very long ago. Fong Sharu deliberately provoked King Yin again. Even 10 tribes, so what? The king then had all of Fong Sharu's students put to death, and the Red Snake King finally got his revenge. In the ancient times, there was a prince who was very handsome, intelligent, and well-educated, and whose closest friend was a young man of equally excellent and outstanding virtues. Like, the two would discuss state strategies, compose poems and couplets, and toast the moon together. They discussed everything under heaven and were very intimate. One day, they went out for fun and met a girl who was unspeakably beautiful, cultured and decent, well-versed in lyre playing, chess, calligraphy, and painting, a matchless, stunning beauty throughout the whole country. After a period of time, both the prince and the young man confessed their love to the girl, but in the end she chose the common young man rather than the prince. The prince fell into an abyss of depression and pain and went to see the most accomplished and eminent monk to ask him why this happened. The monk resorted to magic and presented the following view to the prince. On a beach, a beautiful naked woman lay motionless. A man came to the seaside and saw her. He approached her and placed his hand to her nose. Evidently, the woman was dead. He turned and walked away. A moment later, a second man arrived. He also saw the woman, and as the man before him had done, he examined to see whether she was alive, but she was indeed dead. He then removed his jacket, covered the woman, and went away. After a while, a third man came. After observing, he too realized that the woman was dead. He stopped and carried her on his back until he found a place at the beach to bury her. He also made a mark for her grave. The eminent monk then said, "The woman who you both love is the woman who died on the beach." The man who took his jacket off and covered her was you in a previous life, and she needed to repay your favor for a period of time in this one. But the man who buried her was your best friend, and she needed to return his favor for the rest of her life. That I in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, there was a man from Anhui named Hu Mingxuan. One day, his knees were attacked by impetigo, and he suffered a biting pain. As time went on, the impetigo grew worse as a person's face, with eyebrows, eyes, and nose, and a mouth appeared on it. Hu Mingxuan turned to 130 physicians who not only could not heal him, but actually made it much worse. On December 7th, 1651, in a dreamy state, Hu Mingxuan faintly heard a voice coming from the impetigo on his knees. "I am Lu Xiaorong from the Liang dynasty of the Five Dynasties, 906 to 923. You killed me in the Luoyang Palace. Today I come to take revenge. How can physicians cure you? Confess your sins to Buddha, and perhaps you will be remedied." After Hu Mingxuan woke from the dream, he stopped seeking physicians for help and swore to confess and to copy the Buddhist sutras. At first, he could stand up with the support of a cane, then he could stand and walk. Eventually, he healed without taking any medicine. After more than 700 years, the soul was still looking for his enemy for retaliation. In the time of Buddha Sakyamuni, an elderly man wanted to be a monk. It is important for a monk to have good spiritual roots, so Sakyamuni asked his Arhats disciples to see if this person had good ones to decide whether he could be a monk. All the Arhats shook their heads after seeing this man and agreed. No good roots. Arhats could only see 500 cycles of life, and found that he had never had any relationship with Buddha during those 500 cycles, so he did not have good roots. Sakyamuni then examined the man and proclaimed, "In the beginningless time, he was a woodcutter. He came across a tiger in the mountain and was so scared that he climbed up a tree and cried out, Namo Buddha. From his cry of Namo Buddha, today his good roots appeared. Sakyamuni ordained him, and he later rose to become an arhat himself, that I in the Shu kingdom. There was a bully named Guo Jingzhang. One day he was drunk and hit a poor man, Zhao, with a wine pot. The mouth of the pot smashed his head and killed him immediately. Guo Jingzhang gave Zhao and Sun a lot of money to help conceal the matter from the law. Soon afterward, Guo Jingzhang's head grew a sore about 3 to 4 centimeters deep like the one where the pot had hit Zhao. His bone was exposed. He bled and discharged a constant stream of pus, and he could occasionally see Zhao and's face in it. The sore eventually penetrated into his throat and killed him. That a scholar in the Yuan dynasty was seriously harmed by a friend. That night, he became enraged and determined to kill the man. He passed a temple on the way to his former friend's house, where an eminent monk stood at the gate. From his Devo eyes, the monk saw that the scholar was tailed by a vicious demon. As the scholar arrived at the door of his intended victim's house, an idea struck him. He has turned from being my friend to my enemy, but his mother and wife did me no harm. If I kill him, they will both lose their means of life. After several rounds of inner struggling, he decided to forgive the man, forget the idea of killing him, and go away. On his way back, he passed the same temple where the same monk was still standing at the gate, but this time the monk's Deva eyes saw a completely different scene. The vicious demon, which had tailed the scholar, was gone, and he was escorted by angels above his head. The monk told the scholar what he had seen and asked him what happened. The scholar told his story truthfully, and the monk exclaimed that the demon and the gods were moved by just a thought. The idea of tolerance changed the scholar's fate. He later became an official, and the friend who had betrayed him died on a battlefield that Ianim mountain village in Damiao Township in Chaoyang City, Liaoning Province. There lived a villager named Li Cheng. Li Cheng's grandmother had a relative named Zhang Qing who used to carry and sell fabrics for the Li family, but whose own family was very poor because he lost in everything he did throughout his life, and his family had been supported by Li Cheng until Zhang Qing died. Li Cheng even paid to have him buried. About 1 month afterward, Li Cheng was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Li Cheng, I am Zhang Qing. I am coming to pay my debt back to you. Li Cheng found it strange after he woke up 3 times in a row from his sleep. Just then, the house manager came to tell him, Master, the big horse just gave birth to a colt. They knew that the colt was Zhang Qing reincarnated and named him that. Several years later, Li Cheng pulled a cart to Basi Jiazi and stayed in a postal station there. The next day, the local area was having a fair. In the morning, the horse went to the fair alone and stamped the earthen pots and utensils of a street vendor, leaving only 5 big basins intact. The vendor was very angry, and he gripped the horse to find justice. Li Cheng was informed that his horse had made trouble for him and went to the fair to apologize and promise to compensate the vendor for his losses. Li Cheng yelled, Zhang Qing, what is wrong with you today? The vendor wondered why the horse was named Zhang Qing. Li Cheng told him about Zhang Qing's home and his reincarnation into the horse. The vendor said, I knew Zhang Qing. I bought some fabrics while he was alive, and I still owe him money. He then calculated his losses from the daily wares, and the value was exactly what he owed to Zhang Qing, so the balance was even. They all understood why the 5 big basins were left untouched. Yuan Liao Fan, the author of the 4 Lessons of Liao Fan in the 16th century, was from Jiashan, Zhejiang. When he was young, a fortune teller predicted the good and bad fortunes to come in his life, including his rankings in the imperial examinations, his official titles, that he would not father a son, and when he would die. Later, many things were fulfilled accurately, just as the fortune teller had predicted. Every day, he became increasingly idle, knowing that his fate was predestined and that everything would come along automatically. Then he met Zen master Yungu, who told him, fate is created by the self, and blessings are sought after by the self. Pursuing it in a correct way, attaining it, depends on your destiny. He began to understand that fate could be changed and became determined to amend his faults. He became tolerant of others' wrongdoings to him and committed to doing good with the greatest determination and perseverance. Surely enough, the original predictions lost accuracy after he decided to change his fate. Not only was he promoted to higher offices, but he also fathered 4 sons and survived a full 16 years longer than had been predicted. 原的奥秘和真谛, The Secret and Truth of Predestination 2. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. The 8 Descriptions of Predestination. A tie will not end until the debt is paid. Once a tie is formed, only its resolution can dismiss it, and with that, it shall end. Love and hate determine the depths of ties. Some ties are very shallow, while others are very deep. The depth of a tie is decided by the degree of love and hate associated with it. The stronger the degree of love or hate, the deeper the tie is. The weaker they are, the shallower it is. The short or long of the tie is determined by debts. Ties are essentially debt relationships. Debt relationships are not related to the amount of the debts as much as to the length of time involved. As long as there is owing, the tie is long. Once the debt is settled, the tie will end. Mortals create ties, but Tao ends them. Both good and bad ties are created by mortals. Once a tie is created, it is controlled by the reward and punishment program of Tao and will eventually befall the person who created it. This is the so-called good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. If it is not repaid now, that is because the time has not yet come. Once the time comes, it will surely be repaid. With neither shape nor form, but with shadows and traces. We can neither see nor touch a tie. It is a kind of non-material existence. It is like a time bomb. We do not know when it will explode. Perhaps in a couple of hours, or perhaps not for hundreds or thousands of years, but ties have shadows and traces. If we open Buddha eyes to trace them, we can find their origins. The beginning and ending of a tie is but a thought. Once you get a tie, you will have to dismiss it in order to keep it from falling on you. And if you want to eliminate a part of the tie, you will have to do good, especially a hidden good or formless almsgiving. Do evil not to a single thing, and do good to all things. Repentance, praying, giving alms, and selfless dedication are the best ways to eliminate ties, especially an evil tie on the halfway. Things arrive when ties arrive, and things disappear when ties end. All coincidences and emergency events arise due to ties. The tie makes the meeting. When the tie ends, that is, when the equivalent debts are paid, the event will naturally end. When the tie ends, things will part. Beginning or ending a tie depends on perception. Human life is a process of tying and untying. Everything is tied. Ties are the sea, and we are the fish swimming in it. Ties are like invisible, densely woven meshes over which people walk. Divine punishments are slow but sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. This divine mesh is the tie controlled by Tao. If people do not perceive this, then they cannot escape the divine mesh, and as a result they will rise and fall in the sea of ties and reincarnate until they do. This is how ties form and how they end. The 8 best ways to end worldly ties and form a celestial tie. Praying and repenting, formless alms giving. Praying and repenting in accordance with the teachings of Jesus Christ, attaining the great vehicle, and making formless alms giving according to Buddha Shakyamuni's teaching are the ways to end all the evil ties, repay all the debts since the beginningless time, accumulate treasures in heaven, and go directly to the Elysium world, the kingdom of the greatest creator. Associating with others by following predestined relationships, swallowing humiliation, and bearing heavy loads. The ties that we formed since beginningless time will come in succession. To this end, we need to associate with others by following our predestined relationships and resolve them in succession. Whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him also the left one, because it is the result of an ill tie. If you do not allow them to smite you, then the ill tie will not end, but will recur in another form in the future. If others scold you, bully you, insult you, or trample upon you, be they relatives, friends, or strangers, then you must accept it with delight and with neither anger nor resentment. Pray for and bless your enemy, doing evil not to a single thing, doing good to all things. Regardless of what dilemma or situation you find yourself in, you should have only good thoughts, good words, good expressions, and good deeds, never evil ones. Just praise all others and speak not one bad word against any others. However you speak, it must be active, positive, and optimistic, never passive, negative, or pessimistic. Try your best to bring happiness and joy to people rather than distress and sadness. You should not only treat people this way, but all life and all nature. Always giving, never taking. The guiding principle of the universe is that the sum of positive and negative energy is always zero. Losses and gains are always equal. What one gains and loses always balance out. If you lose, you will certainly gain. If you gain, you will certainly lose, so never think that someone owes you, but remind yourself what you owe others. If others bully us, it is because we owe them and it is time to pay them back. If others owe us, be it emotional debt or financial debt, do not ask for it, because it will be returned in one way or another, perhaps in this life, perhaps in the afterlife, perhaps from the head, perhaps from the toe. All in all, the law of the sum of negative and positive energy always is zero will work. We just give and leave the taking to Tao. Being apart from the mortal world and avoiding mundane entanglements. Living in the mortal world is to inevitably contact a variety of mortals and laities, but remember that in no case must you ever take advantage of others, not even those closest to you, your parents, children, husband, or wife. In all the universe, heaven and earth, there are no advantages to be had. Whatever advantages you think you have taken are harmful because you will bear losses to balance them out, especially when you are dealing with ignorant persons, ladies, mortals, sages, let alone the public. If you take gains from beasts and birds, then your nature will be harmed. If you crave gains from people, then you will bear losses from the Tao of heaven. The hard truth is that if you are not corrupt, do not take advantages nor owe debts, then you are staying away from the mortal world and are free from the ties of mundane entanglements. One particularly important thing is that love and sex must always be completely consensual from both sides and totally free from luring or forcing, or such a mundane entanglement will be as difficult to end as cotton or silk. Pursuing celestial beings and worshiping Buddha builds good ties. Celestial beings are in the celestial world. Buddha is in the Buddhist world. Both are good places to be. Building relationships with celestial beings and Buddha gives you hope to exit from samsara and go straight to the realm of freedom. The actual manifestation of spiritual wisdom is giving advantages and benefits to all life in the lower level life space and owing them nothing. Building relationships with life of the higher level life space, emulating celestial beings, and worshiping Buddha whenever and wherever you see them. It is always best to have celestial being or Buddha owe something to you, forgiving the wrong and severing its attraction. We should forgive all those who have ever harmed our life since the beginningless time and stop asking them to repay us. This is the way to completely sever our ties with them and develop no new ones, which can let the attraction of life in the lower level life space completely disappear from us so that we can ascend to heaven and become an immortal. Revering the greatest creator and taking the way of the greatest creator. This is the heart and core to end worldly ties and form a celestial tie. Also the top and best way to achieve a state of oneness with man and nature and Tao, as well as to go to the Elysium world. Everything that Life Genuine does is centered on taking the way of the greatest creator. If you want to understand this more deeply, then you will have to read and understand the meanings of Chanyuan Corpus and Siefeng Corpus, enter the new oasis for life, and serve for the Life of Genuine era. Conclusion. All forms and things in the universe develop and change as the result of predestination. When predestination exists, then forms, matter, and things exist. When predestination ends, then forms, matter, and things end. Good ties bear good fruit, and bad ties bear bad fruit. Mundane entanglements fall into the mortal world, but affinity with Buddha goes to the Elysium world. This truth must be understood. Those who understand the secrets and the truth are celestial beings and Buddha. Those who do not are mortal beings. 现实与虚幻的辩证关系. The dialectical relationship between reality and illusion. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Reality is real in name only. Illusions are illusory in name only. Reality is illusory and material. Illusions are real and non-material. The material world is the presentation of the non-material world. The non-material world is the foundation of the material world. Reality is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, as dew and lightning. Thus should you meditate upon them. Every illusion is real and true, is where the real spirit and soul dwell, and where the great universe is. Consciousness is illusory, but reality is the reflection and projection of consciousness. The consciousness determines the state of life's existence. Wishes are illusory, yet they lead to reality. Ideals are illusory, yet they accomplish life's reality. Visualized prospects are illusory, but according to the principle of visualized thinking, it is they that determine the future. Love is illusory, but it can inject huge spirit and soul energy into people. Heaven is illusory, but we all want to go there. As long as we dream of heaven, we will be able to overcome the hardships of life's journeys and lead optimistic and positive lives. Dreams are illusory, but when we are in dream worlds, the illusions look very real, that we think of our day-to-day lives as being real because everything in them seems very real and true. But what is the difference between the truth of reality and the truth of dreams? One day, when we finally leave this real world and wake up in another illusory world, we will find out that life is only a dream, an illusion. What are illusions? What is reality? The bygone is like mist and smoke, like a dream or a fantasy. The future truth is illusory and looming. To walk slowly or quickly, there are many roads to take in life. To take with good means or bad, in the end it is all empty. The wilderness where foxes sleep and hares walk was once a dance hall. The bleak and desolate field where flowers and grass grow was once a battlefield. The bygone realness now becomes illusory, and the illusion of the future will evolve into reality. Reality comes from illusions and will return to illusions. Illusions originate from truth and will become reality. Everything is but a game. Only the soul is true. Reality is a game. Those who obsess with reality and are trapped in it are confused. Those who take delight and fun in it are awakened. It makes no sense to try to hold on to the reality of a dream. The real life is to play the games. The contents of them are determined by illusory consciousnesses. Illusory consciousnesses are determined by souls. Souls are real, but nature is life and a characteristic of structure. Structure determines nature. Therefore, the non-material structure of life is ultimately, absolutely real. However, reality and illusion are dialectical. Real structures give rise to illusory consciousnesses. Illusory consciousnesses in turn produce real structures. Therefore, our top priority should be to concentrate our efforts on the illusory consciousness of life. The type of illusory consciousness decides the future reality of life. Illusions become realities, and realities become unreal. That if you have a beast's illusory consciousness, then you will eventually live in a beast's reality. If you have a celestial being's illusory consciousness, then you will eventually live in the celestial world. Once you understand the dialectical relationship between reality and illusions, you should not be lost in reality. Consume your time and energy on things there, cling to and worry about them, seize, possess, compete for, or persist after them. You should take reality as a stage in a game and play it to its fullest. As long as you get happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing, then your life is successful, wise, and full. To own nothing is to have everything. Not to act is to act. Hold fast to illusions, and you can have reality. Having reality is, after all, an illusion. Life is a journey. The more things that you possess in reality, the more misery you will have, and the more pathetic you will become because your life will all be a tragedy. The more illusory things that you possess, the happier and more affluent you will be because your life will ultimately become a comedy. 宇宙八大辩证法, the eight dialectics of the universe. 谢斐. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Taiji thinking teaches us that everything in the universe comes from the unity of opposites and the symmetry of yin and yang. Opposing sides exist in the same unity. One is the condition for the other and disappears when the other does. Within a certain range, one flourishes as the other declines. Extremes meet, and things develop in opposite directions when they become extreme. For example, know the male, but conform to the female. Sages put themselves last but find themselves in front. They regard their bodies as accidental and are thereby preserved. Life is the root of death, and death is the root of life. Yin and yang are the roots of each other. To yield is to be preserved whole. To be bent is to become straight. To be hollow is to be filled. To be tattered is to be renewed. The growth and decline, the generating, sustaining, destroying, and changing of any two opposites are dialectical. There are 8 dialectics in the universe. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. When things exhaust, they revive. When they end, they begin anew. The small can grow big, details matter. Life and death are the roots of each other. Yin flourishes when yang declines. To have nothing is to have everything. To have everything is to have nothing. Where the mind abides nowhere, nature prevails. Where the mind abides somewhere, nature recedes. Stillness and motion coexist. Light and dark are interdependent. Positive and negative are symmetrical, but proportion restrains. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. The 3 elements of the universe are consciousness, structure, and energy. They are all non-material. The existence of any single element is emptiness. See it, and you will not see its form. Hear it, and you will not hear its trace. Meet it, and you will not know its face. Follow it, and you will not find its back. Once the 3 join together, though, there is lustrous and dazzling form, changing countlessly and into a myriad of images. Therefore, form comes from emptiness, and emptiness is form. When emptiness comes, there is form, because form is emptiness. If a mind abides in form, it is in emptiness. If a mind abides in emptiness, it is in form. You pursue form, but form is never there. You pursue emptiness, and you get form. Pursuing form results in emptiness. Pursuing emptiness results in form. When things exhaust, they revive. When they end, they begin anew. Extremes meet. Things develop in opposite directions when they become extreme. When you reach your peak, you go downhill. Extreme happiness leads to sorrow, and extreme sorrow leads to happiness. Extreme yin is yang, and extreme yang is yin. The softest becomes the hardest, and the hardest becomes the softest. There is a time to rise and a time to fall. When a thing reaches its prime, it will be old and will revive. The end of the infinitely big is the infinitesimally small, and the end of infinitesimally small is the infinitely big. When something saturates, a qualitative change happens in it. Things change at critical points and new substances are produced. Extreme beauty leads to ugliness, and extreme ugliness leads to beauty. Extreme goodness forms evil, and extreme evil forms goodness. That is, great virtue is no virtue, and great benevolence is heartless. Haste makes waste. One who understands Tao appears dull of comprehension, and one who advances in Tao appears to slip backwards. To pursue happiness, you must avoid extremes. To revive, go for the extreme. The small can grow big, details matter. Matter is composed of molecules, composed of atoms. A tree with a full span's girth begins from a tiny sprout. A 9-storied terrace begins with a clod of earth. From small beginnings, one can see how things will develop and grow. Difficulties are overcome by easy things. Great things are accomplished by the details. Details matter. Deal with the big while it is yet small. Deal with the difficult while it is yet easy. Start from the beginning and start from the small, but do not lose track of the big picture. Molehills make mountains. Do not neglect small things or you will never accomplish big things. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Any future success depends on the present. Small details and tiny things lead to grand achievements. Life and death are the roots of each other. Yin flourishes when yang declines. Life is the root of death, and death is the root of life. No life, no death, no death, no life. Life and death alternate, and each follows the other. Yang flourishes when yin declines, and yin flourishes when yang declines. Every moment of every day has birth and death. One dies here, but is born there. Hard is born as soft dies. Good is born as evil dies. One departs from the mortal world and is born into the celestial world. A human heart dies, and the heart of a celestial being is born. If you keep the old, you will get nothing new. If you are selfish, you will never reach the Elysium world. Out of life, death enters. Those who are not afraid of death will live. The created universe carries yin at its back and yang in front, and vice versa. Seek life, and you will die. Seek death, and you will live. To have nothing is to have everything. To have everything is to have nothing. Out of nothing, there is something. The less you possess, the more you have. The more you possess, the less you have. When you possess nothing, you can have everything. When you have everything, you can possess nothing. The more you have, the more emptiness you feel, the more illusory it is, and the more real it is. Walk into the spiritual Pure Land, and you will see a wonderful world. Pursue wealth, power, and lust, and you will have endless troubles. Being and non-being interconnect in growth. If you want to have something in heaven, give it up in the mortal world. To have nothing is to have everything. By the existence of things, we profit, and by the non-existence of things, we are served. Work on non-existence for existence. Where the mind abides nowhere, nature prevails. Where the mind abides somewhere, nature recedes. Nature is the quality of origin, which is Buddha. The reason that people cannot attain Buddhahood is that their minds abide somewhere. If their minds abided nowhere, they would attain Buddhahood. When one's mind abides nowhere, nature shows. When their mind abides somewhere, nature recedes. This is dialectical. One advances as the other retreats. Different forms give birth to different souls. When minds abide somewhere, trouble comes. Therefore, if your mind abides somewhere, it will be in falsehood. It should not abide in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma. It should abide nowhere. When the mind abides nowhere, it can abide everywhere. And when the soul can transcend over all forms and show the nature, one can reach the Elysium world. He who focuses too much on the specific cannot see the general. A mind that abides somewhere cannot go to the Elysium world. One who acquire enlightenment can perceive nature. One who lack mind can show nature. Stillness and motion coexist. Light and dark are interdependent. Stillness is the source of motion. It cannot be dynamic if it is not static. Motion is the root of stillness. It cannot be static if it is not dynamic. Stillness and motion coexist and come from each other. Strong motion comes from great stillness. Great stillness comes from strong motion. All things derive from stillness, but are accomplished in motion. Without stillness, there is no motion. Without motion, there are no accomplishments. Light comes out of darkness, and darkness comes from light. Heaven and hell, one light and the other dark. Extreme darkness is light, and extreme light is darkness. Fortune and adversity go together. Out of waste grows grass. Bliss is unfelt until after it leaves. Good fortune lies within bad. Bad fortune lurks within good. Non-interference with natural rules and letting all things happen naturally. Those who act at the wrong times spoil things. One should never fear the dark. Out of extreme darkness comes light. Knowing the dialectic of the universe, one can enjoy the light cautiously, for from extreme light comes darkness. Positive and negative are symmetrical, but proportion restrains. Those who differ from the crowd will be slandered. An outstanding tree in the forest will be destroyed by wind. Those who enjoy great fame will be envied, but those who are most favored will be slandered. 36-dimensional space is arranged symmetrically. The forces of action and reaction are equal, but in opposition. All things reinforce and neutralize each other mutually. There is always one thing to overcome the other. There is heaven and there is hell. All things develop in proportion. Chaos and the early devastation were the results of imbalance. Boundless avarice leads to disaster. Conform to nature and give up inordinate ambitions. Understand that everything has two sides, and that perfection is unattainable. Rivers run into the sea, so you can never drink them all. Tao is the theory of yin and yang. Maintaining a balance between the two is rational. Knowing the dialectic principle is wise, and complying with the laws of nature can be regarded as virtue. 如何解脱生死? How to liberate yourself from life and death. Xiefeng, translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. The subtlety of liberating oneself from life and death in the treasury of the true Dharma eye is that Buddha Sakyamuni had held a flower in his hand as he smiled in the Lingshan Mountain Assembly. Only his first disciple, Mahakasayapa, understood why and gave a faint smile. Buddha said, I possess the true Dharma eye, the marvelous mind of nirvana, the true form of the formless, and the subtle Dharma gate that does not rest on words or letters, but is a special understanding outside of the scriptures. Mahakasayapa later explained his understanding directly to Ananda, who gave it to Srinivasa, and all the way to Bodhidharma, the 28th patriarch of Buddhism. When the 27th patriarch Prajnatara gave it along with a robe and begging bowl to Bodhidharma, he said, 60 years after I attain nirvana, I want you to take these three things from India to China and carry Buddhism forward to benefit all living people. Bodhidharma took Zen Buddhism to China and was regarded as the first Chinese Zen Buddhist patriarch. He eventually passed them to Haik, the second patriarch, who passed them to Sinkan, the third patriarch, then to Daoxin, the fourth patriarch, and to Hongren, the fifth patriarch. When Master Hongren told about them, he was met with some trouble because he found that the real successor should be the unknown handyman Huaining in the monastery instead of the highly reputed and admirable Professor Master Shinshio. It would be very unconvincing to all if everything passed directly to Huaining. In a desperate way, he said the lives and deaths of mortals are matters of huge importance. But you only pursue the land of promise without seeking to be away from the bitter sea of life and death. If you lose your nature, then how can blessings bring you salvation? Both of you, write me a stanza. He who understands what the essence of mind is will be given the robe, the insignia of the patriarchate, and the Dharma, the ultimate teaching of the Zen school, and I shall make him the sixth patriarch. With a small trick, he finally gave his treasures to Master Huaining. Master Huaining was the sixth and final patriarch of Zen. The treasury of the true Dharma eye and the robe and begging bowl were lost after him. I used to joke that I am the seventh patriarch of Zen, and that I have written on Zen by the seventh patriarch of Zen 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which are the most heavily weighted 5 articles of all my writings. Now the question, as instructed in Buddha's treasury of the true Dharma eye, this subtle Dharma gate, does not rest on words or letters, but is a special message outside of the scriptures, becomes how to transfer from mind to mind. If I were to tell it with words, then I would be rebelling against the teachings of Buddha. So if not expressing with words, how can we know how to liberate ourselves from the samsara of life and death? To make the best of both worlds, I can only slide over the water. Whether you can be liberated from life and death all depends on your level of practicing Tao, your destiny, and your root of wisdom. There is no life or death in life. The life and death seen by the world is an illusion. It is the evolved deduction of the carrier of life. Life has nothing to do with time, so life has no limitations of time and is beyond all ages. The nature of life is non-material structure. The form rendered by life is decided by its non-material structure. Its non-material structure decides the form rendered by it. Consciousness originates from structure and in turn controls structure. Human consciousnesses make people, animal consciousnesses make animals. And if you develop your consciousness to that of a celestial beings or a Buddha, then you will become a celestial being or a Buddha. Life is a cycle of reincarnations. The death we commonly see is not the death of life itself, but the phenomenon of life transformation. Life travels from one dimension into another, from one world into another, through the gate of life and death. When a life crosses that gate, from this field, we see it as death, but from the other field, it is life. All dharmas are marked with emptiness. They neither begin nor end, are neither immaculate nor defiled, and neither complete nor deficient. Therefore, in emptiness there are neither forms, feelings, perceptions, impulses, nor consciousness, neither eyes, ears, noses, tongues, bodies, or minds, neither sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touchables, or any sensations, and so on until we have form. There are no mind consciousness elements, no ignorance, no extinction of ignorance, and so on until we have form. There is no decay and death, no extinction of decay and death, no suffering, no origination, no stopping, no path, no cognition, no attainment, and no non-attainment. Therefore, it is because of their non-attainmentness that bodhisattvas, through having relied on the perfection of wisdom, dwell without thought coverings. In the absence of thought coverings, they have not been made to tremble, have overcome what can upset, and in the end have attained nirvana, to be free from life and death. When you are liberated from life and death, you can attain nirvana. If you understand the truth above, then you can be liberated from the samsara of life and death. The problem is that as mortals, we have fleshy eyes and mortal stocks. As we cannot see higher dimensional space and worlds, we are not fully convinced of the above truths. Then what? It is easy. Follow the guide and verify, step by step. What are those things that hinder us from liberating from the samsara of life and death? The answers are greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and suspicion. Greed is the one to always possess more out of self-interest. Anger is to detest, blame, and envy. Ignorance is the belief that you are always right and never wrong. Arrogance is self-importance, pretentiousness, disdain, defiance, and the lack of a gracious, cherishing heart. Suspicion is being full of doubts and not facing the facts. It is hypocritical, false, and self-deceiving. Overcoming greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and suspicion will enable you to understand this truth and will liberate you from the samsara of life and death. The reason is very simple and easy to do, but putting it into real practice is difficult. After being liberated from life and death, one also needs to understand where to go after death. If you are heading to the lower world, then you will be miserable. 宇宙全息一 Cosmic Holography I. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. The universe runs in holographic order and consists of the distributed psychic energy of the greatest creator, Tao, just as we humans are composed of the flesh and spirit of the same. From the infinitely cosmic to the infinitesimally tiny, each are closely related and connected together. I am in you, and you are in me. On the macro scale, energy fills the space and time of the entire universe, while Tao controls the operation, development, and changes of all things and within it. Therefore, it is an organic whole, and the seemingly unconnected multiple celestial bodies, phenomena, and people are its constituent parts, its cells, so the universe is holographic. On the micro scale, atoms, molecules, and people are consortiums of structure and energy, which have mutual interaction with everything else, and together belong to the unity of Tao and energy. So the universe is holographic. I'll try to pierce your toe with a needle. You will feel muscles tightening throughout your body, and your brain will jump with an immediate emergency response. If a lover or your parents are next to you, they will also react promptly. Why? Because you are holographic. I'll turn your computer on and access the web. Global data will stream onto your screen as you search. Why? Because the internet is holographic. L-arthritis sufferers can sense rain while the weather is still dry, and many animals can detect seismic disturbances before the earth shakes. Why? Because the earth is holographic. The waning and waxing of the moon raises and lowers the tides, and sunspots directly affect climatic changes and the rhythms of life on the earth. Why? Because the solar system is holographic. Cosmic holography also means that the whole contains all of its parts and all of its parts contain the whole. Our bodies are constituted of 130 trillion cells, and each of them contain all the information of the human body. That is, when they all assemble together, they constitute a complete human individual. Each cell is just an insignificant component, but when we divide them individually, each one can form a human body. Viewing them with Buddha's eyes, each of them is a complete human body with 5 senses, 7 holes, bones, hair, internal organs for limbs, flesh, skin, and so forth. If we split a single cell, we will find that this inconceivable cell is made up of an equal number of even more inconceivable ones. Our complete image can be seen in a mirror, but if we break that mirror in half, then each half will reflect our complete image. That is, we will have 2 images. Break it in half again, and we will have 4 identical images, and so on. If we break this mirror into millions, billions, or even trillions of pieces, we will still see our complete image in each and every one of them. The number of potential images is countless. Even if a seed has not been planted in soil to take root, sprout, blossom, and bear fruit, its whole entity, the shape of its leaves, growth patterns, and so on can be seen with Dharma eyes. We cannot see the shape of a bud if we do not know what type it is and without referring to its blade with naked eyes, and we will not know how big it will grow, but we can see its size and shape by looking at it holographically. If you cut a growing leaf in half, then its whole image will be visible from the remaining half, and you can see its entirety from either half. All things are like this because the universe is holographic. Now that we know that the universe is holographic, our worldview and outlook on life will take a subversive leap. If we want to understand the Tao of Lao Tzu, the Dharma of Sakyamuni, and the thinking and scientific theory of Jesus, we will understand it thoroughly and at a glance, and our spiritual perception will open. Those with deeper roots can develop a series of special magical powers and arts and will feel at ease in dealing with the affairs of their daily lives. For example, one big distress in life is the love between men and women. Between lovers and married couples, one always expects the other to be faithful and pure, but if they learn that the other is having a secret relationship with a third party, then they become distressed and sad, and no matter how much effort the other exerts to vindicate themselves. I love you just as much, I really do. It will be useless because their credibility will have been lost. You cannot be true to me if you also love that person. And your love is false and the love that you offer me is incomplete would be the responses. Their distress is caused by not understanding the holographic nature of the universe. From the holographic universe perspective, if someone loves several people, even hundreds, thousands, millions, or billions of people, their love for each of them can be complete, true, and absolutely complete. It is like seeing oneself in a mirror. There is one self in one mirror, 2 cells in 2 mirrors, and a billion cells in a billion mirrors, but each is complete. Buddha can incarnate and rescue trillions because Buddha knows that the universe is holographic and Buddha is holographic. Conversely, if I am loved by 10,000 women, even if they also love other men, but I believe that their love for me is wholehearted and complete, then I will gladly accept their love. Likewise, if I love 10,000 women, then my love for each of them can still be true and complete. Why should you have to cling on to just one? Life is short. Does it matter if you love more than one? Other truths can be inferred accordingly. In short, oneness of man and nature, universal holography, subtle wisdom, and depth of understanding reincarnate into trillions. 宇宙全息 Cosmic Holography II. Xiefeng. November 3rd, 2005. Translated by Treasure and edited by Kayer. Cosmic holography means that the universe really is alive, that everything in the universe shares the same breath and destiny, and that any local change, directly or indirectly, affects its entirety. A storm on Mars can cause colds on Earth. The death of a whale in the Pacific Ocean can cause grief in Nile River fish. And a butterfly flapping its wings in Alaska can cause a storm in the Cape of Good Hope. This is an extreme and exaggerated expression, but it conforms to theory of cosmic holography. An article by Xiefeng will inspire the awakening of human consciousness as a whole. This is an extremely exaggerated expression, but it conforms to theory of cosmic holography. The purpose of understanding things is not only to appreciate them, but also to use them to serve us and to maximize our freedom. Taking the way of the greatest creator is not for suffering or enduring hardship, but to maximize our enjoyment of life, and to obtain more joy, pleasure, and happiness. To understand cosmic holography is not only to enrich our own knowledge, because gaining knowledge is not our purpose, but to apply it to serve ourselves and others. How can we make the knowledge of cosmic holography help us to navigate through life? Since the universe is holographic, the greatest creator, gods, and Buddha are all in us because we are the cells of each of them. A cell contains all the information about the universe as a whole, and in the same way, devils also live within us. When our hearts are filled with love for all lives in the universe, then we have the character of the greatest creator, and when we show mercy to all lives, then we have the character of God and Buddha. But when our hearts are filled with hatred, weighing and balancing everything for our own self-interests, then we take on the character of devils. Since the universe is holographic and each cell contains the information of the whole, then by understanding and appreciating ourselves, we can know all the mysteries of the universe, sense future changes and trends of the universe, and acquire information about the universe's past, all from our own present. Since the universe is holographic, it shows that our memories exist not only in our brains, but also in each cell of our whole bodies, and even in the space and time of the entire universe. Our brains are just sensors, and through it, we can extract records from hundreds, thousands, even millions of years. We can not only trace our own history over the past millennia, but maybe even recall the historical process of the evolution of the universe. Whether te Bay 2, less prophecies, divination before saddle horses, Mayan or Martian prophecy, Tibetan remote sensing prophecy, revelations, or any other prophetic manuscript, they are all evidence of cosmic holography. They prove that people are able to accurately predict the future as well as to recall images after several years, decades, and even centuries. Since the universe is holographic, we humans are able to see the entirety of the universe, to see the Milky Way system and the planets that exist outside of it, and to picture the images of the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world. 36-dimensional space is no longer mysterious and incomprehensible. When a small thorn is placed on one's toe, their brain will feel it instantly and react accordingly. Similarly, everyone's words and deeds are sensed instantly by the greatest creator and also reacted to immediately, which means that you reap what you sow. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. And that causation is the iron law of the universe. So we can believe firmly that we will receive the proper return for our self-refinery and self-cultivation. The dream world is the symbol of holography, which proves that we live in other spaces at the same time and that we are just a fragment of the holography of this moment. Based on how we feel and express ourselves in reality, we can know where our other self or selves live. If one has Buddha nature, then their negative self is in the Elysium world. If one is cultivating themselves to become a celestial being, then their negative self is in the Celestial Islands continent or the 10,000-year world. If one yearns for a free, joyous, and blessed life without family relationships, then their negative self is in the 1,000-year world. If one has deep love for the human world, then their negative self is elsewhere within the mortal world. If one enjoys fighting, striving, robbing, and seizing, or the law of jungles, then their negative self is in the animal world. If one enjoys dark and selfish activities, then their negative self is in hell. In a brief history of time, the great scientist Stephen Hawking realized that there is an anti-universe with anti-humans, and quantum mechanics vaguely detects antiparticles. For particles and antiparticles, however far apart they are, they seem to connect, and they can respond to each other and interact instantly. Therefore, we can infer that every Chanyuan celestial's negative ego or anti-ego is in heaven. What we need to do now is improve our consciousness, bring it into closer alignment with heaven, and return to our home. That is to say, to leave our mortal consciousness and let our subconsciousness return to its source. Since the universe is holographic, we are not afraid of death. As long as consciousness exists, we can incarnate trillions of times and project ourselves into boundless worlds. I am the universe. The universe is me, so we can attain Buddhahood. With regard to this cosmic holography theory, I put forward the above 8 aspects as a starting point. I cast a brick to attract jade. However, we can draw 80 or even 800 more examples. From a sample, you may judge the whole. Make efforts to draw an analogy based on a theory. Let the fire of inspiration twinkle everywhere and always, and grasp the secrets of life as early as possible. For years upon years, after days and nights with sunrises and sunsets, people have been living so, back and forth. Is this the time to change to a new lifestyle? If not, there will be no end to our troubles and suffering. 时间的秘密, The Secret of Time, Xiefeng, January 5th, 2006. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Eternity is long, very long. It runs endlessly. Beginning, developing, changing, and concluding is ornamented by the waves of time. The universe flies in eons. Life twists and turns in years. Love and hate rise and fall in summer and winter. Feelings of gratitude and resentment emerge and disappear in spring and autumn. Time, mysterious time, the wonderful experience of bringing forth the new from the old, drowning the vicissitudes of transitional times, transforming hope into despair, and turning solids into gas and smoke. Life rises and falls in time. It goes up and down in time. Time. What exactly is time? It is the recorder of material cycles. It begins with the creation of matter and ends with its demise. It has these 8 characteristics. Time is non-material. It is untraceable, formless, stateless, shapeless, heartless, senseless, invisible, untouchable, and can neither be heard nor caught. Time is positive and negative. Future time is positive. Past time is negative. Time is particular and universal. Its particularity applies to the specific. Its universality applies to the general. Time is variable. It progresses unevenly. It changes as physical movement changes and disappears as physical movement disappears. Time exists throughout all physical space. It is as big as the universe and as small as particles. Where there is matter, there is time. Time is vertical and horizontal. It manifests itself vertically as the past, present, and future, and horizontally as momentary and eternal. Time has different meanings under different forces. It changes as gravity and acceleration change, but has the same meaning under the same forces. Time expands, contracts, and disappears. The quality, shape, and motion of matter cause it to contract or expand with changes in any of those. When matter disappears, time disappears. There is no time in the non-material world. Non-matter is a reaction to matter, but does not share any of its properties. All matter proceeds through generation, development, decline, and death, but non-matter has neither life nor death. So it has no time and is eternal. Tao, life, spiritual entity, ideas, spirits, thoughts, dharmas, the nature of Tathagata, celestial beings, angels, and the Elysium world do not have time. Therefore, the non-material world is eternal. Since the motion of matter is absolute, we perceive that all things run in time. In this sense, time changes everything and decides all. It can transform the decadent into magic and the ordinary into extraordinary. Everything changes with the passage of time. Along the eternal river of time, all matter is transitional, illusory, and valueless. Time's control must end in order for one to achieve an eternal existence. As humans, It is to fish for the moon in water or to plow the air for our bodies to break away from our shackles. So the human body must follow its nature. To leave time, we must work on our spiritual entities. Life is short, and the spiritual entity of life has many different directions in which to spread. Perfect spiritual entities go to heaven, and defective ones go to hell. If we can perfect our spiritual entities within our limited lifetimes, then we can transcend time. In addition to transcending time, we must also work on our non-matter by revering and taking the way of the greatest creator. To roam in ideas, thinking, spirits, and other areas is to deal with eternity and to transcend time maximally and from within the confines of a limited time. When fruits ripen, they fall. When water flows, channels form. Once we make this breakthrough, we can enter horizontal space and time and immediately feel fresh and enchanted. Please refer to Time and Space of the Universe for further study. 横向时间, Horizontal Time, Tao 1, May 24th, 2006. One of the 8 characteristics of time is its verticality and horizontality. The past, present, and future reflect the verticality of time. At a certain point on the vertical axis, time loses its future characteristic, which reflects the horizontality of time. An airliner from a certain airline disappeared from ground radar systems while flying along a coast, then miraculously reappeared. When the crew and passengers arrived on the ground, they found that their watches were all 8 minutes, or was it 20 minutes? I can't remember, slower than the airport time. There was a woodcutter who got lost while chopping wood in the mountains. While looking for his way, he saw 2 old men playing chess and stood by to watch for a while. When he found his way home, his hometown had undergone earth-shaking changes. His peers had long passed away, and only a few people remained in the generations of his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. People told him that decades had passed since he got lost chopping wood in the mountains. There is a story that the missing captain of the sunken luxury liner Titanic appeared on a small island, his appearance and physique identical to that of decades ago. There is also a story that an airplane that had disappeared decades ago landed at a certain airport. There is even a story that a couple, while driving fast on a highway in South America, suddenly both fainted. When they woke up, they found their car was driving on a highway 2,000 kilometers away in North America. The results of near-death studies show that some people really did die. Their electrocardiograms and electroencephalograms showed that they were dead. But a few hours or days later, these dead people came back to life, and the resurrected people were telling the strange stories they experienced after death. Hypnotists have a way to guide the consciousness of the hypnotized person into the horizontal space-time to visit the past years. Scientists believe that there is a wormhole in space-time. Going through the wormhole can advance into the future space-time. For example, you can go through the wormhole to see the grandeur of the 2008 Beijing Olympics in advance. The ancient saying, 1 year in heaven, 1,000 years on earth, is not unfounded. It must be the enlightenment of the celestial beings. From the time chapter, we already know that the speed of time depends on the state of motion of matter. 2 ripe peaches are picked from the tree at the same time. One peach is left in its natural state, and the other is put in the refrigerator. After 5 or 6 days, the peach in its natural state has rotted, while the peach in the refrigerator is still as good as new. We can say that the peach in the refrigerator has entered horizontal time. The examples above of the woodcutter who went into the mountains to chop wood, and the captain of the Titanic who was still young decades later, while their peers in the world had aged and died, actually show that the woodcutter and the captain entered the horizontal space-time like the peach put in the refrigerator. Many things that humans actually do, such as sperm banks and so on, are applications of the principle of horizontal time. Sperm dies in a few minutes or even a few seconds under normal conditions. But once scientists bring it into horizontal space-time in an instant, it can survive for a long time and always maintain its vitality. Horizontal space-time is not a cold world. It is a different space-time system from the one we are in now. As long as we enter horizontal time at a certain point in time, we enter an eternal state. But after entering horizontal space-time, we can live vigorously. We can sing and dance. We can talk about love. We can grow old. But once we return to the world from horizontal spacetime, we are still at the point when we first entered horizontal spacetime. Our appearance and physical abilities are still the same as they were in the past. Scientists, based on the theory of quantum mechanics, believe that parallel worlds exist, and not just one or two parallel worlds. In fact, the so-called parallel world is the domain of horizontal spacetime. I don't need to give you a detailed introduction to this. As long as you look at the 36-dimensional spaces, you will understand. Now I'm going to tell you a little secret about how to enter horizontal time in order to bring practical benefits to you. Nothing is impossible, only unthinkable. How to enter horizontal time. To get the whole body into horizontal time requires opportunity. If the opportunity is not there, it is impossible to enter, and there is no use in being anxious. Now I am giving you a method that can enter horizontal spacetime at any time. That is the method of consciousness entry. Please don't underestimate the method of consciousness entry. People are consciousness. Consciousness is people. Without consciousness, people are not called people. They are called dead things. At least they are walking corpses. Once consciousness enters, it is actually you who enters. How to enter horizontal space-time. At any point in vertical time, you can instantly enter the domain of horizontal space-time. This point in time is horizontal time. Let's analyze it specifically. I have step-by-step led everyone's thinking towards the high-level life space. First, I talked about the land of idyllic beauty, then the life of Changyuan era, then the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and finally set the target on the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. I have already drawn out the whole blueprint of life's journey to the high-level space for everyone. Now, as long as you are willing, you can let your consciousness enter any of the above horizontal space-time domains at any time. For instance, at this very moment, allow your consciousness to enter the land of idyllic beauty. Using the visualized thinking method that I've discussed among the 8 types of thinking, you can freely explore the realm of imagination. The more beautiful you imagine it, the better it becomes. The sky is high, allowing birds to fly freely. The sea is vast, where fish can leap at will. Celestial horses roam the sky, coming and going freely. Don't perceive this as unreal or illusory. Anything that brings you joy, freedom, and happiness, including imagination, is not illusory. It is reality that can be illusory. Who can claim that the sexual climax achieved through self-pleasure is illusory? Imagination alters the way the body moves and changes the antimatter structure of life. Sometimes we see someone lost in thought or someone enjoying themselves alone. What are they doing? They are savoring beauty in their imagination. As they imagine, their facial expressions change, their psychology shifts, and the antimatter structure of their life also transforms. People who often enter horizontal time share a characteristic. They are generally healthy, happy, and content. Why are they relatively healthy? It's because at a certain point, they enter horizontal space-time, much like a peach that's placed in a refrigerator. The peach is content in the refrigerator. Over time, compared to the peaches outside the refrigerator, it appears healthy and youthful. The peaches outside may become diseased, bitten by insects, start to rot, and emit a foul smell, but the peach in the refrigerator doesn't get sick. It remains fresh and juicy. What kind of consciousness you have what kind of life existence form. You might think that the sun is not moving, the plants not growing, and that your conscious activity has no impact on life. In the subtle changes unconsciously, in the unpredictable, earth-shaking major changes are happening. As long as you enter horizontal space-time from time to time, you will be healthy and not get sick. You will always stay young. You will gradually adapt to the way of life in the high-level life space. You will form a tie with celestial beings and finally become a celestial being and go to live in heaven. About horizontal time, I only talk about these to ignite everyone's thinking library. For the rest, you have to explore and comprehend on your own. The mystery has to be experienced and mastered by yourself. The duck knows first when the spring river is warm, and the willows along the river know when spring comes. 人间剧本探秘, explore the script of life. Xiefeng, March 24th, 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Kayer. Is life dominated by fate? How does fate come into being? Is everything in life prearranged? If it is, then who arranged and directs it, and how can we still have free will? If there is free will, does it conflict with fate? If there is no free will, then does the causality law of you reap what you sow exist, or does it not? Is it true that every word and every act of everyone is prearranged? If so, then are we not biological robots? Is everything accidental or inevitable? Who carries out punishments, rewards, and so on? It is an extremely complex and enormous system, and it is impossible to reveal the whole system clearly. I can only draw a rough outline, and you, the reader, must verify it for yourself. 18 plots cannot be controlled by people in their own lives, but have to be resigned to destiny. For example, their own parents cannot be chosen, arranged, or controlled by them. In fact, a lot of things in life cannot be either. Not only are the sizes of our eyes uncontrollable, but we cannot even arrange a single hair by ourselves. In the face of such vast complexities, we have to resign ourselves to destiny. If we cannot change things, then what can we do? Everything in the universe has its trajectory, all of which are run according to a well-arranged overall trajectory, and we are no exception. That is to say, we also have our trajectories. These trajectories determine the directions of people's lives, whether they will be officials or commoners, poor or rich, or male or female, and be subject to fortune or misfortune. Everything and everyone have been determined by their trajectory. Facing our trajectory, we are powerless. Who is writing your life script and arranging your trajectory of life? You are. Who is directing it? It is procedure. Everything in this life is established by the thoughts and actions of your previous life. This is fate. It is impossible to change the fate of your life because it has already been written. All of your efforts in this life only work for your next life. It can be said that your past determines your present, and your present determines your future. Since everything has already been arranged and planned out, and the story and plot of your life has already been set, then how do we reflect on man's subjective initiative? What good are an individual's efforts? If even what we say and do have been determined in advance, then why should we make any efforts? Individual efforts are reflected in one's mind and how perfect a role they play. Our interactivities are not arranged by our script. Our free will is reflected in our mind and whether our specific role is performed perfectly or not. Such as in a stage play, the script has been arranged by a writer in advance. The director selects performers according to each performer's appearance, character, acting skill, and so on. The performers must act strictly according to the script and plot and the director's requirement. If done well, the director will be pleased and the actors will receive more pay and have more chances to perform in future plays. If done poorly, the director will not be pleased and their opportunity for future castings will diminish. The quality of their performance depends on them. This is individual effort. Our interactivities are not arranged, nor are they destined. They rely completely on the free will and effort of the individual. It is entirely up to them to decide whether they want to have good or evil thoughts. Our interactivity is our thinking activity. Thinking activity is like a wave that spreads throughout the universe. That is, when the mind moves, its interactivity expands out to the universe and tells the universe what it is doing, and very loudly. Regarding this, we are unable to view or receive it, but gods know it. In other words, everyone's interactivities can be learned instantly by the universe and recorded in the procedure of Tao. The procedure of Tao automatically arranges the future fate and trajectory of everyone's life based on their interactivities. Karma, karma, karma. Then who rewards and punishes and who executes the mechanisms of rewarding and punishing. Rewarding and punishing are determined by the procedure of Tao, but it is only the judge. The executor is neither the procedure of Tao nor the judge, but a factor of the boundless universe, a god or man, a dog, an ant, a storm, or an event. It is like a judge who sentences someone to death, but never executes anyone personally. that is always left for a series of other people. The script of this life has been set long ago, but the script of the next life is always changing. People's thoughts and actions in this life identify their future life trajectories. If someone is destined to leave for the Celestial Islands continent but becomes seized by evil and does not play their current role well, then their trajectory of life to the Celestial Islands continent will change. Their revised trajectory may devolve toward the 10,000-year world, the 1,000-year world, back to the mortal world, or even to the animal world, or to hell, depending on the severity of what they do. As Life a Chanyuan's guide, I sigh with deep emotion during my directing the scripts of Chanyuan Celestials. For instance, I plan to have a certain individual eat a fairy peach which had been determined by her trajectory of life. However, she failed to play her role as a Chanyuan celestial well in her course. I asked her to clean a toilet, but she failed to clean it thoroughly. So I knew that she was still unable to eat the fairy peach, but only wild peaches. In this way, both her fate and her trajectory of life were changed. It is a strict law that absolutely beautiful things can only be enjoyed by absolutely beautiful lives. If we do not reach an absolutely beautiful state, then absolutely beautiful results will never appear. When we enjoy absolutely beautiful things, but our personal quality declines, then those absolutely beautiful things automatically disappear. This is not only the law and the script plot, but also the ever-changing living script. Past scripts are dead, future ones are alive, and living ones are always changing according to everyone's inner activities and how well or poorly they perform. The impartiality of Tao is reflected in Tao gives to every life according to its desires. If you desire blessings in this life, Tao will bestow them upon you, but fewer will remain for your next life. If you want to become a wolf, it will make you one in your next script. If you want to become a celestial being, it will make you one. Tao will surely satisfy you and help you to achieve your goal, whatever you want to be, but it must be understood that the fulfillment of Tao is not executed immediately. It is arranged in the script, it takes a process, and it takes time. You cannot expect an airplane to come the moment you ask for it. You need to be patient. It is crucial to remember that as your plane is coming, your needs cannot change. Once there is a change, Tao has to follow your needs. If you want coffee, but then decide that you would prefer tea, Tao will immediately prepare tea for you. If the tea has not yet arrived and you decide that you would prefer Coca-Cola, Tao will prepare Coca-Cola for you right away. When you change again, Tao will change again. In short, it will always satisfy you. Now, here is a core consideration. If you want a luxury car worth $1 million, Tao will check your bank account, your merits and virtues. If they are insufficient and your bank deposits are not enough, then that $1 million limousine will not be offered to you. Even if you need a needle, you have to check your bank deposits. As long as you have enough merits and virtues, enough bank deposits for what you want, Tao will meet your requirements and demands, or help you to achieve your goal. When a person runs out of bank deposits, or when their merits and virtues are exhausted and they have no remaining blessings, then they will soon collapse, fail, lose everything, go to prison, or end this life. Therefore, we need to give benefits, accumulate merits and virtues, and cherish good fortune during our lifetimes so that our blessings will last for our entire lives, even into our future lives. The universe is a huge script with countless subscripts within it, and all the small ones serve the huge one. No small script can exceed a larger one. The Milky Way galaxy is a huge script, the solar system is a medium-sized one, Earth is a smaller one, every country is a smaller one still, every organization is a much smaller one, and so on. Strings within quarks, within atomic particles, within molecules have the smallest scripts. Adding the non-material world, 20 parallel worlds, and the 36-dimensional space, it is unimaginable and inexplicable for us to know how complex and how huge the master script is. The above is just a tiny bit of my superficial view based on man's bewilderment for your reference. To know more, you will need to work on statistics, analysis, induction, summing up from a large number of examples of human activities, both ancient and modern, at home and abroad. It will take a lot of effort for you to figure it out. 凡得利须付出代价. All gains must be paid. 谢谢 June 4th, 2011. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. One ironclad rule of the universe is that the sum of positive and negative energy must always be equal. One ramification of this is that you must pay for your gains. They must always balance each other, and higher prices must be paid for greater rewards. For an equal amount of gems, diamonds usually demand higher prices than rubies and emeralds. Diamonds require the most money to buy. Obtaining more precious things requires you to pay higher prices. By carefully observing human society, it seems confusing and complicated on its surface, totally out of order. However, through careful observation, it can be concluded that what is gained always equals that which has been paid. The more one pays, the more they gain, and the more they gain, the more they must pay. There are no free lunches. Nothing in the universe can be achieved without a payment. What is lost at sunrise will be gained at sunset, and what is gained at sunrise will be lost at sunset. As one falls, another rises, rising here and setting there. When one gains money, something must be paid. It might be labor, reputation, peace, or even life. When one pays money, something must be gained. It might be comfort, safety, fame, status, physical beauty, or honor. It makes sense that a loss of money avoids other misfortune. Material payments do not always give you material rewards. They might be mental or spiritual. As such, mental or spiritual payments might gain you material rewards. If you pay something, then you will gain something for it, though it can be hard to understand what or when that will be. If you gain, you will pay something, but no final conclusion can be reached as to what or when that will be either, because it might involve health, safety, promotion, wealth, reputation, status, affection, or other life factors. In order to understand the rule that paying and gaining always balance out, that the ironclad law of the sum of positive and negative energy always equal each other, you must not consider only a short time period, but rather a whole life, or even the karma of 3 incarnations to judge and draw a conclusion. Through the Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, Allah warned us that if all of one's desires are met in this life, then none will remain for the afterlife. There is never any profit at the expense of others, whether parents, offspring, spouses, or lovers, and regardless of whether you are given something for free, find it on the road by yourself, your boss rewards your work, or you dig it out from deep under the ground on your own. As long as you have gained something, you must pay. Why do people suffer pain and hardships or meet with catastrophes? Because they have gained something. Why are people happy and joyous? And why do they obtain good opportunities and grace? Because they have paid something. What revelation can we get from this principle? Never profit from other people's expenses at any time. Never fish in troubled waters. Never profit from others' misfortunes. And take nothing for free, not even donations and contributions. No one should ever be under the delusion that they will get something from their husband or wife for free. You must meet all your needs, pay more, and gain less. Once you pay, you are bound to gain. This goes without saying. Whenever you gain something, always remember that a loss is inevitable. You can escape it in the short run, but not forever. You might escape a blow in the mortal world, but you cannot escape punishment from Tao in heaven. To reap more valuable rewards, a higher price must be sown. To reach the kingdom of heaven, you must dedicate everything, your entire body and soul. As the guide of human life and life, I state these words here. You can inspect, test, and verify them, but time and results will tell whether or not they are correct. 人间八道, 8 Ways Through the Mortal World. Xiefeng, June 21st, 2010. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Our universe consists of 20 parallel worlds within 36-dimensional space. Among these 20, our mortal world is designated as the XY world and manifests itself as 3-dimensional space. The 20 parallel worlds all have symmetry, as does all of 36-dimensional space. From the perspective of reincarnation and the evolution of life, there are high-level spaces such as the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world, and low-level space such as the inflamed layer, the frozen layer, and the nether world. The mortal world is the midpoint at which they cross. It is a transfer station for the evolution and reincarnation of life between the higher level spaces and the lower level ones. This means that lives from low-level spaces advancing to high-level ones, and those from high-level spaces falling to low-level ones must pass through this mortal world as a transfer station. The mortal world is a traffic hub just like the Zhengzhou railway station in China, where crowds come and go back and forth, hustling and bustling each and every day, determinately and actively. It is easy to see that apart from those who work there, they all scatter quickly to their separate directions and transfer to other cars, buses, trains, and airplanes toward their individual destinations, running along their ways busily. In the mortal world, chaos arises with constant fighting and struggling. Each holds their own ambition. Each has their own axe to grind. Each administers in their own way, and each realizes their own wishes. As a temporary stage, each team performs its own show to the maximum. And as a temporary inn, passengers from different places stay briefly before parting company and going their separate ways. Each pursues their own prospects. To pursue one's prospect of reaching their destination, they must proceed in certain ways. Without a good way, or by choosing a wrong one, they will never reach their destination. Were they to board the wrong vehicle, their wish would remain just a wish, and their destination would remain out of reach. To be an entrepreneur, one needs to take the way of the market. To do business and make money, they must take the way of circulation. And to be a doctor, they must take the way of medical science and skill. Airplanes must taxi down runways. Ships have to float on waterways. Trains should run on railway tracks, and cars need to remain on roads and streets. From the perspective of the evolution and reincarnation of life, humans in the mortal world must take one of the following 8 ways and pass on to its associated destination. The way of the greatest creator. One models themselves after nature with holographic order thinking, open-heartedness, flexibility, and tact. They will rise to the celestial islands continent. The way of gods. One worships gods quite distinct from each other, bellicose and domineering. They will advance to Azura heaven. The way of Buddha. One pursues non-form and refines their concept of no abode for the mind and returns to the nature of Tathagata. They will ascend to the Elysium world. The way of celestial beings. One takes skepticism, non-dogma, and freedom as their first priorities and cultivates magical powers as their core. They will climb to the celestial beings world. The way of humans. One pursues fame and material wealth, attaches great importance to family love and emotions, and remains fond of organization and power. They will return to the mortal world to continue their samsara and return as another human. The way of animals. One takes food, clothing, shelter, transportation, growing up, aging, health, and avoiding death as their first priorities of life, with the acquisition of money as their core value. They will descend to the animal world. The way of ghosts. One neither abides by rules nor laws, but conjures, lurks, and sneaks around like a ghost, speaks one way, but thinks and acts another, and is fond of hiding and good at lying. They will drop into the hell world. The way of Satan. One is fond of dwelling upon spirits and deities, fortunes and disasters, being ambitious and arrogant, blasphemes the greatest creator, and insults the gods. In order to achieve their goals, they plunge lives into abysses of misery and destroy nature by hook or by crook. They will fall into the inflamed layer or the frozen layer. Like Atrax, birds of a feather flock together. The way that one takes depends upon their kind of consciousness and their life structure. Divine punishments are slow but sure, is also the arrangement and program of Tao. All have their duties and accountabilities, which make each and every one of them vivid and exciting. Whether they know it or not, each person takes their way. Most are led along ignorantly and uncaringly, but a small number choose theirs clearly and plainly. You who have read this article should consider using it as a reference. If you discard what I wrote as groundless nonsense, then simply throw it away. You can even scold and criticize me. But if you feel that it has merit, then consider it as having value, because you could benefit from it. Possess nothing, yet have everything. Xiefeng. translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Possess nothing yet have everything. This is not a paradox, but a great secret with which to go toward a better life space. Jesus Christ taught us to lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal, but lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. It is only by owning nothing on earth that you can enter the realm of the greatest creator. Shakyamuni Buddha taught us to develop a pure and clean mind which does not abide in anything, neither in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, nor dharma. We should have no notion of ego, personality, a being with a life, dharma, or non-dharma. Everything with form is unreal. All phenomena are dreams, illusions. In other words, owning nothing is the way to enter the Elysium world. The immortal Lao Tzu taught us to take no action, regard one's body as accidental, do not contend, value the world as itself. It gives them birth but does not own them, acts, helps but does not appropriate them. He who acts spoils, he who grasps, lets slip, accomplish, but lay claim to no credit. All this is to say that we must not take credit for our positive actions. To put all this into one sentence, all the teachings of gods, Buddha, and immortal are to try to own nothing. Stupid? No. The teachings of gods, Buddha, and immortal are the Tao of life, the Tao of light, and the Tao for us to gain everything. How can possessing nothing lead to having everything? The Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, taught us, to any that desires the tilth of hereafter, we give increase in his tilth. And to any that desires the tilth of this life, we grant somewhat thereof, but he has no share or lot in the hereafter. The prophet's prediction was right. You have already had your share, and you will not have any share or lot in the hereafter. So just give, and you will have more later. The less you possess now, the more you will have later. We have learned from the Taiji thinking that the sum of positive and negative energy is always zero. If you gain in some ways, you will lose in others. This is to maintain the law that positive and negative energy are always in balance. The more blessings you enjoy in this world, the fewer your blessings will be in the afterlife. So, if you want to enjoy a better afterlife, you will need to give more and possess less in this life. Follow the teachings of Buddha. Do more formless almsgiving, because doing so will get you enormous and incredible blessings. We see people with lots of possessions, which is mainly because they have gained a lot merits in their previous lives. Many others are poor, mainly because they have done little or garnered few merits in their previous lives. Some people were born with silver spoons, yet many work hard all their lives, but can barely support their families. Evidently, if you want to get blessings in your afterlife, you should earn more merits in this life. If you want to be a celestial being in heaven in your afterlife, you need to possess as little as possible in this life. How can you possess nothing, yet have everything? Firstly, think about this. Whatever we try to possess in this world will come to naught in the end. If we make efforts to possess, we are really running after illusions and bubbles. The more you possess, the more distress, troubles, crises, and disasters you will have. You will never rest peacefully. You will feel unsettled. You will literally rack your brain to keep your possessions. You will lie, contend, hurt others, hurt nature, and will cause others to envy, hate, covet, and rob. Your life quality will get farther and farther away from heaven and nearer to the animal world and hell. The more you possess, the farther away from heaven you will be. If you want to possess everything, you will eventually have nothing. Let us look at the birds flying and perching in the forest. What do they possess? They possess nothing, but they have the sunlight, forests, meadows, streams, bugs, and branches to perch upon. They lack nothing. The Gospel of Matthew reads, "Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin." Jesus had nothing in his life, but now he has everything. Buddha had nothing after the Enlightenment, but now he has the Elysium world. The celestial beings in the thousand-year world and the 10,000-year world possess nothing, but they lack of nothing. The super celestial beings in the celestial islands continent possess nothing, but they have everything they could ever want. As long as people in the mortal world give more but possess nothing, they will be short of nothing. Why do people have so much anxiety and worries, and why do they compete and contend all day long? Because they want to possess. As we travel, we see that many attractions have been possessed by people. We need to buy tickets or we will be kept out of the show. The landscape of the earth and the sun and rain are the gifts of nature for all mankind. But now they are possessed by a small group of people, and everyone else must bear their exploitation and blackmail. I built this road and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, then pay my toll and buy the privilege. How can anyone not worry and suffer anxiety in this gangster-ridden world? Water is a gift of nature bestowed to all life, but if we want to use water, we must pay for it. We are told that water needs to be purified, and that costs money. But we should ask who polluted the water. The people who polluted the water should be responsible for its purification. Why should others bear the cost of purifying it? We are told that the water was in rivers and lakes, but now it comes directly to our sinks in our homes, and that costs money. Yes, bringing water from rivers and lakes for our convenience does indeed cost, but that cost should be resolved by voluntary labor under government organization, and the materials should be provided by the production plant. And it is said that if we do not charge for water, people will waste this resource. Yes, this could be a problem, but why would people want to waste for no reason? This is a mental and spiritual problem. Why not just solve them? This belongs to the country. This belongs to our company. This belongs to my family. This belongs to me. In these cases, the public resources will be seized. One day, the mountains, rivers, and the earth will be carved up, and even the air we breathe will be sold and taxed. Everyone wants to possess, but the result will be that everyone will suffer and be lacking in everything. It is only when no one possesses that everyone will have everything. First of all, without traditional families, 80% of social issues would be resolved. Secondly, without countries, 90% of our problems would be resolved. The remaining 10% will be problems of spirit and soul construction. Is this possible? Unlikely, of course, because this is the mortal world, not heaven. However, it is imperial for anyone who wants to go to and live in heaven. If you want to possess something, you will never reach heaven. The consciousness of possessing is our biggest obstacle preventing us from going to heaven. All those who want to go to heaven must clearly recognize this point and realize a consciousness of owning nothing and putting this consciousness into practice. The new oasis for life built by Life Genuine serves this purpose. Those who enter the new oasis for life possess nothing, but they can get everything. To people who are not Chanyuan celestials, this ideal sounds like the Arabian Nights. It is just a myth, a dream, a fantasy, and a delusion. But to Chanyuan celestials, it is no longer an unattainable dream, but rather a clear reality. If you want to live a better life on earth and ultimately go to heaven, the only way out is to live according to Life Genuine values. In this way, you will possess nothing, yet have everything. Brains, minds, consciousnesses, and the great universe. Xiefeng, translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Brains are the bridges between consciousnesses, minds, and the great universe. The great universe that is seen, heard, smelled, tasted, and felt is processed by brains into minds. Brains would die without the great universe. Brains can be activated by observing and experiencing the great universe, and they will become quicker and smarter thusly. That is why we have the saying, read 1,000 of books and travel 1,000 miles. Apart from interpreting sensations, the brain is also capable of thinking. The closer we look, the deeper we feel about the things and phenomena that we sense, the more developed our brains become, and the more powerful our minds become. Our minds are determined by the information and data provided to our brains which come from the great universe. That is to say, the great universe that a person experiences determines the person's mind. which is why there are wolf children and deer children, as well as the origin of the belief that the Bel Esprits reside on green mountains with sparkling water, while rogues live on barren hills with turbulent rivers. And the reason to keep the company of good people, and you shall be counted among their numbers. From this, we can draw the conclusion that the environment creates human minds. Different environments create different life. The environments of animals bring up animals. The human environment brings up people. The environment of celestial beings brings up celestial beings. The environment of Buddha brings up Buddhas. This environment, known as the Great Universe, includes both the material world environment and the non-material world environment, the reality environment and the super-reality environment. The reality material environment is the great universe that we see, hear, smell, taste, and feel. The super-reality non-material world includes the great universe written in books, sent to computers and TV screens, dreamed by our subconscious minds, and imagined in our minds. Always remember that you can know the principles and ways to have a sublime life, but you must live in the corresponding environment of life level in order to achieve the life in which you desire to be. Those who are surrounded by animals and animals' environment are animals. Those who are surrounded by people and people's environment are people. Those who are surrounded by celestial beings and celestial's environment are celestial beings. Those who are surrounded by Buddha and Buddha's environment are Buddha. Those who are surrounded by gods and God's environment are gods. People who live with people in the human world for a long time cannot become celestial beings or attain Buddhahood. If one wants to go there, they must live in environments that possess those attributes, live in their worlds. The new oasis for life, created by Life Genuine, is the environment of celestial beings where celestial beings live. So, if you want to become a celestial being, you must live in the new oasis for life. A brain cannot exist independently, but a mind can. A brain is restrained by the material world, but a mind is not. A brain is material, but a mind is non-material. People carry the genes of consciousness information from many previous lives. The good and bad of the root of wisdom rely on the consciousness of their genetic information. That is the origin of the so-called genius. Generally speaking, people who have never lived in heaven in any of their previous lives cannot become a celestial being or attain Buddhahood, and will have to go through the same difficulty as someone who wants to become a singer but has a rough, untuned voice. Genius is not cultivated, but is innate. The so-called innate means that they have acquired certain qualities throughout many previous lives. The so-called life is the soul, and the so-called soul is consciousness. Consciousness determines the nature and level of life. Therefore, a brain is a channel for information from the great universe to enter a mind. A brain is dead without the great universe and cannot survive without it. Minds are independent and can exist even without the great universe. The great universe can be created by a mind. The great universe plays a decisive role in the formation of minds. In order to attain the mind of a celestial being or to attain Buddhahood, one must associate with celestial beings and Buddhas and live in their world. 我阻挡住了前往天堂的道路. It is ego that blocks our way to heaven. Xiefeng. March 4th, 2013. Translated by Treasure and edited by Kayer. If everything works according to the greatest creator's will, so let everything return to nature and follow the law of nature as the way of permaculture agriculture. Then the wind and rain will come in their time, and everything will harmonize with each other. People will lead carefree lives and enjoy their years of life. It will be realized that we are integral parts of nature, and everyone will enjoy peace and health. Harm and pain are created by people with egos. One is bound to be selfish with an ego, and selfishness is bound to bring harm and pain to others, society, and nature. In return, that harm and pain will reflect back upon themselves. This will lead to vicious cycles and eventual destruction. The teachings of gods are that by abandoning the ego, one will receive life and peace. The teachings of the Buddha are that by being free of ego, form, and worry, one can enter the Elysium world. The teachings of celestial beings are to take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relationships, act in accordance with nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Follow your own nature and be unrestrained. Follow your destiny and be carefree. The teachings of saints are to lack the hearts of egos, but to take the hearts of the world as their own. The core of their teachings is but one: be free from ego. Being free from ego, one can enjoy the pleasures of life and enter paradise, the pure land, the fairyland. Facts speak louder than words. People living in the new oasis for life are more joyous, freer, and happier than those living in traditional marriages and families. Why? Because people living in the new oasis for life are freer from ego and more selfless than those living in traditional marriages and families. In the new oasis for life, the freer you are from ego, the more happiness, freedom, and joy you can have. The more that you serve your ego, the less happy, free, and joyous you will be. Facts have proven that in order to lead a happy and nice life and enter paradise step by step, the freer one is from their ego, the better they are. So, how can we free ourselves from our egos? Live according to the will of the greatest creator. That is the law of nature. Live by following the teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and the immortal Lao Tzu. Abandon your ego, but integrate into the collective and into nature. Desire nothing but take things as they are. Drink as you thirst, eat as you hunger, and sleep as you tire. Associate with everyone by following predestined relationships and acting in accordance with your nature. Own nothing or no one until you have nothing at all. Neither interfere with others, nor try to control or change them. Be yourself with your original nature. Neither analyze and judge right and wrong, nor judge others' advantages, disadvantages, and qualities. Seek out those who own nothing with selfless consideration and always remain humble and look like both saints and servants because it is correct to listen to them. Ego is the precipice and the stumbling block that prevents people from reaching heaven. Ego is the root of all trouble, pain, and misfortune. Ego will inevitably lead a person to a lower space of life. Only selflessness helps one realize their self. Only freedom from ego helps one achieve their self. These two messages encompass all the secrets of brilliant lives and the principles of life sublimation. Think of them carefully and practice them bravely. 超弦理论的盲点, a blind spot in superstring theory. Xiefeng. October 24th, 2005. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. If we consider the quantum field theory as one leg in a pair of pants and the general relativity theory as the other leg, then the superstring theory would be the waist part trying to connect them. Einstein's general relativity mainly discusses gravity and holds that it does not exist, but is the result of the curvature of space. It assumes that space itself is smooth and flat, but when celestial bodies of great mass, such as the sun, appear, they cause it to curve inward. It is like pressing hard on a girl's round and smooth face with an index finger, which breaks the smoothness and forms an indentation. The geometric deformation of space gives rise to apparent gravity, which defines it from a macro perspective. With regard to a person or a stone, its mass is too small to deform space any noticeable amount. Thus, microscopic matter has almost no apparent gravity. The problem with microcosmic matter is that its space is not smooth and flat, but is filled with countless, flying particles which are unable to curve space to produce gravity as huge masses do. The movements of microparticles have nothing to do with gravity. They are the results of electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force. Quantum mechanics appeared when general relativity failed to explain the source of these three forces. Quantum mechanics studies fundamental particles at the microcosmic level. Whether large celestial bodies or grains of sand on the beach, all matter is made of hundreds of types of fundamental particles with masses close to zero, but whose trajectories change unpredictably with no rules to follow, but are always in motion. Motion is not caused by gravity, but by the three aforementioned forces of nature being converted from the particles. Electromagnetism is converted from photons, the strong force is converted from gluons, and the weak force is converted from bosons. However, the conversion of particles cannot generate gravity. Therefore, the quantum mechanics does not explain gravity. The macroscopic world and the microscopic world are unified integral. But general relativity theory, which can explain motion at the macroscopic level, and quantum mechanics, which can explain it at the microscopic level, are not fully compatible. An overall description of the universe can only be had by combining these two seemingly contradictory theories, and this mosaic theory is called the superstring theory. This superstring theory believes that matter is made of molecules. Molecules are made of atoms. Atoms are made of electron shells and nuclei, and the nuclei consist of protons and neutrons, which are made of quarks. What are quarks and electrons made of? Scientists believe that both are fundamental point particles which have no internal structures and cannot be divided any further. Superstring argues that these particles do not really exist, but are only strings in motion in space, and a variety of different types of particles are formed by these strings vibrating differently. All interactions between matter and energy can be explained by combining and separating strings. But strings do not move in normal three-dimensional space. Rather, they move in a high dimension of space which is beyond our imagination. Our traditional ideas about space are wrong because space has more than three dimensions, maybe 10 or even 26 of them. If this sounds confusing, consider the following scenario. An ant crawls into a shallow pit. It climbs out and goes further until it falls into a deeper pit. It climbs out and continues to go until after some time, it drops into a sand pit. It climbs out, but eventually lands inside a mud pit. These four pits are totally irrelevant to the ant which simply comes across them by chance. Living on a two-dimensional plane, it cannot see the interrelation of the four pits, let alone know that they may be related integrally. What is the reality of the situation? These four pits are footprints left by an elephant as it ate. One foot stood on hard ground, another stood on soft ground, a third in sand, and the fourth was in a pond of rainwater. So there are the shallow pit, the deep pit, the sand pit, and the mud pit. That is to say, the seemingly unrelated pits are actually integral parts of a whole. It is only when we think beyond our two-dimensional plane to include three-dimensional height, four-dimensional time, five-dimensional retention information, and six-dimensional space movement, and so on, that we begin to understand how these unrelated pits are integral parts left by a single elephant. Gravity, electromagnetism, the strong force, and the weak force are our four pits, but they are actually parts of a whole. Superstring theory was conceived to explain their integration. Superstring is the most promising theory to unify our understanding of fundamental particles with the interactions of the four forces. Superstring holds that strings are the most basic units of matter and that all fundamental particles such as electrons, photons, neutrinos, and quarks are different vibrational states of energy strings. Superstring combines the two major basic theories of the 20th century, general relativity and quantum mechanics, for the first time into a mathematically self-consistent framework. Superstring has the potential to solve long-standing problems that have troubled physicists, including the nature of black holes and the origin of the universe. If experimentation confirms it, then our understanding of the structure of matter, space, and time would change fundamentally. The prospect is tempting and theoreticians are struggling with it, but it seems ridiculous and childish to me because of some major blind spots. They are, how have these strings come into being? How do they move? Could they represent the origin of the universe? How can a unified field theory of the universe be established when the origin of the universe is still unknown? Only Life Genuine can answer these questions. 寻找真正的自己. 一 Looking for your true self? I. Xiefeng. August 5th, 2012. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. Who are you, and how much of your life do you control? All of it, some of it, any of it. Needless to say, no one can control their lives absolutely. If a person can control just 1/10 of their habits, hobbies, behaviors, and words, then they are quite extraordinary. 18 things are beyond people's control, including their height, appearance, race, ethnicity, environment, era, birth date, birthplace, parents, death, and so on. All these things are predestined and no one can do anything about any of them. But what about our habits, usual practices, hobbies, behaviors, words, and so on? Are these self-controllable? Let us look at two specific examples. As reported in the world of unsolved secrets, a pair of paternal twin brothers were separated from an early age in Ohio, the United States. They meet again after being separated for 39 years, only to discover that they both had received legal education and were keen on mechanical drawing and carpentry. Even more surprisingly, their ex-wives had the same first names, as did their sons and even their second wives. In addition, both of them vacation often in St. Petersburg, Florida. A pair of paternal twin sisters had been separated since childhood for more than 10 years. They agreed to meet at a train station, and one sister temporarily decided to get a hairdo. When they met, she was taken aback because her sister had also gotten a hairdo. They also wore identical jackets, skirts, shoes, and carried identical purses. Both of them were utterly amazed. We can draw conclusions about these. Both pairs of siblings had almost identical habits, hobbies, behavior, and appearances, though they had been separated from early ages. When they did not know that they had twins, everything about them was taken as individual preferences. They had all believed that they controlled their own habits and hobbies until they found that their twins were almost exactly the same. Everything that they believed to be self-determined turned out to be from invisible consciousnesses rather than their own wills. The habits, hobbies, even the names of their wives and sons had been prearranged and predestined. These cases represent identical twins. But what about the rest of us? What habits and hobbies do we choose for ourselves? The answer is none. Our habits, practices, hobbies, interests, behaviors, and choice of words are not our own decisions, but controlled by mysterious consciousnesses. What are these mysterious consciousnesses? They're our true selves. The selves that we believe we are not our true selves, but false ones. And our true ones are the mysterious consciousnesses that control our hidden ones behind our appearances. Case in point, a woman's husband was killed in a war. When the bad news came, she grieved and wailed sadly, but her true self cried with joy, "Finally, I'm free." 9 people out of 10 are pretentious. So, most of the people we face are false, do not talk sincerely, and are hypocrites. We often face cognitive dissonance when our true selves conflict with our false ones. Our false selves tend to be pretentious, to cater to the times, the public, and others. Our true selves have nothing to do with them, and that is Tathagata. How does one find their true self? Continue to looking for your true self, too. 寻找真正的自己. 2. Looking for your true self, too. Xiefeng. August 5th, 2012. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. In our real lives, we all play roles defined by our plots, such as government civil servants, judges, police officers, businessmen, teachers, thieves, hooligans, and so on. These are not our true selves, but unconscious roles that have been arranged precisely for everyone according to the conscious needs of the plot. So if someone were to ask who you are, and you answer that you are a mechanical engineer, that would be wrong. Look into a mirror. Do you see yourself? The image that you see has to be wrong because all forms are seen inaccurately. You cannot see yourself by the image of your form. The one in the mirror is not your true self at all, but only a false representation. Compare your images at the ages of 8, 18, and 48. They are completely different because they are all illusions. None of them are really you. Look at the people around you. Some are giving impassioned speeches, holding guns tightly, making films, singing and dancing, handling official business, fighting and quarreling, catching thieves, selling goods, and some are preaching. All are just acting and role-playing. None are their true selves, but most are biological robots who are running according to their programmed procedures. Your true self is completely free. When you feel unfree, you are not your real self. You have to go to work on time to make a living, do business to make money, be a police officer to catch bad guys, or do your job according to your superiors. Then you have to maintain the support of your parents, buy a house and a car, get married, and have children. When you make choices, you have to consider the wishes of your family and others around you, and you have to remember traditional ethics and customs. Ultimately, you can never be your true self. You have to consider the expectations, demands, and constraints of the people around you, as well as the cultural values and customs that society adheres to. You want to go one way, but you have to choose another. If you do not, then you will have too bare guilt and pain within your heart. Be angry, assume a feigned manner, pose as a person with high morals, and say words and do things against your will or worse. You will face immediate problems with your food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, illness, and death. So, you would not have been living out your true self, but only playing the role that you have to play according to the program which has been designed as a social plot. You want to be free in your heart, but you must live within constraints because you are trapped within the program. Put into the plot. Cattle are driven into sheds, pigs are driven into pens, and people are driven into circles of other people. Those who are supposed to dig holes, dig them. Supposed to fly, fly. Supposed to be herbivores, graze on grass. Supposed to be carnivores, eat meat. All are hard-pressed to escape from the bonds of the three realms, but can only be bound by the five elements. The script requires that 99% of the people do not to know the truth, because if it were widely known, then the play could not be performed. A news story reported of a migrant whose wife had affairs at home when he was at work and eventually gave birth to a child. He did not know the truth and raised the child into adulthood, but as the child grew, he developed less and less like him, so he had a paternity test run. The DNA test result proved that the child was not his and threw him into a whirlpool of pain and trouble. Once the truth was known, a comedy became a tragedy. King Oedipus in ancient Greek mythology and legend married his own mother unknowingly and innocently and took her as his queen. Had he not learned the truth, he might have enjoyed his warm family. But when they learned it, the queen killed herself out of shame while Oedipus blinded himself and went into exile. Once a truth is learned, its consequences can be terrible. What would you do if you learned that you had protected something that you should have destroyed, or that you had tried to ruin something that you should have been grateful for? It would be useless at that moment, even if the pain and repentance broke your heart. A pig could not live for even a day if it knew that the reason it was bred in captivity was to be slaughtered for food. If 99% of humans knew who they really were, then our whole social system and order would collapse, and the human world, as we know it, would no longer exist. How do we find our true selves? Continue to looking for your true self. 3. 寻找真正的自己. 3. Looking for your true self. 3. 写粉. August 6th, 2012. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Have you watched movies or TV shows? Actors call other actors mom and dad. Are they really their parents? Of course not. They were acting, and none of the roles that they played were real. They were disguised. Someone is crying. Are they really sad? Someone is killed. Is the actor really dead? No and no. They were fake, and everyone is fine. Everything in the play is false, and nothing is real. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable how many actors would die on a battlefield of a war scene. None are actually dead because they are only pretending to be so. Acting in movies and TV shows is acting, but how many people are acting in real life? People pledge their love to husbands and wives for whom they no longer have feelings. They defer to their bosses with smiles, though they hate them inwardly, and they scold the United States viciously, but rack their brains to send their children there. People lust after men or women in their sleepless nights, but then act as guards of public morality and condemn others for acting on their lust. So who is not acting, who are not actors, and who live out their true selves? The truth is that everyone acts. Why are you acting? Because survival forces you to do so. Acting is a survival skill for living, but since it is all just acting, nothing is real. Everything is false. Therefore, everything that we see in human society is false. Nothing is real because everyone is acting. You might say, it is not all acting, some of it is real. My mother gave birth to me. That was not acting, it was real. And I will ask, your mother gave birth to you? Are you sure that she is your mother? The son had been the father, and the daughter had been the mother. So who is your mother? You do not even know who you are. So how can you know that it was your mother who gave birth to you? Besides, how many mothers have you had? How many times have you been born since the beginning of time? Has the same woman given birth to you each time, and has no other women ever given birth to you? Maybe the woman who gave birth to you 500 years ago is your daughter in this life. Can you say that your daughter has never given birth to you? Therefore, it is hard to say who has ever given birth to you, your mother, your daughter, or your lover. Of course, if we limit everything to within this life only, then of course it is your current mother who gave birth to you. When someone pointed at Mary and said to Jesus Christ, "Thy mother and thy brother seek for thee," Jesus answered, "Who is my mother or my brother? Whoever shall do the will of God, the same is my brother, my sister, and my mother." Jesus Christ was real. He was not acting, he was living out his true self. Where is your true self? As long as you want to remain a person, you will never find it or know who you really are. That is, if all your activities are centered around survival, catering to others, your society, your times, and traditional values, and if you still desire money, power, reputation, and sexual satisfaction in your mind and still want to be outstanding, to glorify and illuminate your family name, or to win glory for your homeland, as long as your mind abides somewhere or is tied by someone or something, and as long as you still have desire, demand, hatred, jealousy, resentment, fear, worry, and anxiety from within, then you will never find it either. So, how is the true self to be found? Continue to looking for your true self for 寻找真正的自己. 4. Looking for your true self for 谢访. August 9th, 2012. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. The universe is the big stage for life. It exists for life. It is full of life. And it is full of vigor and vitality. The levels of life are in various poses and have different expressions from low levels to high ones, and both visible ones and invisible ones. All gradually unfold and perform on the big life stage of the universe, which constitutes the magnificent and colorful great universe. From an individual life to groups of many lives, all things are designed and arranged in strict proportions. Take people, for example. Everything in our bodies is designed in proportion, such as our numbers and sizes of eyes, bones, hands, and feet. The roles and lifespans of each life and each group of lives are designed and arranged based on proportions and needs. At the same time, each life group exists in a certain program and belongs to its own species. All life survives in certain programs and will have to enter other ones after they leave their current ones. For instance, the animal world is a life program, human society is another, and the celestial world is still another. When people depart from the human program, they will enter and run in the program of either the animal world or the celestial world. As long as one's role is fixed, as long as they run in a certain program, then none of their life is their true self, because everything has been determined by the plot of a script. It is like shooting a TV series. Each actor must play a certain role according to the script plot. Even if you have some wiggle room, you will still have to follow the general script. The true self is completely free and is not subject to any outside control. If everything is done based on outside requirements rather than personal free will and is constrained by certain outside powers, then they are not the lives of true selves. In the universe, there is no total freedom except for that of the greatest creator. No life can enjoy total freedom. There are different degrees of freedom. The greater the degree of freedom is, the easier it is to find one's true self and live out their true self, and vice versa. Let us consider a pig and a human. Pigs have less freedom than humans and are subject to the restrictions and controls of humans. So pigs cannot live out their free wills. They live for humans and thus can never find their true selves. Humans have more freedom than pigs, so compared to pigs, humans can live out much more of themselves. Actually, humans in general who live in marriages with families have less freedom than those who live in the new oasis for life. The former live passively, while the later are free from the shackles of marriage and family programs and free from many of the constraints of the 36-8 diagram arrays of life. Thus, they have more freedom and can live out more of their true selves. Lower life levels have less freedom, and higher life levels have more freedom. For instance, each of the plant world, the animal world, the mortal world, and the celestial beings world have more freedom than the ones before them. It can be said that the worlds closest to hell have the least freedom, but those closest to heaven have the most. Therefore, one has to strive for the higher levels of life space. The highest level is heaven, and that is where true selves are. The more freedom there is, the easier it is to find one's true self. The less freedom, the less true self. In the entire universe, from the material world to the non-material world, the most real place to find one's true life self is on the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world, because it is the place where life is free from all programs, is no longer playing a scenario role, and everything is self-decided. There is only the self, the designer, the arranger, the director, and the screenwriter are all the self. We can thus arrive at the conclusion that one can only find their true self in heaven. Pigs cannot find their true selves as pigs, and similarly humans cannot find their true selves as humans. The only absolute way to find one's true self is to become a super celestial being. How does one become a super celestial being? By following Tao and bringing oneness to Tao and to the consciousness of the greatest creator to achieve self-consistency. This is how we find our true selves. 广义相对论的启示 Revelations from General Relativity. Xiefeng. September 1st, 2005. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. The attraction between the Earth and the tested body has gravitational mass. Exerting force to a body, the body will produce reaction force. It resists acceleration, so the body has inertial mass. The gravitational mass and inertial mass of the same body tested in a variety of ways arrive at such a conclusion. Gravitational mass equals inertial mass. Isaac Newton believed that the measurement result of equivalence of the mass is only coincidental. But Albert Einstein found that such equivalence exists in a glorious channel that replaced Newton's theory. Galileo Galilei noted the phenomenon in his experiment that the acceleration of a body in a gravitational field is independent of its mass. In gravitational fields, bodies of different masses fall at identical speeds. The acceleration of two bodies toward each other in the same gravitational field are always equal. For example, if we were to remove all air resistance, then anything falling toward the Earth would accelerate at a constant rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. In order to explain the principle of the equivalence of gravitational mass and inertial mass, Einstein came up with his famous third hypothesis, general relativity. If an inertial system is equal to a gravitational system, which is evenly accelerated, then we can introduce a uniform gravitational field into it and assume that the inertial system, will remain static. On the basis of this third hypothesis, Einstein deduced his fourth one, which is also the same in all systems. Any observer inside an accelerated running elevator will perceive a spot of light that is shining through its window at a constant speed along a level line into the elevator that lands on its opposite wall differently than an observer who is outside the same elevator. Einstein's fourth hypothesis confirms that observers inside the elevator err by neglecting the massive energy, because it is very small. However, slight changes of movements of energy can be observed near very strong gravitational fields. It has been shown that light which is close enough to the sun will be drawn toward it due to its huge mass. Thus, Einstein reached a surprising conclusion. The world in which we live is not Euclidean. That is, circles in Euclidean geometry are no longer round. Parallel lines intersect or diverge, and the sums of the angles of triangles are not 180 degrees. This strange conclusion is called the geometry of the universe. 1 plus 1 cannot always equal 2. What is the speed of a photon plus the speed of a moving train? Can there be such a speed in reality? Place one atomic clock atop a mountain and another one of similar performance at the foot of the same mountain, and their measured times will gradually diverge. The one on the top of the mountain will run slightly more slowly than the one at its foot. Why? Because gravitational fields alter time and space. What are the revelations of general relativity to us? Any conclusion about macro space and time from the perception of microspace and time might be inaccurate. Any conclusion drawn from within a system can be inconsistent with one drawn from outside of it. There are natural laws in the universe which apply everywhere and always. There are differences between abstract theories and reality. Space and time are not absolute. What kind of worldview and outlook on life can we draw from these revelations? We may have been living mistakenly. That which is in our consciousness is not truth, but distorted reality. Absolutely correct doctrines, theories, and ideas from within any religious, social, or governmental system may ultimately be disproved. There are irrefutable universal laws which apply to all space and time. These laws are collectively the will of the greatest creator, Tao. No theory is absolute and eternally true. We should never believe blindly in the classical theories, but should think from the perspective of holographic order. Returning from old age to youth and advancing from youth to old age, as well as living in different spaces is possible. No one has yet discovered all the secrets of the universe. On the contrary, we are only beginning to explore its wonders, and what we do know only scratches the surface. We are still ignorant of the meanings of time and space. So any strong opposition to new ideas, innovative approaches, and new philosophical perspectives is reactionary to the universe and to life, and is a suppression of human nature. Only the concept of unifying all religions into a single uniform one is relatively correct thinking. Only the way of the greatest creator is the universal natural law to bring salvation from human suffering at the macro level. 前往天堂的24个硬性指标 24 mandatory indices to heaven. Xiefeng. November 18th, 2018. Translated by Treasure and edited by Kayer. The universe is not only rational, but also mathematical. Whatever does not conform to scientific principles is a fantasy, a dream. Assumptions do not confirm scientific principles because only facts and tested theories are their cores. Everything that really exists conforms to scientific principles. Everything that can be deduced logically also conforms to scientific principles, even if we cannot see that they exist. Does heaven exist or does it not? This is quite simple. For as long as we can see the reality of heaven, or as long as its existence can be deduced logically, then we can conclude that it does. No one's description of heaven is convincing unless many people have witnessed it for themselves and can confirm it repeatedly. The thousand-year world of heaven that I have described would not be convincing if it were only my personal description. But when I copied it onto the earth, and hundreds of people not only saw it but also lived in it and experienced it, then it became time to accept its existence. Though seemed humble, it is the thousand-year world of heaven's earthly manifestation. If you still cannot recognize these facts in front of you, then you are only proving that you are disregarding them and preferring to stay with your comfortable dreams and illusions. Everyone knows about the plane rectangular coordinate system, which has 4 quadrants, and each quadrant expresses a different nature. For example, if the first quadrant is all positive and the third one is all negative, then the first quadrant can represent heaven and the third one can represent hell. The space in which life exists is not a plane rectangular coordinate system, though, but a three-dimensional cubic coordinate system with volume, also called a complex rectangular coordinate system because it has horizontal space-time, and this horizontal space-time is invisible to people within three-dimensional space. Although people cannot see it, it can still be deduced in a scientific way. That is, by the imaginary number axis, which is perpendicular to both our eyes and also to the x and y axis, through the plane rectangular coordinate system origin. Think of it like a chopstick that is perpendicular to our eyes, and we can only see a point, though a point is clearly not its true nature. Because a virtual axis is added to the plane Cartesian coordinate system, that plane Cartesian coordinate system has become a three-dimensional one in which there are 20 quadrants. We human beings live in only one of them. The other 19 are spaces that humans do not experience or understand thoroughly as of yet, and heaven is among them. This is the scientific principle of heaven. Since heaven exists and life is so beautiful there, then of course we are all eager to go there. The question is, how do we get there? No matter who you are, a religious follower or an atheist, rich or poor, an official or a common citizen, a university professor or an illiterate, you can go to heaven by reaching its standard, but if you are substandard, then you will have to recycle through the samsara of the mortal world, the animal world, or even the livestock world. Here are the 24 mandatory requirement indices. Freedom from debts, accumulation of merits and virtues, freedom from worldly ties, freedom from troubles and annoyances, freedom from anxiety, freedom from grief, freedom from worries, freedom from fears, possession of nothing, having a carefree mind, neither complaining nor resenting, distance from anger and loss of temper, lack of envy for others, lack of negativity and pessimism, never comparing oneself to others, never regarding oneself as correct, never arguing with or contending with others, keeping a peaceful and joyous mind, having a fondness for playing, having no special relationship with anyone, sharing everything with others, having upbringing, self-cultivation, and self-restraint, lacking a mind but showing a nature, freedom from ego. No matter who you are, as long as you meet these 24 requirements listed above, then you have reached the standard and you will undoubtedly go to heaven. There is no need for ascetic practices, meditation, praying in churches and temples, understanding the classics, taking someone as your master, burning joss sticks, or even kowtowing and worshiping. On the other hand, if you do not meet the standards, even if you have read all the classics wholeheartedly, have self-cultivated and self-improved for thousands of years, are wealthy in knowledge, are a supermaster, have been preaching all your life, and have thousands of followers, are eloquent enough to fully understand the classics, and no matter how much you have contributed to the world, then please accept my apology, because you are not and will not be heaven-bound. It is easy to see that heaven is an ideal society, but why is it so ideal? The reason is that every life can enjoy its pleasure fully. If one who is unable to meet the standard were to enter heaven, then how could the others be guaranteed the freedom to enjoy their pleasure of life fully? That would be impossible. Heaven does exist, and the road to it is clear. Go there or do not. The decision is yours. 一团有关性的迷雾, a cloud of fog about nature. Xiefeng, November 18th, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. The universe is a stage for nature, and everything and all phenomena are nature's dances. The true essence of Buddhism is an enlightened heart is perceptive to nature, perceptive to Buddha. The main theme of the Bloodstream sermon by Master Bodhidharma was that nature, same word as sex in Chinese, is Buddha and Buddha is nature. Without the perception of nature, all teachings of Dharma are demonic talks and all practicing of magic is demonic conduct. The sixth patriarch, Huaning's The Platform Sutra says, who would know that our nature, essence of mind, Tathagata, suchness, is intrinsically pure? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from becoming or annihilating? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically self-sufficient? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from change? Who would have thought that all things are manifestations of our nature? From this point of view, we should follow our nature. If so, willfulness is right, and the wayward person is dictated by willful nature, but reality tells us that willful people cannot become immortal or Buddha. To follow one's nature, but not be willful is a contradiction. This is the fog about nature. Let's take Jiaoyi, Lixian, and Tianxin as examples to analyze willfulness. Jiaoyi is weak-willed, Lixian is medium-willed, and Tianxin is strong-willed. Weak-willed people have their own cognition and ideas about everything, and they always include contradictions and conflicts with Tao. They always want things to develop according to their own wishes, but because they have awe in their hearts, they are still willing to yield even when they are unhappy. Therefore, they can still walk on the way of Tao. Medium-willed people know that they are wrong, but they have strong self-esteem and easily drift between Tao and the mortal trail. If their self-esteem is well protected, they can merge into Tao. If their self-esteem is damaged, they will deviate from the Tao and move toward the trail. Strong-willed people are desperate to act according to their own wishes. Although they might know that they are wrong, their emotions exceed their rationality, and they are unwilling to comply with Tao, let alone succumb to it. Wayward people have generally been spoiled since they were young and have experienced too little frustration in their lives. How does one escape from this nature fog? All speech and behaviors are caused by the trends of nature, and nature is the strongest driving force. Let us observe everything in nature: the loftiness and erecting of mountains, the fickleness and flowing of water, the birth and growth of plants in spring and summer, the fighting and killing of animals, and the fighting and robbing in the human world. All are the deductions of nature. From this point of view, following one's nature and willfulness are both not only problematic, but also dangerous, just like wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards following their natures, and kudo, vine, vitex, and thorns that are willful. From this, the sixth patriarch Oanings, who would know that our nature, essence of mind, Tathagata suchness, is intrinsically pure, who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from becoming or annihilating? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically self-sufficient? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from change? Who would have thought that all things are the manifestation of our nature? Are also problematic. The self-nature is not pure. It has birth and annihilation, and it cannot produce everything. Follow one's nature. But what kind of nature? The nature of a devil or that of Buddha? The nature of beasts or that of humanity? Willful. But to follow what will? To follow the will of nature, or to follow that of self? To follow the collective commonality or individual's personality? If you want to become a cat, then you must catch mice when you see them, otherwise you will not be a cat. If you want to become an immortal, then you must follow the immortal nature strictly, or you cannot become one. A cat is not a cat if it is compassionate when it sees a mouse. An immortal is no longer an immortal if his or her heart moans and laments when he or she sees marriages and funerals, or weeping and crying in the mortal world. In order to become a Buddha, one needs to perceive nature, but must not follow one's nature and be willful. If you want to go to heaven, then you also need to perceive nature, but you must not follow human nature and be obsessed with the debauchery of mortal life and the passing clouds in the physical world. 我与魔王的又一次对话. Another conversation with the king devil, Satan. Dayform Celestial. December 11th, 2019. Translated by Chin Yu and edited by Kayer. It was 3 o'clock on the morning of December 11th, 2019 when I passed through a space-time tunnel and entered the palace of the king devil. I saw how brightly it was lit and that it was radiating a brilliant illumination, splendid and magnificent, grand yet solemn, and the guards in front of the door were all handsome, spirited, brave, and mighty. In the palace, a guard stood every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Handsome men and beautiful women walked in and out, and everything was in order. When I came to the gate of the palace, one of those enchanting women came to greet me and told me that the king knew I was coming and was waiting for me in the hall. After passing through many corridors, we finally entered his hall, as I then gazed upon a jade-red throne at the top of several dozen steps. It was inlaid with countless gems that were crystal clear, while radiating colorful and dazzling lights. On the throne sat a beautiful, peerless man with an imposing appearance, handsome, natural, and divine. 16 women stood beside him, and they were all extremely beautiful, sexy, charming, and glamorous. The ground and the walls were all made of pure gold, magnificent and impeccable. The king devil stood and looked down upon me from a high place and asked, "How are you, Dayform Celestial? Have you come here to surrender to me, or to steal my magic?" I stood below, looking up at him with a smile, and replied, "I am surely here to find fault with you." The king devil laughed. "You tiny celestial dare to find fault with me. It is very courageous of you. Is there a problem?" I replied cautiously. "Most worthy of gods who penetrates everything. How could I be qualified to find fault with you? I would not dare even if I had 100,000 times my courage. It is just that I missed you, so I just decided to drop by and ask for a cup of tea." Lies! The king devil feigned anger and turned his head with a growl. Then he smiled and tried to persuade me. "Dayform Celestial, why not come here to enjoy my glory and wealth and forget about your tireless task of reaping ripe crops? Even if you could go to the celestial islands in the future, how could it ever be as glorious as my palace?" Rather than answering him directly, I decided that this would be a good time to answer a question with a question. Most worthy of gods. You have neither thieves nor robbers here. So why do you keep such tight security at your door? A guard at every third step and a sentry at every fifth. They are so majestic, they show how powerful I am, and I just like having them, the king devil replied. But there are no blue skies or white clouds here, nor trees, flowers, or grass. It is all jewels. I still think that the celestial world is better, I continued. The king devil replied leisurely. It seems that you have not escaped from your mortal world. What do you think of my women here? The most beautiful, enchanting, and sexy women anywhere. This is the Western vision of paradise. Remember the Garden of Eden? It was created by me. The blue skies, white clouds, green mountains, blue water, wildflowers, and countless rare and exotic fruits. But Adam and Eve could not enjoy its blessings. Did humans not ruin it? I was a little puzzled and asked a little confused. Is the God in the Bible really you? The king devil then asked. The whole world is under my rule. Other than me, are there any other gods? Then the God that all mankind has worshipped for thousands of years is you? Are you not afraid that the greatest creator will punish you? The greatest creator will never punish me because it is my dedicated burden to maintain the dynamic balance of life in the universe. In the human world and in hell, I have the right to do whatever I want. Only Jesus and you, dayform celestial, keep ruining my plans. Jesus has been punished and driven away by me, and you will have no better luck. So, one of my eyes is blind. Is this your punishment for me? I like your lecherous character, so I just punished you slightly. Maybe I will blind your other eye. Do you believe me? I surely believe you, but most worthy of gods, I also have my mission, and I cannot help myself. Besides, I only take 1 or 2% of human lives away, or as few as 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, and I am not going against you. You will not be cruel to me, will you? The king devil said with a serious face. Do not pretend to be pitiful here. Do not wish for me to be compassionate. Justice has long arms, so do not dream of escaping from my net of justice. I will chase you and all of your Chanyuan celestials, and exhaust them and you will all continue to reincarnate obediently. I was a little bit depressed and complained. Most worthy of gods, is it your rhythm that you will kill everyone? Nonsense, the king devil said a bit angrily. When have I killed anyone? I have never hurt a fly. The situation and results of every life are for their own sake, and they cannot blame me for anything. In that case, can I still have hope and opportunity to take some people to heaven? Can I? I asked innocently. While the priest climbs a foot, I climb 10. Whether you can pick them up depends on the depth of your spiritual character, the king devil answered. Do you mean that you will no longer set up barriers to me? I asked. You're being delusional. Not only will I continue setting up obstacles to block you, but I will also do my best to stop you, the king devil said firmly. How will you stop me? I asked. The king devil told me this in detail. Shakyamuni once wanted to take many people away, and Lao Tzu used to plan secretly to take many others away, but most of them were stopped by me. Only a few dozen managed to escape. If you want to take some, it will not be more than 200 or 300. My ways of preventing them are diverse, strange, and unpredictable. People are slaves to money, so I will stop over 80% of them with that. Then another 5% can be stopped with the offer of power. Then reputation, status, beauty, affection, and love will stop another 7% to 8%. Then I will use poverty, hunger, war, illness, fear, death, and so on to stop 7% to 8% of them. Finally, the Psychedelic Academy will make your remaining members drunk on gong, magic arts, and powerful spells that will stop most of the remaining ones. If necessary, I will make a few godlings appear in the world to show supernatural powers and magical arts to people in order to confuse those who have chosen you. Do the math. How many are left for you to take away? These are just my open methods. I also have countless secret tricks. What are those secret tricks? You most worthy of gods, could you tell me a few? I beg sincerely. Dayform celestial. You want me to reveal my mysteries by negligence without knowing them? You underestimate me too much. Do not play on your cleverness. small tricks in front of me. Can I tell you my secret tricks? If I told them to you, would I still be the king devil? Thank you for your teaching, but I have a request. I have only reaped 200 or 300 Chanyuan celestials across more than a decade. Could you be lenient to these 200 or 300 Chanyuan celestials and let me take them away smoothly? I begged. You are absolutely crazy. It is your idiotic dreaming. You want to make a deal with me? Do you think I am a human? I am a god. I must abide strictly by the laws of heaven and never allow any to pass. Are you not building a home? Build one, and I will destroy it. Build another, and I will destroy it too. Build many, and I will destroy them all until you are impoverished, downhearted, lose all your confidence, and return to my devil's way. If I cannot destroy you with external forces, then I will get into your heart, your consciousness, your blood, and your bone marrow to fully mobilize your demon, animal, and human natures, so that you will guard against, be suspicious of, torture, and destroy each other, make a foul stench of your home, and eventually wear you down. I will make people call you a liar, a scam artist, a rapist, a seductive hypocrite, a villain who destroys families, and a man with the evilest of intentions. If necessary, I will use the state dictatorship machine to arrest you. Do you still have any hope for your Chanyuan celestials to escape from my trap? Hearing what the king devil said, I collapsed to the floor feebly, as if my whole body was drained of blood. My tears rushed out. I wanted to curse the king devil. I was ready to shout out when I woke up in a cold sweat from that horrible nightmare. 个人如何顺应自然之道? How individuals should conform to the ways of nature. Xiefeng. December 18th, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. Introduction. The beauty and simplicity of nature can only be truly appreciated after one has experienced the richness of life. Experiencing the vicissitudes of life teaches you the truth of original nature. Directing the country high-spiritedly only to have things backfire in the end. Pitting one region against another and overcoming all obstacles. These are all totally unnecessary. Surrender to the way of nature. Be content with the status quo and accept reality. Nothing is controlled by man. Everything is determined by nature. If it is predestined, it will appear eventually. If it is not, do not insist upon it. Blessings come, enjoy them. Suffering comes, bear it. I will accept with pleasure whatever the greatest Creator arranges for me, neither worrying, complaining, getting angry, nor with rage. If there is no sea, I will admire the rivers in front of me leisurely. If there are no rivers, I will take company with streams. If there are no streams, I will just wait for the rain to fall from the sky. If I have a bad fate, then I will not complain about anyone because I have enjoyed too many blessings for the too few merits from my previous lives. If there is no one to help me on my journey of life, I will not blame anyone because I was too selfish and did not establish good ties along my way. Karma is perfectly accurate, so I will eat coarse grain every day, live in thatched huts, and wear patched clothes, but my heart will remain calm and my mind will be relaxed. Do not be jealous or envious. You have your heavenly plan, and I have my serenade. You are beautiful and charming but suffer a harsh life. I have an unsatisfactory look but boast a heart of gold. You are earth-shaking and cloud-blowing while I am content with poverty and am devoted leisurely to Tao. You have many guests and your place is crowded with people and vehicles, but I only communicate with the spirit of heaven and earth. You live with the debauchery of villas and luxury cars, but I live with bright moons and gentle breezes. Grass never envies the richness of peony. Weeping willows never envy the fullness of fruit trees. Everything is arranged appropriately, and I neither envy nor admire anyone. Never make excessive demands. Demanding that your cat guards your house, that your dog plows your field, that your rooster lays eggs, or that your sow gives milk would all be against the ways of nature and therefore fruitless. Some things are born with purpose, others are born with talent. There is neither a panacea for all diseases, nor perfect sages and saints. Command neither your superiors nor your subordinates excessively, neither parents nor children, neither husbands nor wives, and of course, neither brothers, sisters, friends, lovers, neighbors, nor other relatives. Green, swaying bamboo benefits your mind. That is enough. Do not command bamboo to bear dates for you. When someone cooks for you, that is enough. Do not demand that your dish be both delicious and colorful. It is enough to have someone to accompany you on your journey. Do not expect them to fulfill all your desires. Do what you can without taking risks. He who has no diamond should not undertake to cut glass. What will happen when you load 3 tons onto a truck that is made for 2 tons, or if you drive on a curved mountain road at 120 kilometers per hour? What if you pour an entire pot of boiling water into a drinking glass? What if you have only 200,000 yuan in your pocket, but you want to buy a 1 million yuan building? Everyone is like a container which can only hold a certain amount. If that amount is exceeded, either the container will burst or serious waste will occur. If you can only carry 80 caddies, but you want to carry 100 of them, you will be crushed. Therefore, we must do everything within our capability to not take such risks. Watch cheerfully as others run companies effortlessly, but do not imitate them. Watch neighbors build high-rise buildings, but do not chase them. Watch others become internet celebrities, but do not follow them. Watch others send their children to study abroad, but do not send yours. You must weigh your own abilities. If you do not have enough abilities, then do not be too ambitious. Always do what you can, never attempt to do what you cannot. Non-action means non-contention. The way of nature has arranged everything in an orderly manner. Whether it is a dog or a cat, a hawk or a chicken, a peach or an apricot, or a man or a woman, everything is arranged and predetermined. Everything is born. In beehives, the queens, drones, and workers are all determined at birth. Their purposes are not chosen by democratic voting, nor can any bee who wants to become a queen through their own hard work become one. The queen needs to hold no meetings with groups of her subordinates to discuss and arrange daily affairs. Each bee does what it is destined to do, and all divisions of labor are clear and orderly. The same is true in human society. The role of each person has been decided long ago. If you are predestined to be a president, then you cannot be a craftsman. If a beggar, then you cannot become a billionaire. If a commoner, then you cannot become a saint. If a thief, then you cannot become a hero with immortal fame. Some people are natural organizers and leaders, while some are destined to be imprisoned. No one's life from birth to death is up to themselves. You can only decide to do what is predestined. It is next to impossible for you to change or achieve anything substantial by your efforts. Only peach trees can bear peaches. No matter how hard they work, they will never bear pomegranates. No matter how hard they study and research, even if they rack their brains and fail to eat and sleep, flies will never produce honey. So practice non-action. Set no goals for yourself. Think nothing about becoming a rich celebrity. Do not expect to become a pianist or any musician, let alone think about how to make yourself a returning Jesus or a Z-Way saint. Every day, just do what you should do right on that day. Take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relationships, act in accordance with your nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Do not contend with anyone. It is of no use. If it should be yours, it will be yours. If it should not be yours, you will not get it by contention. Point 6. Do not insist. Do not hold. Many parents make plans and arrangements for their children and do not want their children to lose at the starting line. What is their result? Children who are forced by their parents will definitely lose at the finish line because they will have pulled up seedlings to help them grow and will have violated the way of nature. Qin Shi Huang wanted to pass the country from his generation to his progeny after unifying the 6 kingdoms, but Qin II lost his state power and Qin III never appeared. Many people want to pass their family business or their career that they have earned through their hard work onto their children, but the results often backfire. Many people try their best to make their spouses loyal to themselves after they get married. But what happens? 95% of men cheat, and 95% of women suffer by attempting to toss their husbands' mistresses out. Those who hold it lose it. Those who make it spoil it. Do you want to control something in your hands firmly? Do you want to spare no effort to defend your treasure? That is whimsical, ignorant, and foolish because nothing can be held or controlled indefinitely by anyone. You had better follow nature and let water flow naturally. 7. Be as good as you can regardless of where it will lead you. Melons' pedicels fall when their fruit ripens, and channels form when water flows. When we say that all things are destined and have been arranged long ago, we mean that there are rules and principles for everything and they run in accordance with unchanging procedures for thousands of years. That is, a person's current state is caused by their past thoughts, words, and actions. If they have been doing evil all the time, then there is no doubt that they will be destined to go to hell unless they rein in on the brink of the precipice and repent thoroughly of their misdeeds. If they have been doing good and accumulating virtue, then they will undoubtedly be destined to go to heaven because karma is a program. Whatever we enter into this program, it will feed corresponding results back to us. This is called destined by heaven. This is called the way of nature. Therefore, make dedications throughout your life and neither ask nor care about their results because the program will run and arrange things according to them. When melons ripen, their pedicels fall off. Do not doubt that when quantitative changes reach saturation, qualitative change will definitely follow. What matters is that we stick to these changes for many years or even for the rest of our lives. If this life is not enough, we should continue to do so in our future lives. 8. Have unrestrained imagination and fly freely. The way of nature controls everything except our imagination. Beggars can imagine that they are royalty, and singles can imagine that they have 100 spouses. Anyone can have sex with anyone they want to within the world of their imagination. Mortals can imagine themselves appreciating and enjoying heaven, and you can imagine yourself taking the sun away or becoming a wild goose flying in the sky. Whatever you think, this is our free will bestowed to us by the greatest creator. No matter what you think, you will neither be punished nor rewarded. It is even okay if you beat someone up in your imagination. You just need to make yourself happy and satisfy your wishes. None of these imaginings will be input into the causal program. Therefore, you can be unrestrained and fly freely. Here, I would like to point out that motivation and imagination seem to be the same thing, but there is an essential difference. Motivation is an inner activity that you want to put into practice. Imagination is an ongoing or completed conscious activity for self-entertainment. Conclusion. To conform to nature is to conform to objective laws and natural principles, and to never impose one's own will on them in order to change anything artificially. Follow the way of nature, and everything will be harmonious and people will be happy about everything. Go against it, and all things will be disorderly and conflicted. There will be hurricanes, hail, drought, scorching heat, turmoil, war, plague, and famine, and people will be worried, sad, anxious, and even encounter disasters. That is to say, following the way of nature will be rewarded by Tao, violating the way of nature will be punished by Tao, and surrendering to the way of nature will ensure your place in heaven. 自然之道解析 Analysis of the Way of Nature. Xiefeng. December 15th, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. The way of nature is the way of the greatest creator, of non-action and silence, and to harmony and freedom. It is the outline and the law of the universe, and the way of heaven and Tao itself. By following the way of nature, everything would be in order. The weather would be favorable and society would be peaceful. By deviating from the way of nature, everything would be chaotic and disorderly. Disasters would occur frequently. The world would be turbulent, and people would be contentious. By fighting against heaven, our suffering would be constant. By fighting against the earth and each other, our suffering would be endless. By fighting against Tao, our abyss of misery would be endless. The way of nature is profound, mysterious, and can neither be measured nor understood by human intelligence. It is full of vitality, which can be neither resisted nor refused. The place that obeys it is heaven, but the place that goes against it is hell. Tsunamis, tornadoes, hurricanes, typhoons, gales, thunderstorms, floods, droughts, scorching heat, hail, epidemics, insect plagues, and so on in nature are all caused by human society's failure to follow nature's way and all of its warnings to mankind. Wars, turmoil, fighting, riots, revolutions, dynasties changing, diseases, hunger, and other phenomena that occur in human societies are the results of human violations of nature and are its punishments to mankind. How has human society deviated from the way of nature? Things that bring trouble, pain, anxiety, sorrow, horror, fear, sadness, or despair to people but cannot make them happy, joyous, free, or blessed deviate from the way of nature. I hereby affirm that the developments and inventions of science and the inventions and applications of all tools do not deviate from the way of nature. The five main things that deviate from it are as follows. Legal systems with laws, judges, and lawyers have all violated the way of nature. Western societies that govern themselves with artificial laws deviate from the way of nature. Look at the plants, animals, and insects. They have never needed laws or legal systems, but are they not running well? With judges and lawyers, human societies lose their natural attributes and human nature becomes forced into distortion. The people who want to build several houses on their own land are regulated and restricted, and people's attributes of truthfulness, goodness, and beauty are restricted and controlled by laws. The existence of countries violates the way of nature and is equivalent to artificially building a high wall to imprison people within this big prison called nationhood. Migratory birds migrate freely, so why cannot people? According to the principles of nature, human societies must have governments, but just as bee and ant queendoms have bee and ant queens, governments should only be symbols to unite people's hearts, not organizations to manage and regulate them. When governments expand out of proportion and implement their wills upon every aspect of human life, then they completely deviate from the way of nature. The more problems they create, the more bitter their people become. And this is where those governments develop strong wills and subvert the way of nature. Fewer problems exist, and people live in peace and contentment when the government has complied more with the way of nature. Our marriage systems deviate from the way of nature because they bind couples together forcibly. They conform to neither the laws and principles of nature nor to those of human nature. If they did, then there would be no phenomena of cheating and betrayals. The thoughts and practices of trying to change other people and their natures go against the ways of nature, such as mutual torture and devastations between married couples, mutual condemnation and strife between political parties, mutual hostility and competition for believers among religions, mutual restrictions and sanctions between countries, and human transformations of nature, such as reclamation of the sea, deforestation of forests, building hydroelectric dams, and transforming rivers, grasslands, wetlands, lakes, deserts, and so forth. All of these thoughts and behaviors violate the ways of nature. All success studies, nutrition studies, talent studies, prenatal teaching, fast learning, doctrines, truth studies, Western medicine, cloning, and so on violate the way of nature. Violations of the way of nature will definitely be punished by it. The way of punishment is to make people suffer, fear, despair, and even die through disasters. Human intelligence will attend to one thing while losing another. The way of nature is the only law that mankind should obey. People in the 1,000-year world and 10,000-year world follow it purely, so everything is peaceful, safe, warm, and satisfying there. Attempting to follow nature would confuse people. They would ask an unlimited number of questions about how issues would be handled. Without countries, who would protect us from them? Without legal systems, who would handle disagreements and resolve disputes? Without political parties, who would manage our lives? How can humans reproduce without marriages? Were people allowed to migrate without controls? Would they not all move to the prosperous big cities? Without controls, would the human population not expand indefinitely? Without the police, would people not destroy the ecology and misbehave? And would bandits and robbers not be everywhere? Without strong interventions and restrictions, would we not fight for resources everywhere? And would armies not appear in vassal states, not arise that would conquer and kill people everywhere? To eliminate these doubts and obtain answers, we should neither read the writings of human thoughts nor imitate the experiences of human history, but read the books without words, read the heavens, the earth, and all of nature. Were there no humans on this earth, would the kingdoms of plants, animals, and insects have any of these problems? Of course not. We would discover the principles of mutual generation and restraint of the way of nature, its principle of natural regulation, and discover that when anything goes to excesses or extremes, a restraining force always comes into being. If you think that human beings following the way of nature would move them toward the law of the jungle, then look at the state of the thousand-year world of heaven, and we will surely learn sensible, reasonable, and legal answers from it. 先性 The Nature of Celestial Beings. Xiefeng. November 22nd, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. Nature is the characteristics of all structures, things, and even lives. The kinds of structures present determine the kinds of natures there are. All beings have their own natures. Gods have divine ones, Buddhas have Buddhist ones, demons have demonic ones, celestials have celestial ones, people have human ones, and beasts have animal ones. All things have their own ones. Mountains have mountainous ones, lakes have watery ones, soil has an earthly one, stones have rocky ones, and trees and flowers have plant ones. The Compendium of Materia Medica introduces more than 500 medicines with each having their own medicinal properties, natures. Each of the 118 chemical elements in the periodic table have their own characteristics and natures. The differences between some lives and others, and between some things and others, are determined by their structures. Different structures have different natures. In order for one kind of life to transform into another kind, its structure must be altered toward that desired end. No life's nature will change if its structure remains the same. While it is impossible to change life structures directly without genetic surgery being performed, their life structures are non-material, invisible, and intangible. It is still impossible to alter non-material life structures through surgery. To change a life structure, you must start by changing its consciousness. For example, if you want to become a celestial, then you must transform your consciousness from one of a human to one of a celestial. However, the transformation of a consciousness cannot be reached without centuries of self-improvement and self-refinement. Consciousnesses are too complicated. They penetrate into blood cells, bone marrow, time and space itself, detention information space, and even into one's life trajectory. The components of consciousnesses are enormous. It can often be very difficult to distinguish between human ones and celestial ones because they are ambiguous and specious. Unless there is a higher level of life to point out the direction, it is that the true face of the mountain Lu is lost to my sight, for it is right in this mountain that I reside. There is a shortcut through which people can become celestials. That is to follow the celestial nature, and it is relatively simple to do this. You do not need to read books on celestial cultivation and spend your limited lifetimes trying to understand them from the principles of truth, meditation, immortality pills, praying to gods, worshiping the Buddha, or reciting the scriptures every day, because even illiterates who follow the celestial nature can become celestial beings. So, what are the natures of celestials, and what are their manifestations? People can be divided into these 5 groups: ignorant commoners, laities, mortals, sages, and celestials, saints. Celestials can be subdivided into these 5 types: ghost celestials, human celestials, land celestials, deity celestials, and super celestials. Here I will only express the nature of celestials in the thousand-year world, because this is the easiest state for people to reach. If people can follow the nature of celestials in the thousand-year world, then they will join them to live the lives of celestials after their deaths. The nature of celestial beings is that they have the following 8 characteristics. They follow what is predestined, are open, leave things to fate, and are free and unfettered. They conduct themselves limitlessly, follow situations, and act flexibly. They are amorous, yet never attach importance to affection. They possess nothing and are totally unfettered. They never do anything, yet all things happen through them, because they follow Tao. They feel no mercy or pity, but are natural and unrestrained. They neither contend nor argue, but associate with other celestials. They behave with the elegant demeanor of a celestial being by talking cheerfully and humorously. A life with the above 8 characteristics is celestial one. If you follow their 8 characteristics, then you will possess their nature, and you will have doubtlessly become one already. Humans can never achieve any of these 8 characteristics of celestial nature, not even one of them. Of course, people occasionally show signs of celestial natures, but they are just flashes of light and disappear quickly. It is easy to understand theoretically and logically, but extremely difficult to achieve, so it is not easy to become a celestial. For example, could you follow what is predestined, be open, leave things to fate, and be free and unfettered? If you were placed in a cell where you could only eat grass roots, everyone would scold and bully you, and snakes and scorpions would be rampant. Another example would be, could you possess nothing and be totally unfettered if you knew that you were about to die? Could you be free from the worries of the people for whom and the things for which you care? Would you have no fear or regrets, and could you really be totally unfettered? As for conducting with no limit, no mercy, no sadness, those are much more difficult to achieve. Only people who are born with celestial roots can become celestial beings. As humans, you had better stop your wishful thinking. A leopard cannot change its spots, so just be an honest person. 先性解析 Analyses of the nature of celestial beings. Xiefeng, November 23rd, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. Following that which is predestined, being open, leaving everything to fate, and being free and unfettered. Conducting yourself limitlessly, following situations, and acting flexibly. Being amorous everywhere, but never attaching importance to affection. Possessing nothing, yet being totally unfettered. Never doing anything while allowing all things to happen through Tao. Feeling no mercy or pity, but being natural and unrestrained. Neither contending nor arguing, but walking with celestials. Behaving with the elegant demeanor of a celestial being. Talking cheerfully and humorously. Here, we shall analyze each of the above natures of celestials. Following that which is predestined, being open, leaving everything to fate, and being free and unfettered. Following what is predestined is following one's luck and letting it come naturally. Being open is being bold and open-minded but not adhering to etiquette and customs. Following what is predestined and being open means that whether you live in a 5-star hotel or a thatched house, whether you eat delicacies from the land and sea, genetically modified coarse bread, or even moldy leftovers, whether people you get along with are civilized and reasonable or completely savage and uncooperative, whether you live in a hot place with lots of mosquitoes or in a cold place lacking vitality, whether you wear brocaded famous branded clothes or torn rags, that you accept what comes to you, always have a peaceful mind, treat things with an open mind, be generous, and do not care about worldly eyes and comments. Leaving everything to fate means letting fate arrange everything. Being free and unfettered means being at ease and traveling leisurely. Leaving everything to fate and being free and unfettered means believing in Tao, in cause and effect, that what you give is equal to what you get, that everything is arranged justly by the Tao, leaving everything to the arrangement of destiny, not wanting to change anything, not wanting to obtain anything, and not wanting to achieve any purpose. When blessings are here, enjoy them. When disasters are here, bear them delightedly. Neither resent nor blame anyone. Whether in good times or adversity, always remain natural and unrestrained, free, carefree, leisurely, contented, calm as water, and smiling at your situation. Point 2. Conducting yourself limitlessly, following the situations, and acting flexibly. Conducting yourself means going forward or stopping. No limits means no boundaries. Conducting yourself with no limits means that I, grand aunt, as long as I am not hurting any other person, society, or nature, can make myself as comfortable as I choose, and that I, grandpa, under the same rules for proper behavior, can be as happy as I want to be. Following the situations means moving according to situations and changing according to their changes and not sticking to old systems, traditions, dogma, or the scriptures and the master's preaching. Acting flexibly means managing oneself according to situations. Following situations and acting flexibly means having no fixed precepts or rules in your mind, and that no rules and regulations are set in advance. Buddha has no set rules because they always conform to meeting situations. All affairs should be treated, handled, coped with, and ascertained flexibly. 3. Being amorous everywhere, but never attaching importance to affection. Being merciful everywhere means that no matter whether dealing with people, animals, or nature, you must be merciful in words and actions, never reaching an impasse, never being merciless, but never saying never. Never attaching importance to affection means not falling into affection, not having too much affection for someone, something, an organization, a person, a party, a country, a system, or a religion. Attaching too much importance to affection will tie you to one of the aforementioned and make it impossible for you to be natural and unrestrained, and therefore make it impossible for you to become immortal. For possessing nothing, yet being totally unfettered. Possessing nothing means owning nothing at all. Not the sky, not the earth, no real estate, no power, no reputation, no relatives or lovers, no organization. Everything belongs to the greatest creator. Everything belongs to nature. So I possess nothing. I am united with the greatest creator, with Tao, with all things, and even with death itself. Totally unfettered means having no one and nothing on your mind. That you can go wherever you want and do whatever you want without hesitation, worries, or fear, and that you can stay when you want to stay and leave when you want to leave with absolutely no worries. Because you have nothing, you do not worry about thieves, robbers, people borrowing money from you, being deceived, degraded, nor insulted, nor do you even worry about death. Because you have nothing, there is nothing to contend with and nothing to guard. Whether the sky falls, the earth fractures, the sea floods the land, or the land sinks into the sea. You have no anxieties, no worries. Life is like a bubble, and everything is as passing clouds. 5. Never doing anything while allowing all things to happen through Tao. Never doing anything while allowing all things to happen through Tao means surrendering your life to the greatest creator and leaving your life to the management of Tao with no ideals, wishes, plans, or pursuits, but trusting that nature will arrange everything. Never having any special requirements or anything special to do. You work and rest each day as the sun rises and sets, because all active dharma are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. Accomplish doing nothing and attending to non-affairs. If it is funny, play with it. If it is not, do not. If you meet water, then erect a bridge. If you meet a mountain, then open a road. If you meet neither water nor a mountain, then build neither. Do whatever you do with joy and happiness. Drink some tea, enjoy a chat, bask in the sun, or stroll leisurely. Following Tao means taking the way of nature. Family affairs, state affairs, and world affairs are all under the arrangement of Tao. Rewards and punishment retributions and the cycles of cause and effect are neither my worries nor any of my business. Never sow in winter or pull up seedlings to help them grow in spring. When it is time to go, be unreluctant to leave. When you should be calm, do not be overambitious. Do not expect more wealth than that which you are destined to have. If you are destined to be a shepherd, then never envy princes, marquises, generals, or ministers. Everything is born, grows, will be punished, and will die by nature, so never borrow trouble. 6. Feeling no mercy or pity but being natural and unrestrained. Feeling no mercy means that you are incapable of it, and that you can only ignore it. You see cats catching mice, lions tearing antelope apart, eagles scooping rabbits, and mantises attacking cicadas. These conditions are very cruel and make people sad, but can you do anything to stop them? Do you have a better arrangement? You know that you cannot stop them and that you do not have a better plan. You can only hold your compassion and pity. It is the arrangement of nature. So what will feeling pity accomplish? Life Genuine has pointed a great way to heaven and created a paradise mode for people. But if they will not listen or take its way, then what can we do? Therefore, look at the suffering in the world. People are crying and shouting, but never waste your energy on mercy or pity. Having no pity means not being sad. Having no mercy or pity means not suffering from pain and grief when you face situations that you are incapable of changing. Of course, we should not have the heart or feelings of gloating over misfortunes. Being natural and unrestrained means being free and easy, unconfined, unworldly, looking elegant, having extraordinary demeanors, not cringing or groveling, not crying from one's grievances, having no entanglements or obsessions, never delaying when you should surrender something or someone, never crying when you should let go, never looking back and being nostalgic when you need to leave, welcoming death with a smile, and never resisting fear. Being natural and unrestrained means that when you face frustrating or unsatisfactory situations, you will not be merciful or sad, but handle them chicly. 7. Neither contending nor arguing, but walking with celestials. Not contending means not competing with others for wealth, power, status, fame, favors, awards, victories, or strength, let alone fighting, arguing, or debating for righteousness or kindness. Not arguing means not discussing, debating, arguing, or opposing others. If you think you are right, then do what you think is right. I will not argue with you about who is right or wrong or correct or false, or about beauty, ugliness, good, or evil. But I will discuss with you about justice and wickedness. Walking with celestials means associating with people who are positive, optimistic, open-minded, and unrestrained, and who bring happiness, joy, freedom, and blessings into your life, but not with those who cry, fuss, whine, complain about grievances, think big, are ambitious, and of course those who frown, are boring, sanctimonious, prim, do not know how to play, have too much trouble, and want to bind you with codependent affection. 8. Behaving with the elegant demeanor of a celestial being. Talking cheerfully and humorously. Behaving with the elegant demeanor of celestial beings has profound meanings. Not only does it refer to having the charm, posture, and the aura of fairies, but also to surpassing the bread and milk of life by enjoying music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and flowers. It refers more to possessing corresponding survival skills and techniques, the ability and intelligence to solve one's own eating, clothing, housing, transportation, life, old age, sickness, and death problems. I once wrote 64 details of gestating the behavior and elegant demeanor of celestial beings. Please refer to it and compare it with this. Talking cheerfully and humorously means talking about the past and the present with great interest and joking and chatting freely. It should be humorous and unrestrained. Make people happy and laugh heartily to listen to what we say and do, and make people forget their troubles but feel like bathing in the sunshine as celestial beings coming to Earth and as if spring suddenly arrived in one night. There is a lot of more content about celestial nature, but if you understand the above 8 qualities, then you must be a celestial being. 人生常数、生命常数、宇宙平衡机制 constants of life, and the balance mechanism of the universe. Xiefeng. August 8th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. You know it very well and very clearly in your heart, but there is nothing you can do. But you have to say what you do not want to say or do, take the way you do not want to take, and continue dealing with people with whom you do not want to deal. In the end, you will find that there is no one to either condemn or praise, because if you were placed in that background, you would do the same. When you finally see that the messenger of the greatest creator is washing the toilet, that God is being nailed to a cross, that Buddha is weeping, that the emperor is the stupidest person around, that billionaires are starving to death, that the hottest and most powerful figures in the world are thrown into jail, that those who are proficient in history become obsequious for a bowl of rice, that very hardworking people are living in poverty, that ignorant and incompetent people are living, well, and so on and so forth. Then you will finally know that life and life have constants and that the universe has a balancing mechanism. Do not envy others. Do not look down on anyone, let alone lament your fate and be ashamed of yourself, because everything is balanced by constants. Do not be complacent because you are fully satisfied or content, because unexpected big sticks will fall down at any time and strike you dizzy. Do not despair because of hardships either, because no one knows whether the God of happiness may come to you in the next second and your life will turn bright. I see that life's constant is working, and that is the adjustment of the universe's balancing mechanism, which no force can contain. What are constants? They are quantifications, the laws of repeated operations, natural and invisible phenomena, and universal laws that exist throughout the universe. In mathematics, they include pi, the golden ratio, and the Pythagorean constant. In physics, they include standard atmospheric pressure at sea level, the gravitational constant, the mass of particles, and so forth. In chemistry, they include the molecular formula, molecular weights, melting and boiling points of everything, density, the refractive index, purity, and so forth. Since constants are universal phenomena, there is no doubt that life also has them. For example, physical death is a constant that can be changed by neither desire nor effort. The numbers of breaths and pulse beats and the lengths of lives must also be constants. Even the number of times that one can have sex must be a constant. It is like the facts that the numbers of bones, eyes, legs, and hairs on human bodies are certain. The most difficult things to determine are the constants of life. In terms of constants, how many blessings will a person enjoy? How many hardships will they endure? How much wealth will they have? Will they be respected and loved by many people? How much good luck will they have in adventures with the opposite sex? How many children will they have? How many people will they meet and love? Will they travel abroad? Will they live in a villa? Will they become officials? And how high will their ranks be? What kind of lives will they experience? And will they become a Buddha, a celestial, or whatever? These are all constants. Do you believe in life's constants? I do. Yesterday, I went to the Kamloops Hospital, which is more than 230 kilometers away. This is a large, high-end hospital where most people wore masks because doing so during this epidemic is said to reduce their risk of infection, but I did not wear one because I believe in life constants. My creed is, if you were supposed to die, then you would die even if you wore a mask that covered your entire body completely. If you were not supposed to die, then you would not die, even if you were immersed in a tank full of viruses and wanted to. What should happen will happen. You can run, but you cannot hide. If it did not work this way, then pi would not be the constant of 3.141, 592, 653, 589, 793, 238, 462, 643, 383, 279, 502, 88, but maybe 3.2. Is this possible? Of course not. From this, I think of the balance mechanisms of the universe. Energy conservation is a common sense that we all understand. The sum of all positive and negative energy in the universe is always its equilibrium point, zero. Anything that reaches an extreme will always return to it, and the development and change of anything is never allowed to escape too far from it. We figured out this truth from the phenomena of human life. If you enjoy too much when you are young, then you will suffer when you are old. If you talk too much, then you will be shut up in the end. If you eat too much fish and meat and waste much on the dining room table, then one day you will be hungry or might even starve to death. Those who beat others will eventually be beaten, and those who hurt others will eventually be hurt. If you own too much, then you will be fretted continuously, even to the point of having to spit out all you have. If you are too complacent, then you are bound to look bad in the end. In front of constants, gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings cannot escape from being constrained, let alone human beings. Saddam Hussein, the commander-in-chief of the Iraqi armed forces, never expected to be hanged when he flaunted his might. Do you think that you are more powerful than Saddam was? Is there a way to balance? Yes. That is, the way of the greatest creator, the way of nature. Is there a way to escape from being constrained by constants? Yes. That is, selfless dedicating and giving. 真相是神的频道。 Truth is the channel of God. Xiefeng, December 8th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. The more truth you know, the closer you are to God. The more falsehoods you know, the closer you are to Satan. To face the truth is to face God. If you do not want to face the truth, you can only face Satan. Those who reveal and spread the truth are the sons and daughters of God. Those who conceal and obliterate it are of Satan. What makes people happy and joyous must be true. What makes them worried and painful must be false. If people live in happiness, joy, delight, pleasure, blessedness, they live in truth. If they live in trouble, pain, anxiety, sorrow, and fear, they live in falsehoods. The truth is often hidden in illusions and falsehoods. We can only understand the truth from our own actual feelings. You cannot know the truth by scriptures, nor by masters' preachings, ideals, beliefs, faith, piety, affection, conceptual logic, reasoning, nor by information and reports on TV networks, let alone by your parents' and teachers' words and deeds. Only your own inner feelings will teach you the truth. It is like durian and stinky tofu. Any description from the outside world is not its real taste. You can only know that by tasting it yourself. You should have a taste of the truth. The truth is not horrible. What is horrible is to be perplexed by the false. To make your life better and enter heaven, you must face the truth. The more you escape the truth, the more miserable your life will be, and the more you will slide into an abyss. This world is completely shrouded in falsehoods. Everyone lives in them. The truth spread by people in falsehoods is also a kind of high-level falsehood. If you listen to and believe it, then you will be fooled by the devil. All concepts are shackles, barriers, and obstacles to finding the truth. The more concepts you learn from the human world, and the more human-created truth, the further away you will be from the real truth. If you want to learn, just learn from all the things and phenomena in nature, because only they can reveal the real truth to you. In terms of enlightening value, the most valuable words of mankind in this session belong to the words of Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, and celestial Lao Tzu. So go and find the road to the truth in the Bible, the Diamond Sutra, and the Tao Te Ching. These are the most direct revelations. If you are really too stubborn to find the truth, then try to get rid of troubles, pain, anxiety, sorrow, fear, and death. The way to happiness, joy, freedom, blessedness, and eternal life is to let the greatest creator live in your heart. Trust the greatest creator completely. Then go forward by following your feelings and the greatest driving force in your heart. Being true to yourself is also facing the truth. Do not deceive yourself. Nothing about you has anything to do with others. If you think that everything about yourself is caused by others, then you must be living in falsehood and you have not yet found the real truth. 什么样的环境招来什么样的生灵? 55. What kind of environment attracts what kind of creatures? Xiefeng, September 21st, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kair. The front and rear yards of Life Genuine's International Family Headquarters in Canada are each more than 2,600 square meters. In 2017, they were both highly covered in debris and no birds visited either of them. In 2018, I started to clean both yards, but as our lawnmower was small, the thatch in the backyard was not cleaned up and birds continued to remain distant, but several Canadian geese and crows were attracted to the front yard. In 2019, I bought a larger mower and cleared both yards to be green and lush. Then in the spring, many unknown birds appeared, especially hummingbirds. A flock of crows came to the lawn for food and stayed for a long time. Sometimes, the lawns housed more than 70 birds at once. In spring and summer, more than a dozen Canadian geese began foraging for food in the front yard. And recently in autumn, more than a dozen Canadian geese began to leisurely forage in the backyard. From the above phenomenon, I came to the revelation that the types of environments will determine the kinds of creatures who will be attracted to them. The former third branch of Life Genuine in China was located in a valley, and after more than a year of environmental renovation by our Chanyuan Celestials, groups of chirping birds became attracted to it. From morning to night, the chirping of birds had become endless, and they were very beautiful to hear. It was really a case of birds singing and flowers giving forth their fragrances. Do you remember the few persimmon trees from which we ate most of the fruit, leaving the remainder for the birds? Then we planted a few acres of wheat, all of which the birds ate. Someone suggested that we should not let the birds eat all of our wheat, but I countered that it did not matter who ate it. Let the birds eat it. As a result, there were more and more birds, and they settled in the third branch in pairs and groups all year round. The type of environment determines the types of creatures that will be attracted to it. Mountains attract tigers, grasslands attract wolves, jungles attract lions and leopards, stagnant pools attract crocodiles, wetlands attract migratory birds, the Gobi Desert attracts lizards, green mountains and blue waters attract good weather, poor mountains and stale waters attract violent storms, bad emperors attract treacherous villains, wise emperors attract upright ministers and righteous men. Brothels attract whoremasters, galleries attract artists, casinos attract gamblers, and battlefields attract soldiers. A large number of phenomena in nature and human society prove that the type of environment will determine the kind of creatures that it will attract. Environments are divided into natural ones and spiritual ones. Natural ones are like this, so what about spiritual ones? The answer is the same. The type of spiritual environment determines the types of gods and deities who will be attracted to it. If the spiritual environment is like a garden of flowers, then it will attract bees and butterflies. But if it is more like stinky shit, then it will attract flies. There is a large number of stories about soul possessions among the people. This kind of phenomenon definitely exists. As for the type of soul possession, that is determined by the spiritual environment of the possessed. Those who deliberately mystify things will be possessed by ghosts or monsters. Those who talk about spirits and deities will be possessed by evil spirits. Those whose spiritual environments are pure will attract angels and bodhisattvas. And those whose spiritual environments are extraordinary and spotless will be possessed by gods. Understanding the above principles, we can explain some phenomena, such as earthquakes, volcanoes, tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, plagues, turmoil, fires, and so on. There must be something wrong with people's spiritual environments in those places because each of those environments can invite either auspiciousness or disasters. Similarly, if people often encounter villains, bullies, insults, ugly scenery, misfortunes and disasters, and unhappy people or things, then needless to say, it is their own spiritual environments that have gone wrong. The problem is caused by their own spiritual environments. From this, we can further understand the truth of how to be human beings. If we want nature to make the weather smooth, then we must love her and cherish her life. If we want to make our life safe and smooth, then we must have kind thoughts in our hearts, not thoughts of hurting others and taking rash actions, but of restraining our greed. If you want to attract butterflies and bees, then you must grow flowers in your soul garden. If you want to attract birds, plant more fruit trees. And if you want to attract noble people, be grateful. Have you ever seen God with your own eyes? Have you ever seen the Buddhas? Have you ever seen a fairy? No. Do you know why you have not seen them? The reason is that the environment of your mind is not worthy of doing so. I have a saying, absolutely beautiful things can only be enjoyed by absolutely beautiful lives. Pigs only deserve to live in pig pens, and regular people are only worthy of struggling in the world of suffering. If we want to enjoy our lives in fairy worlds, then our spiritual environments must match the fairy world environment. The Queen Mother of the West would never invite anyone randomly to a banquet at the Immortal Peach meeting. Understanding this, the type of environment determines the types of things, beings, and deities that will be attracted to it. And the main task of a person's life is to create their own beautiful natural and spiritual environments instead of devoting all their time and energy to study, work, and forming connections. It is really the case of fragrances will attract butterflies to flowers and pure hearts will be frequented by celestial beings. And once the roots are established, the way will grow therefrom. 唯有破釜沉舟者才有希望打开天国之门. Only those who burn bridges behind them have hope to open the gate to heaven. Xiefeng, May 25th, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. The ones who burn the bridges behind them are people who walk forward with all their hearts without having a way to retreat. Jesus Christ warns us. He who looks back while holding the plow in his hand is not worthy of entering the kingdom of God. The world where human beings dwell and live is a kind of program, and this program is only suitable for human survival. If you want to live in the heaven where gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings live, you must escape from the world's program. Without leaving behind the world's program, it is absolutely impossible for you to enter the space of gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings. From the world to the realm of the gods, that is, the kingdom of heaven, people should not think and arrange everything with human thinking. If you think and plan with human thinking, you can only go round and round in the world and never get out of the cave of silken web, which is the world's program. There are 36 8-diagram arrays in the world's program, and these 36 8-diagram arrays tightly restrain people in the space where they live. If one wants to escape from the 36 mazes, it is as difficult as to cut one's skin and open the flesh and break the heart. And it is almost as a rebirth from the ashes. Do you dare to burn the bridges behind you? If you dare not and don't want to, you should never fantasize that you can get out of the 36 8-diagram arrays, eliminate the cycle of reincarnation, and enter the heavenly world of gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings. When can one's potential be maximized? Answer: only when there is no retreat and tomorrow's food and shelter are still unavailable. If you have a plan to retreat and you have food and shelter for tomorrow, then your potential will never be maximized. People are inert, and it is human nature to pursue ease. Once a person has a stable income and a comfortable environment, it is difficult for them to burn the bridges behind them and create a new world. People have anxiety, sorrow, and fear, and it is precisely this kind of negative, tragic psychology that hinders one's full use of his potential. Not to mention giving up all your possessions to pursue your dreams. Just the thinking of possessing nothing is enough to scare you away, let alone burning the bridges behind you. Once a person is born in the world, he is always struggling to possess. Possess knowledge, possess skills and techniques, possess marriage and family, possess children and grandchildren, possess beauty, possess real estate and vehicles, possess kinship, friendship, and love, possess money, possess rights, possess fame, and a stable job, etc. The tragic reality is that when people die, they possess nothing. Even if you own a grave, it will disappear in a short time. May I ask, where are our possessions? Are we still qualified to control what we once had? What if we ask a man in his teens or 20s, is life long? The answer must be that life is long, and there is a lot of time to squander freely. But if we ask a person in his 60s or 70s, is life long? The answer must be that life is too short. Life is only a moment, just a dream. There is not much time left to spend freely. Is your life wonderful? If you have never burned the bridges behind you, don't say that your life is wonderful. Have we ever seen a donkey with a wonderful donkey life? Have we seen pigs and sheep with wonderful pig and sheep lives? Of course, as pigs or donkeys, some of them may say, my pig life is wonderful and my donkey life is wonderful. But in the eyes of people, no matter how fat a pig is, how stubborn a donkey is, their life is not wonderful at all. It is just a tragedy. What about people? Have you ever been wonderful? You have never burned the bridges behind you. Where does the wonder come from? If a person who confines his life to only a short period of 70 to 80 years, and finally goes to the end of his life in his waning years with nostalgia, regrets, and fears, is it not a tragedy? Don't comfort yourself anymore. Life is a tragedy. Who dares to say that the pig's life is not a tragedy? Who dares to say that the life of a donkey is not a tragedy? So, dare you say that human life is not a tragedy? If anyone who cannot see where he is going after death, he lives in vain. Even to live in vain, they have to go on, but to live helplessly. If you do not want to live your life in vain, you must follow the teachings of Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Celestial Laozi. Don't follow the teachings of people like Confucius, etc. The thinking of Confucius is entirely human thinking, and it has not risen to the thinking level of gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings at all. If you learn from people, you will follow their way, and you can only be humans. Only by learning from gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings can you follow their way and get out of the 36 mazes, see where you are going after death, and turn your tragic life into a happy life. Of course, if you learn from demons, ghosts, spirits, and monsters and follow their way, you can also walk into their world. I would like to remind you that in today's world, there are more and more demons, ghosts, spirits, and monsters, and they are all busy looking for members to expand their territory. How can we practice and fully realize the teachings of Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Celestial Laozi to achieve our best wishes and realize our ideals? That is to burn the bridges behind us and don't look back while holding the plow in your hand. 自然之道, The Way of Nature. Xiefeng. January 28th, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. The way of nature is the way of the greatest creator. The way of Tao is natural. Everything that conforms to nature belongs to Tao. The way of Tao is manifested by nature. The way to enter Tao is to be natural. The way to attaining Tao is to conform to nature. The way to unite with Tao is to follow nature. Nature is the laws and principles and various existences and phenomena of the boundless universe. To follow nature means to think and act in accordance with these laws and principles, and not to artificially interfere and change its original operating programs. The way of nature is the operating program defined by the laws and principles of the boundless universe. The main path, Tao, is easy to walk on. The main path is the way of nature. The way of nature is simple and easy to walk on, smooth and soothing. All behaviors that violate nature are called going against the Tao, and going against the Tao is complicated, difficult, tortuous, and painful. People, when you feel that life is happy, joyous, free, and blessed, it proves that you are walking in the way of nature. People, when you feel that life is full of troubles, pain, anxiety, or sorrow, it proves that you are walking against the Tao. How do you follow the way of nature? Eat when you should eat. Drink when you should drink. Sleep when you should sleep. Do when you should do. Play when you should play. Use when you should use. Live when you should live. Die when you should. Die. Oh, not worry. Do not get angry. Do not persevere. Do not expect. Do not seek success. Do not seek excellence. Do not make plans. Do not set goals. Do nothing, as everything will eventually fall into place. Take things as they are, associate with others by following the predestined relations, act in accordance with your nature, take advantage of opportunities as they arise. What kind of behavior can be accounted as against the Tao? When you should eat, you do not eat. When you shouldn't eat, you eat. When you should drink, you do not drink. When you should not drink, you drink. When you should sleep, you do not sleep. When you shouldn't sleep, you sleep. When you should act, you take no action. When you shouldn't act, you act. When you should play, you do not play. When you shouldn't play, you play. When you should use something, you do not use it. When you should not use something, you use it. When you should live, you do not live. When you should not live, you insist on living. When you should die, you do not die. When you should not die, you want to die. You are worried and angry, persisting and expecting. You seek success, shortcuts, excellence, magical power, and miracles. You make plans, set goals. You get caught in your own trap. You are not satisfied, insatiable, and insist on glorifying your ancestors. You insist on owning houses and cars, being the best kind of man, and becoming a celestial being and Buddha, etc. What are the benefits of taking the way of nature? The advantages are calmness, peace, joy, health, less trouble, and less sin. What are the consequences of going against the Tao? The disadvantages are being impetuous, distracted, worried, and anxious, dogged by bad luck, and committing evil again and again. From the above benefits and consequences of walking with or walking against the way of nature, we can see that the consciousness level of those who follow the way of nature is high. According to the Hawkins energy and emotion hierarchy diagram, the energy level of those who follow the way of nature is above 540, and the energy level of those who are against the Tao is below 200. It can be confirmed that those who go to heaven are those who follow the way of nature, and those who go to the animal world and hell are those who go against the Tao. 立令智昏，智令心，昏心令性昏. Prophet fails wisdom, wisdom fails the heart fails nature. Xiefeng, July 13th, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. The short human life is full of ups and downs, mixed with joy and sorrow. The human life is like a bubble, full of uncertain separations and reunions and thousands of regrets. Before reaching the end of its life, your body and soul collapse, and you are overwhelmed by grief. Without understanding what is going on, you sink into the sea of suffering and the cycle of reincarnation. What is so powerful that it makes our life scene of blooming bleak and tears down the lus? The answer is prophet, wisdom, and the heart. Prophet fails wisdom. Looking through the historical scrolls of images, the word prophet has overwhelmed so many heroes and charming people. Waves of tragedy, waves of regret, like wind-swept clouds rolling. The irrational prophet-seeking people go down the riverbed of human history, which makes these people deeply sigh with sadness. Profit, whether it is for the benefit of power, wealth, or fame, as long as you pursue it, you will lose your rationality and reason. In the end, you will bury your kinship, friendship, good years, and even your bright future as well as your precious lives in the bottomless abyss of profit and desire. Just look at people who are running for profit. They focus only on profit, and they are desperate for profit, and few of their lives do not end in tragedy. Profits, which are obtained by serving others, are good. Profits, which are obtained by merit, are complete. The rest are all disasters. Wisdom fails the heart. The heart is like a mirror, and the mirror can observe the cause and effect of things in the world, which makes one's mind pure, consciousness clear, and spirit energetic. If the mirror is covered with dust, one cannot see clearly and cannot see through the truth of things. As a result, people will be confused, often making wrong judgments and having bad behavior. When a person is knowledgeable, intelligent, arrogant, and pretentious, their heart is muddled. Just look at the people who write books and make statements, those who teach scriptures, those who write long speeches, and those who sell morals and ethics. They are all people with high intelligence. However, their hearts are mostly muddled. This is called wisdom makes the heart dim. Believing and following the preaching and guidance of these dim-hearted people is like walking toward the desert in death. The heart fails people's nature. The heart is born for all things and all phenomena. Without the boundless universe, there would be no heart. When this phenomenon occurs, the mind will be born. When this phenomenon disappears, the mind will die. The mind changes with the condition. There are very few people who can change the condition with their heart. People have many things on their mind, and their hearts have many knots. The mind is a mirror, which only reflects objective reality. The mind is not the objective reality itself. Therefore, the mind is not reliable. When we rely on the illusion of the heart to make inductive judgments and then make decisions and put them into action, we are deceived by phenomena. Our hearts are constantly changing. If we know each other, we will intuitively understand each other, and we are very much in love. But if two hearts are apart, we are seemingly in harmony, but in fact at variance, and we become strange bedfellows. Can we rely on our hearts? Who can be sure that his heart will never change? Your own heart will change. Can you believe that others' hearts will not change? What can be relied on is a person's nature. It's easy to change rivers and mountains, but hard to change a person's nature. Nature is the original appearance of things. The patriarch Bodhidharma clearly stated in his bloodstream sermon that, if you want to find Buddha, you must perceive nature. Without the perception of nature, it's no use reciting Buddhist scriptures, fasting, and keeping precepts. Without the perception of nature, even those who can explain the creed of the 12 classics can only say demonic words. If you have perceived nature, You don't need to read the Buddhist scriptures and chant the name of Buddha. It's no use learning much since it will dim your spiritual consciousness. Overlooking the world, it's crowded with people and vehicles, feasting and revelry, hustling and bustling and jostling each other. These are all illusions. When we were alive, we felt that everything was true, and when we died, everything fell into silence. Isn't it a tragedy to live a whole life, be busy for a whole life, but return to emptiness? Not knowing where you came from and where you are going. Isn't it a tragedy? The Buddha Shakyamuni has already stated clearly, all active dharma are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning. Thusly should you meditate upon them. However, once you have perceived nature, the situation is very different. Melting into nature is eternity. Living in nature means reaching heaven. The realm of eight without is what I said the spiritual state of an immortal reached. But without the perception of nature, it is hard to enter the wonderful realm of eight without. The conclusion is, do not pursue profit, do not show wisdom, do not rely on your heart, and allow your nature to bloom. 恐惧使我们远离真理. Fear keeps us away from the truth. Xiefeng. August 15th, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. Fear refers to the intensely depressing emotional experience that people feel when they are facing a certain dangerous situation, which they try to get rid of but were unable to do anything. When fear occurs, it is often accompanied by a series of physiological changes, such as rapid heartbeat or irregular heartbeat, shortness of breath or pauses, increased blood pressure, a pale face, trembling lips, dry mouth, cold sweats, weakness in the limbs, etc. The phenomenon of physiological dysfunction often causes or promotes the occurrence of physical diseases. On the other hand, fear can cause obstacles to people's perception, memory, and thinking process, can make people lose the ability to analyze and judge the current situation, and cause behavior disorders. Baidu Encyclopedia. Faced with sudden dangers and crises, it is normal for people to be afraid. But before the coming of risks and crises, people can fantasize about a certain dangerous situation which causes them to feel fear. This is abnormal. It is a kind of disease, a kind of mental illness. Fear not only causes physiological dysfunctions, malfunctions of thinking, and behavior disorders, but also takes people far away from the truth. The closer to the truth, the farther away from fear. The farther away from the truth, the closer to fear. A person who has no fear is a person who is one with the truth, and a person who is fearful is a person who is one with falsehoods, evil, and ugliness. What is truth? Truth is Tao. What is Tao? Tao is the consciousness of the creator of everything and every phenomenon in the universe, and it is the synthesis of all the laws and principles of the universe. Only by knowing the Tao and being one with the Tao can all kinds of fears be eliminated. If you stay away from the Tao, you will be afraid in your heart. From this we can see that if we are afraid in our hearts, it proves that we do not know the Tao. If we are constantly in fear, it proves that we do not understand the Tao at all and do not understand the truth. Simply put, the more we fear, the closer we are to hell. The less we fear, the closer we are to heaven. Therefore, among the eight without realms described in the Sutra of attaining the state of immortality, one of them is without fear. If there is still fear, it means you have not attained the state of immortality yet. The lower the realm of life, the more fear there is. The higher the realm of life, the less fear there is. Hell is full of fear. Heaven is full of joy. So, if we're in an environment where there's a lot of fear, it proves that this environment is very bad, almost like hell. If we live in an environment where there is little fear, it proves that it is an ideal environment, almost like paradise. It thus can be seen that a person who has many fears is close to hell. A person who has little fear is near heaven. What do we fear? Why should we fear? If we haven't done anything that hurts the world, why should we fear? If we haven't done anything stealthily, why should we fear? If we haven't done anything illegal, why should we fear? If we haven't hindered others living, why should we fear? We fear because we have been hiding something in our hearts that we fear because we have possessed too much, had too strong a desire for fame and fortune, and have been too ambitious that we fear because we are deeply entangled with secular ties, have too much sin and too little merit, and are too selfish. We fear because we do not understand the laws of heaven. We do not know the facts. We cannot distinguish between good and evil. And we are far away from the truth that we fear because we gain things we shouldn't gain that we fear because we have no faith and do not understand the Tao. That if we know a little about Tao, we should have no fear. Not to mention the deep connotation of Tao. Just examine the three connotations of Tao, and we should not allow fear to be generated. Point one. As a man sows, so shall he reap. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil with evil. If the reward is not forthcoming, it is because the time has not yet come. When the time comes, one will get one's due reward. 2. The sum of the positive and negative energies of the universe is zero, and what you pay and what you receive are always equal. Point 3. Everything in the universe runs in the Tao, and governments and everyone in the world also run in the Tao. The Tao is fair. It is up to the greatest creator to judge who is right or wrong, and it is up to Tao to assess our merits and faults. What should come will come, what should go will go. That if we understand the above 3 points, will we still fear? If you still fear, then I tell you, you have done too many bad things. Then it's unreasonable if you do not fear. If you do not fear, who should fear? Of course, you should fear. Those who live in hell live in fear all the time. Examining our own lives, if we have always adhered to truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, sincerity, diligence, and harmony, we need not fear. If we have been giving selflessly, we have not taken advantage of others, have not harmed nature, society, others, or other lives, why should we fear? If we have not violated the law and discipline, have not humiliated our ancestors, have not blasphemed God and Buddha, and have not blasphemed the spirits and deities, why should we fear? If we haven't blocked the way of others, haven't disturbed others' preaching, haven't judged others, haven't derogated others, haven't got in the way of others living, why should we fear? If we haven't been extravagant and wasteful, and we have treated everything with kindness and love, why should we fear? Do we not believe that there are divinities watching over us? Do we not believe that our words and deeds, every action, every thought, are all being monitored and judged by the arrangements of Tao? If we think that the Tao will also do wrong to good people, it can only show that we do not understand the law of heaven, the law of Tao at all, that if we are tortured and punished, the problem is not in external factors, but in ourselves. Then, fear is useless. Complaining and resentment are even more useless. No one can escape the reward or punishment of a victim. Finally, what I want to tell you is that people with fear have no relationship with health, joy, freedom, happiness, and heaven. 通向仙岛的桥梁 The Bridge to the Celestial Islands. Xiefeng. October 5th, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. It is said that the core of truth is in one sentence, while falsehoods are spread through millions of books. For 18 years, I have devoted myself to studying, preaching, and solving mysteries. Today, I can encompass the vast truth into 3 words: faith, love, and nature. That is to say, as long as you can exhibit faith, love, and nature to the extreme, you can reach the celestial islands, reach heaven. Or it can be said that we can achieve our greatest desires and realize our best ideals without reading extensively, researching and exploring, struggling and working hard, practicing abstinence from meat, and saying prayers, as long as we completely believe, love, and let our nature blossom. Faith is a state of consciousness and mentality that has no doubts about the truth, things, or people. The first and most important thing to do in a person's life is to solve the problem of faith. Once the problem of faith is solved, the road of life is filled with happiness and freedom, and the road of life is filled with flowers and fragrances, and your life will be in order, and you can see in one encompassing vision how tiny all the mountains are. What to believe? You can believe in anything. As long as you believe, you grasp the core, the key, and you can fulfill your wishes. You can believe in the greatest creator, the ancestor of Buddha, believe in Tao, Jesus, Shakyamuni, Lao Tzu. You can believe in the king of devils, ghosts, the emperor, the president, the master, money, power, fame, profit, and carnal pleasure. You can believe in your parents, your children, your husband, your wife, your boss, your friends. You can believe in atheism, theism, creation theory, evolution theory, communism, capitalism, planning theory, and market theory. You can believe in the sun, the moon, the water, the mountains, the tortoises, and the caterpillars. You can believe in yourself, believe in everything whimsical, believe in lies, believe in strange conversations. In short, whatever you believe in, you can achieve something. As long as you firmly believe and have no doubts, your wishes will be fulfilled. And this is where the secret of magical powers also lies. For example, if you firmly believe that you can become a dragon, you can do it, and if you firmly believe that you can turn a stone into gold, you can definitely do it. Once you believe it, do not doubt it. Believing with doubts is not believing. When we doubt our beliefs, then our minds will become overcast with clouds and wind, flying sand and rocks. Even chickens and dogs will become restless around us. For example, between husband and wife, if the husband does not believe in the wife, or the wife does not believe in the husband, then the couple will become strange bedfellows, each having their own axe to grind, and they will be uneasy, will start quarreling and fighting, and start living a life of misery. Since you believe something, do not use your own standards to test, judge, and examine what you believe. For example, if you believe that your boss is a real gentleman, then do not be displeased because your boss farted or molested a woman. For example, if you believe in the greatest creator, do not have doubts because you have encountered setbacks or hardships. Love is the most beautiful state in heaven and in the world. It is a state that combines truth, goodness, beauty, faith, sincerity, peace, and joy. Look at the blooming flowers. Love is in the blooming flowers. When a person becomes filled with love, he is the most sacred, most pure, most beautiful, and most radiant life in the universe. He is a Buddha, an angel, and a celestial being. Love has no desires. Love has no conditions attached. Love cannot be hurt. Love has no pain. Love has no self. Love has no object. Love has no morals or ethics. And love is irrespective of right or wrong. The essence of love is selfless giving and dedication. If a person is easily injured because of love, psychological injury, he has demands and expectations, troubles, pains, and regrets from the outside world because of his giving and dedication. He is angry, complaining, and raging because of love, and he is anxious, worried, and fearful because of love. He has no sense of love, and he himself does not love. Nature is a kind of primitive magnetic field formed by the structure of things, that is, the features of things. Nature is Buddha. Nature is a celestial being. Nature is an angel, and nature is truth. In the same way, nature is the devil, nature is a monster, nature is a demon, and nature is spirits. Nature is innate, and nature is Tathagata. Following one's nature means being natural. Following one's nature is to be one with the Tao. If you are following your nature, do not rely on your own cognition and thinking to analyze and judge, and do not weigh the pros and cons, but just live out your own Tathagata nature. The world's vast and voluminous scriptures, wisdom, knowledge, and preaching about self-improvement and self-refinement can be summed up in these three words: faith, love, and nature. These three words are the bridge to the celestial islands. 遵循自然之道，潇洒度人生. Follow the way of nature and live your life naturally and without restraint. Xiefeng, October 10th, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. The way of the greatest creator is the way of nature. And the way of nature is based on the laws and principles that are strictly followed by all things. The way of nature is a program. Following this program is in line with the way of nature. Violating this program is deviating from the way of nature. Follow the way of nature, and everything will be harmonious, including social harmony, physical harmony, mental and spiritual harmony. If you go against the way of nature, everything will be chaotic and disorderly, society will be turbulent, and people will have constant troubles, anxiety, and restlessness. Let's comprehend the way of nature from the gestation and birth of human beings. A few micrometers of sperm and a few millimeters of eggs combine, then develop, and finally turn into a healthy human body. The complexity of this human body is unimaginable, with limbs and hair, internal organs, bones and nerves, blood and cells, 9 apertures and a meridian, height and skin color, etc., are all achieved proportionally. At the same time, the motor system, digestive system, respiratory system, urinary system, reproductive system, endocrine system, immune system, nervous system, and circulatory system are naturally achieved. After that, the feelings of the 7 emotions and 6 desires are born naturally, and when the pregnancy is completed in 9 months, the child will be born naturally. This series of complex developmental processes is a kind of program, and this program is the way of nature. Follow the way of nature, and everything will be accomplished naturally without any effort. The entire universe is part of the way of nature, and there is no doubt that people are also part of the way of nature, especially the birth, growth, and death of people are part of the way of nature. Since man is part of the way of nature, then we follow the way of nature. How to follow the way of nature? Do the following. Accept whatever comes up, follow your predestined relationships. Follow one's nature and be non-active. Take advantages of opportunities as they arise and be in peace. Since the way of nature is a kind of program, the program sets everything up and the program accomplishes everything, then we will live our lives naturally and unrestrainedly according to the program and let everything happen without extra effort. Accept whatever comes up. Take things as they are, ask for nothing. When everything comes naturally, just accept and endure. If there is a thatched house, then live in the thatched house. If there is a villa, then live in the villa. If there is a luxurious palace, then live in the luxurious palace. If there is an airplane, take the plane. If there is a car, drive the car. If you have a bicycle, ride the bicycle. If you must walk, then set out on foot. If you are to be a president, be a president. If you need to be a beggar with peace of mind. Never envy anything, never ask for anything deliberately. There are thousands of people with thousands of faces and hearts. Never imitate others, never follow in others' footsteps, never listen to others' demands, never listen to success lectures and demagogy, never let power, status, reputation, beauty, money, house, car, awards, etc. guide you. Just be yourself, only be yourself. Follow your predestined ties. Follow your predestined relationships with people. When a good relationship comes naturally, follow it and associate with it, but not to fawn, cling to, or deliberately pursue. Follow the predestined relationships with affairs. Whenever something happens, just do it, no matter what it is, as long as you like it, as long as it suits your hobbies and expertise. Devote your time and energy to it, and do it happily. Follow your fate. Accept whatever your destiny is happily. If you are destined to be 1.6 meters tall, do not be worried and envious of 1.8 meters. If you are destined to live by singing, then sing to your heart's content and never envy scientists or shepherds. If you are destined to have yellow skin and black eyes, never envy white skin and blue eyes. Follow your predestined relationships with places. Wherever you go, it is your home, and you will love all the places where you go. If you were born in Africa, never yearn for Europe. If you live in the countryside, never envy the city. If you live well somewhere, never deliberately move to another place or even think about emigrating abroad. Follow one's nature, be non-active. A bird will definitely fly. A flower will definitely bloom. An earthworm must be in the soil. A thief will definitely steal. A spider will definitely make a web. A hen will definitely lay eggs. With all lives, their living environment and their way of survival are determined by their nature. Asking tigers to eat grass, asking lambs to eat meat, asking fish to live on the grassland, and asking cattle and sheep to survive in water, all are against their nature. Only by following their own nature will they feel leisurely and relaxed. If you have a diamond cutter, you could do the work of mending porcelain wares. Without a diamond cutter, never try to mend porcelain wares. Follow your nature and let it fully bloom. Do not suppress yourself, and do not force yourself to achieve any goal or accomplish something. If you like to play in the mud, you can play in the mud as much as you can, and there is no need to force yourself to become a sculptor. Take advantage of opportunities as they arise and be in peace. The seasons alternate. There is a full moon only once a month. Many scenarios probably can only be experienced once in a lifetime. Therefore, it is said, opportunity knocks but once. When opportunities come, take the chance and take advantage of these opportunities fully. Do not miss the opportunity. Spring is the time to sow, and autumn is the time to harvest. Neither should be missed. When good things come, grab them quickly. When an opportunity comes, take the opportunity to do the things that should be done. Take advantage of the sunshine to dry your hay. Strike the iron while it is still hot. If the opportunity to become an official has come, hurry up and take the chance to become an official. When the chance to make a fortune comes, make haste. When the opportunity to accumulate merit has come, accumulate quickly. When the peach flower is about to bloom, hurry up and take the peach blossom for luck. When confidence come, take the opportunity to get together for a few drinks and get drunk. When the gods, Buddhas and celestials are here, my goodness, how can you miss such a golden opportunity that only comes once in a lifetime? If no opportunity comes, it does not matter. Overlook the tides ebb and flow and flowers blooming and fading. Keep a calm mind. Even if you are a genius, if you do not have a chance, let it be buried. Life is short, but life is long. If the opportunity does not come today, wait for tomorrow. If it does not come this year, wait for next year. If it does not come this life, wait for the next life. Anyway, there will be opportunities. Do not be anxious or impatient. Follow the way of nature, and life will always be cool and comfortable. You will no longer have worries and sorrows, anxiety, and fears. Enjoy life no matter where you are or what you are doing. Remember, it's not that you can achieve anything that you want to achieve, not that you can do whatever you want. Everything has been set and arranged in the program of the way of nature. And the path of conforming to the way of nature is the path of Buddhas and celestial beings. It can also be said that if a person can truly follow the way of nature completely and thoroughly, he is already a Buddha and a celestial being. 自然之道之秘解析 An analysis of the mysteries of the way of nature. Xiefeng. September 18th, 2021. Chanyuan celestials follow the way of the greatest creator, that is, the way of nature. So what is the way of nature? The way of nature has the following 8 mysteries. Pregnancy has a time limit, and the delivery time is set. The implication is that everything has a time limit and cannot be surpassed. Once it is surpassed, it is against the way of nature. Application: don't be in a hurry. If you have a wish in your heart, it is the equivalent of you being pregnant. When the wish will be delivered is related to the size of the wish. If your wish is just to have a cup of coffee, it can be realized in a few minutes or a few hours. If your wish is to own a luxurious villa, it may take several years or even decades to give birth. If your wish is to reach the kingdom of heaven, you need to wait for the time of delivery all your life. Sow in spring, cultivate in summer, harvest in autumn, store in winter. The meaning is to keep the timing sequence and don't mess with the order. If the timing sequence is wrong and the order is reversed, it violates the way of nature. Application: different age groups should do the things fitting of their age group. For example, childhood is a time for playing, and the teenage years are for learning. If you study in childhood, you will violate the way of nature, and if you begin laboring as teenagers, you violate the way of nature. Rubbing ropes against wooden boards will cut into them, and dripping water on stones will wear them down. The meaning is that as long as you focus on something, there will be a moment when things will turn around and you will become suddenly enlightened. Application. Concentrate on exploring a certain phenomenon or doing a certain thing. Don't be distracted, but wholly devoted. In this way, you will make gains. Reap melon from melon seeds and reap beans from bean seeds. The meaning is that you will reap what you sow. If you sow beauty, you will reap beauty. If you sow ugliness, you will reap ugliness. Application. Plant what you need in the future. If you want to go to hell, plant evil. If you want to go to heaven, plant goodness. Merits and demerits must be examined. Rewards and punishments must be executed. It means that nothing, no words or deeds, can escape the eyes of heaven, and rewards or punishments will definitely come in due course. Application. Always think of a pair of eyes above your head staring at you. So you must walk on a tightrope when doing things and when speaking, being neither cowardly nor tough. Channels form where water flows. Melons' pedestals fall when their fruit ripens. It means that you must have calmness and patience when doing things, and you should not rush for success. As long as you work hard, what you want will come true, and it will come naturally. Application. Don't force anything. If you work hard enough, you will achieve it naturally. If you don't work hard enough, what you want will come to a premature end, and you will come out empty-handed. Follow one's nature. This is the way to Tao. It means that our nature is a gift from the greatest creator. If it is a cat, just catch the mouse. If it is a mouse, just dig holes and steal grain. If it is tuberose, just bloom and spread the fragrance. If it is a cow or sheep, eat grass. This is the arrangement of Tao. Doing so is in keeping with the Tao, which is the way of nature. Application. When people ask me whether they should choose A or B, whether they should go east or west, my answer is always listen to your inner voice and follow your innermost drive. Why? Because the loudest voice and driving force in your heart is the Tao, which is your nature. If you do this, you will become one with the Tao. Tao will manage the birth, growth, punishment, and destruction of everything. It means that when people come to this world, their role has already been determined in the cosmic life script. If the script determines that you are a thief, then you will never become a professor. If the script determines that you are a villain, then it is absolutely impossible for you to be a good person. The Chanyuan celestials I am looking for must be innate, and they cannot be cultivated by education. Just like no matter how we cultivate and guide cucumbers, cucumbers will never turn into tomatoes. In the process of human beings playing the role in the cosmic life script, when your turning point comes, you can't hide from it, and it's useless for you to ask for help. If you are destined to be a big villain, that's the arrangement of Tao. You cannot refuse it even if you pray to gods and Buddhas for help. There are various factors and personnel arrangements that lead you to the path of being a great villain. Similarly, the same is true for wanting to become a saint. This is called Tao arranges the growth. There are countless people who have been punished in the world. Who is punishing people? On the surface, people are punishing people, accidental events are punishing people, and natural disasters are punishing people. In fact, Tao is punishing people. The root cause lies in the natural law of you reap what you sow. If the Tao wants you to grow, no one can destroy you. If the Tao wants to punish you, no one can save you. Application. Since it is up to the Tao to arrange your birth, don't try to change it. Neither try to change others nor yourself. Since it is up to the Tao to arrange your growth, don't worry and don't bother to find relationships and backers. What comes will come naturally, and what goes will go naturally. Since it is up to the Tao to arrange punishment, don't hide and don't complain. Since it is up to the Tao to arrange destruction, just smile and go with the wind. After understanding the secrets of the way of nature, and looking at various phenomena in today's society, we will come to know that all bad phenomena are the results of violating the way of nature. Everyone can take stock and analyze their past and current situation. You will definitely find that your hardships and rough experiences are the result of you being against the way of nature. 我从游戏娱乐中看到了道的运行. I perceive the functioning of Tao through gaming and entertainment. Xiefeng. June 14th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. playing struggling upstream poker game, playing mahjong, kicking shuttlecock, playing hide and seek, and engaging in various other game activities, does the Tao operate within them? The answer is undoubtedly yes, because Tao is present in everything, and everything exists within Tao. In games like struggling upstream poker game, Tao is certainly operating. Tao governs the evolution of everything, so gaming and entertainment are also within the realm of Tao. Gaming and entertainment can serve as an opportunity for enlightenment and a form of spiritual practice. Through gaming and entertainment, one can also attain Tao. Many people have played the game struggling upstream in poker. Have you ever noticed that the probability of drawing the joker cards, the big and small jokers, is higher for the player upstream? Or they may be drawn by the player downstream and contributed to the player upstream. Isn't it fascinating? What does this indicate? It indicates that only the player upstream has the qualification to obtain the joker cards. This is a rule. Regardless of how you shuffle and deal cards, there is an 80% chance that the joker cards will end up in the hand of the player upstream, showcasing their nobility. Now, let's gather a few people to play struggling upstream and collect data to see how likely it is for the joker cards to end up in the hands of the player upstream. Can we come up with a convincing percentage rule? No, this percentage rule cannot be derived. Why is that? This involves the observer effect in quantum mechanics. Is light a particle or a wave? When there is no observer, light behaves as a wave. But when there is an observer, light behaves like a particle. Photons possess both wave-like and particle-like properties. The nature of light depends on the observer. If no one is observing, it behaves like a wave. If someone is observing, it behaves like a particle. So here's the answer. When playing struggling upstream, do the joker cards end up in the hands of the player upstream or in the hands of other players? If everyone does not consciously count or keep track, the joker cards will likely go to the player upstream. However, if someone consciously counts or keeps track, it is highly probable that the joker cards will go to a player in the middle position. Quantum mechanics tells us that the manifestation of particles depends on interference of external factors. Once a person consciously wants to do something, the essential characteristics of things tend to exhibit completely opposite states. Does the operation of Tao have similar characteristics to the manifestation of particles? I cannot draw a conclusion at this moment because there are too many factors involved, and it is a complex matter. However, we can find some clues from natural phenomena. For example, the saying, when consciously planting flowers, they do not bloom, but unintentionally planting willows, they grow in abundance. Intentionally planting flowers involves too many human factors, so they do not bloom. Unintentionally planting willows lacks human influence, so they grow luxuriantly. As willow trees are easy to grow while flowers are difficult to cultivate, this phenomenon widely exists in nature and various aspects of human society. Based on the above analysis, I would like to propose the following 5 hypotheses. The history we learn from books may be precisely the opposite of real history. What we see, hear, smell, taste, and touch may all be false or illusory. Conscious and desirous efforts of individuals may be opposite to their ideals. Living without intent or purpose may align most closely with the operation of Tao and make it easier to attain. Living out one's true nature is the unification of Tao. 情债, the affection debt. 谢feng. January 31st, 2022. Translated by Qin Yu, edited by Peter. Debts can include property debts, money debts, affection debts, nature debts, and life debts. Property debt. You borrowed something from someone else and didn't return it, or you ate or took something that belongs to someone else without repaying it. You then owe a property debt. Money debt. You borrowed money from others and didn't repay it, so you now owe a money debt. Affection debt. You received help from others or received physical, psychological, and spiritual comfort without returning or compensating them. You incur an affection debt. Nature debt. Anyone who harms nature or others without making sufficient efforts and contributions will owe a nature debt. Life debt. As the saying goes, one who murders pays with the forfeit with his life. In fact, if you kill any life, you have to pay with your own life. If you killed a life and have not paid for it, then you owe a life debt. What we need to be vigilant about and keep in mind is that as long as the above-mentioned debts are not repaid, we will inevitably enter reincarnation, and there is absolutely no hope of going to heaven. This article focuses on affection debts. Affection debts are divided into debts of favor and love debts. The debt of favor means that others have helped you, but you have not correspondingly helped them, so you owe a debt of favor. Therefore, everyone should carefully recall who has helped them. If you have received help from others but have not returned the corresponding help, you should quickly find a way and an opportunity to help them. There is a value in life genuine. Do not offer help if someone does not ask for it. If you help someone without him asking for it, you are actually hurting him because he thus owes you a debt of favor, and you will make him become a pig in the next life. It is cruel to make him transform into a pig, dog, cow, or sheep to pay you back in the next life. Love debts are mainly the debts owed by men and women who are in love. People need comfort in their spirits and souls, and also need comfort in their physiology. When people get physical and receive psychological and spiritual comfort from the other side without giving the corresponding consolation to that other side, then they owe a debt of love. There is a predestined relationship in a love debt, and that predestined relationship is also a debt. Once you feel that you still have feelings for someone and feel that you are in debt to someone, or you can't forget him or her because of the deep affection, that means you owe a love debt. One of the core components of self-improvement and self-cultivation is to strive to repay the debts of property, money, affection, nature, and life. The most effective way to repay them is to do formless almsgiving, which especially works well for paying off life debts. I hope that on this New Year's Eve, everyone will have a clear mind, give more, and take less, and after entering the Lunar New Year, repay all kinds of debts and end all kinds of worldly ties, and go to heaven freely and unrestrainedly. 思路清晰，人生才顺才有未来. Clear thinking leads to a smooth life and a promising future. Xiefeng, February 1st, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. I mainly study the books without words. The natural phenomena and social changes are books without words, and people are also books without words. Reading people is like reading books without words. After studying many individuals, I've noticed a pattern. The clearer and more organized one's thinking, the smoother their life tends to be. Conversely, a disorganized mind leads to a difficult life. A core factor for an unsatisfactory life is a confused thought process. If one's thinking is muddled, their life is bound to be turbulent. From this, we understand that to make our life smoother, our first step should not be to pursue external success, but rather to adjust our thinking. Once our thoughts become clear, a smooth life will naturally follow. To predict someone's future, don't focus on their wealth, status, or facial features and physiognomy based on the 8 characters, Bazi. Instead, pay attention to the clarity of their thinking. If their thoughts are unclear, their future will likely be chaotic. If their thoughts fluctuate between clarity and confusion, their future will be a mix of success and failure. However, if someone's thinking is consistently clear, even reaching a state of profound understanding, their life will not only be smooth but will also lead them to a heavenly realm. The direction a nation or a country is headed can be determined by the clarity of the thinking of its citizens, especially that of its leadership. If the thinking is unclear, without a doubt, the future of that nation or country will be in turmoil. On the contrary, if the thinking is clear, the future will be bright, leading to prosperity and success. If you don't believe my viewpoint, you can randomly select an elderly person and observe whether their life has been smooth or not. If it has been, then check the clarity of their thinking. Without a doubt, it will be clear and organized. Take the case of a high-ranking official who has been steadily advancing in their career for over a decade. Suddenly, they commit a crime and are imprisoned, and their assets are confiscated. They experience a major setback. Is this a result of clear thinking or confusion? Undoubtedly, it is due to unclear thinking, as they believe that being in a position of power allowed them to act with impunity. Their lack of clear thinking led to this outcome. When someone writes an article, if it lacks focus, is rambling, has disjointed arguments, and is full of loopholes. Without a doubt, their thinking is unclear, and their life will certainly not be smooth. Anyone who follows such an individual, no matter how many people he attracts, will ultimately suffer. Similarly, look at a person's living environment. If their bedroom, yard, and surroundings are dirty and messy, with garbage scattered everywhere, clothes and bedding left in disarray, and dishes piled up in the sink, there is no need for further analysis. Their thinking is undoubtedly unclear, and their life will match their environment, chaotic and disordered. How to make one's thinking clear? This question is too broad and extensive to be fully revealed in a few sentences. It involves one's past merits, faith, worldview, values, and outlooks on life and life. However, one point worth considering is to read more books, travel more, observe more, and engage in deeper contemplation. Extend the scope of your thoughts as far as possible into the distant future. For example, the results of thinking about something 1 year ahead will be different from thinking about it 10 years ahead, and thinking about it 100 years or even 1,000 years ahead will be entirely different. The longer the time span of your thinking, the clearer your mind will become. Short-term thinking leads to scattered thoughts, and as a result, your mind cannot be clear. Conversely, long-term thinking leads to a clear mind. Short-term thinking leads to confusion. 慢聊远见与短视的差异. Chatting about the difference between foresight and short-sightedness. Xiefeng, February 2nd, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. The farther we look ahead, the simpler and lighter life becomes. The closer we focus, the more complex and burdensome it becomes. Are you considering tomorrow's life? Or are you thinking about life 10 years from now? How about 60 years from now? Or even 100 years from now? Imagine ourselves standing at a crossroads, with one path led by a president saying, "Follow me, and I will give you a position in government." Another path led by a billionaire saying, "Follow me, and I will make you rich." Then a pastor saying, "Follow me, and I will lead you to heaven." Finally, a philosopher saying, "Follow me, and I will help you discern right from wrong." Which path should we choose? This decision involves a person's perspective. As we have already clarified, the longer the time limit for thinking about outcomes, the clearer our thoughts become, and the brighter our future becomes. Conversely, the shorter the time limit for thinking, the more confused we are about the future. At the same time, we know that tigers will never grow wings. We should never fantasize about having all the advantages. Thus, when making choices, we know that following the president will only secure tomorrow's benefits. Following the billionaire will secure benefits 10 years from now. Following the pastor will secure benefits after death. And following the philosopher will ensure that we live a clear and straightforward life. Now, who are you ready to follow? Is there anyone thinking, "I'll follow the president first. Maybe I can gain a position, make money, go to heaven, and live a clear life"? If you think that way, it proves that your thinking is unclear, and the issue of foresight and short-sightedness does not even arise. You are a muddled individual, a patient with schizophrenia, living in a fantasy world because such a thing is almost impossible. The vast majority of people in humanity lack foresight. They drift with the wind, pursuing immediate benefits, saying, "Whoever offers me the most money, I'll follow them," or "I'll follow whoever can provide me with comfort, excitement, and pleasure," or "I'll follow whoever can give me a government position," or "I'll follow whoever has the highest reputation." These are all short-sighted behaviors. It's similar to many parents helping their children choose a college and major based solely on which one will best secure a job with a higher salary after graduation. A very short-sighted approach. Foresight means knowing the future outcome of a certain phenomenon. The longer the time span of knowing the result, the more foresight one has. For example, some people see a child's appearance, behavior, and way of speaking and conclude that the child will become an outstanding talent 20 years later. Others see a teenager shoveling manure while reading a book and predict that this person will undoubtedly become a future leader. Some people witness an official accepting a bribe and predict that this person will end up in prison 10 years later, and so on. These are all instances of foresight. Short-sightedness, on the other hand, means prioritizing immediate benefits without considering the future consequences. For example, polluting rivers and exploiting others for personal wealth, giving up faith for personal safety and gain, betraying close friends and family for promotion, willingly singing praises to the devil to avoid risks, distorting facts, and confusing right and wrong for the sake of promotion, and being opportunistic without principles. These are all forms of short-sightedness. The benefits of foresight are avoiding pitfalls, being proactive in taking preventive measures, and maintaining confidence in the future even during extremely challenging times, instead of compromising one's principles to ally with wrongdoers and assist in their evil deeds. The tragedy of short-sightedness is that it may bring temporary gains and secure personal interests. However, when circumstances change, they might encounter troubles or even disasters. Anyone only considering immediate benefits or benefits 3 to 4 years ahead is undoubtedly short-sighted. Those considering benefits 10 years or longer ahead are surely individuals with foresight. Anyone considering benefits 100 years ahead is extraordinary and no longer an ordinary person. As for those considering benefits thousands, tens of thousands, or billions of years ahead, they are surely gods, Buddhas, or immortals. 自然知道在日常生活中的运用. The application of the way of nature in daily life. Xiefeng. November 2nd, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. What is the way of nature? Let us gain inspiration and understanding from the natural world. Take a corn seed, plant it in moist soil, and within one day, the embryo germinates. After about 1 week, a small shoot emerges from the ground. Around 27 days later, it starts to grow new leaves. After 52 days, it develops corn silk and male pollen appears at the top. Around 90 days later, the corn cob matures. In about 100 days, the corn will be ready for harvest. The corn grain takes 100 days from entering the soil to maturing, and this is the way of nature. An egg hatches into a chicken in around 21 days under normal conditions, and this is also the way of nature. Water freezes into solid at 0 degrees, melts into liquid above 0 degrees, and evaporates into gas at 100 degrees. Temperature changes lead to variations in the water's molecular state, and this is the way of nature. Water flows naturally, and when the melon is ripe, it falls off the vine. These are powerful proofs of the way of nature. Looking at the vast world, apart from many phenomena caused by human activities, all other phenomena change and evolve according to the way of nature. It can be said that all things in the world follow the way of nature. Humans are one species in nature and are also bound by the laws of the way of nature. For example, aging and death are inevitable, but humans have subjectivity and thinking, so they have the tendency and ability to deviate from the way of nature. When we summarize the disasters in human society and the causes of individual troubles and suffering, we find that they are caused precisely by violating the way of nature. Conversely, when society is stable, the weather is favorable, and people live happily and contentedly, it is a result of adhering to and following the way of nature. Therefore, we can conclude that when people obey and follow the way of nature, society becomes harmonious and stable, and people live in harmony and happiness. On the other hand, when they go against and disrupt the way of nature, society becomes turbulent and unstable, and people suffer and endure hardships. So, how do we obey the way of nature? Let me explain through some everyday phenomena. The phenomenon of sudden wealth. Analyzing the 100-day maturity process of corn seeds after entering the soil, we can see that the phenomenon of sudden wealth goes against the way of nature. Wealth and prosperity should be accumulated little by little, day by day, following the natural course of events. Instant wealth is not in accordance with the way of nature, and its result is catastrophic. It leads to extreme and distorted psychological activities, dramatic changes in language, gestures, and even physiological functions. The attitudes and demands of others towards the individual change, often leading to contradictions and conflicts. In such cases, the phenomenon of sudden wealth results in inflated desires, strained relationships, an imbalanced normal life order, and twisted and distorted mental states. In short, it increases troubles, suffering, anxiety, and fear. Many people love gambling, playing the stock market for speculation, and engaging in betting. All of these are the psychological outcomes that go against the principles of the way of nature. Similarly, corruption, borrowing money for business ventures, to quickly get the first bucket of gold, to live in a luxurious mansion, drive luxury cars, and so on, all ideas and actions aimed at getting rich quickly go against the way of nature. This is like sowing corn seeds and expecting a harvest after just 3 to 5 days. The result will undoubtedly bring numerous troubles, sufferings, anxiety, and worries. Therefore, everything cannot be rushed. Any mentality or action that seeks quick success violates the way of nature, and the result is undoubtedly contrary to one's wishes. By going against the way of nature, any self-satisfied success will bring countless hidden dangers. These hidden dangers will gradually be exposed or erupt in the individual's future life. For example, corrupt officials who are smug and self-satisfied may end up in prison or get kidnapped or murdered in their future life journey. The fear of death. 99% of people have a fear of death, which is a very irrational mentality. Death is the most natural and just thing, as everything in the world ultimately leads to death. Even the heaven and the earth will have a day of extinction. How could humans be an exception? To eliminate the fear of death, one must understand the principles of the way of nature. Once understood, one can face death calmly without disturbance. Death is not an accidental event. It is an inevitable trend that cannot be avoided. Therefore, the best mentality is to embrace death with a smile. Whether in fear or smiling, death is inevitable. Fear makes people timid and fearful, while smiling makes people live a relaxed, free, and enjoyable life. Why not embrace death with a smile and live a life full of romance? In fact, those who understand the mysteries of life and time are the least afraid of death, because death opens another door for the journey of life. Perhaps the scenery after death is even more fascinating and pleasant. Thus, those who understand the way of nature and walk on its path will never fear death. If one still fears death, it means they are on a path that deviates from the way of nature. The phenomenon of poverty. Have you noticed that the more impoverished and backward a place is, the more likely it is to suffer from natural disasters and human-made calamities? Similarly, impoverished people tend to have narrow, conservative, stubborn, short-sighted, selfish, and harmful thinking patterns. There seems to be a hidden spell that says, the more they have, the more they are given, and the less they have, the more they stay impoverished. I used to be puzzled by why places in poverty are more prone to disasters and why impoverished people tend to be conservative, stubborn, and harmful. After repeatedly studying the book without words, I finally discovered that the root cause lies in violating the way of nature. When we observe birds, whether eagles or sparrows, migratory or resident birds, they are always busy surviving. However, impoverished regions and individuals living in poverty are not as busy as birds. This indicates that they are not walking on the path of the way of nature. The way of nature tells us that the more accommodating a place is to various species, the easier it is to survive on this place. Similarly, for humans, those who have an open mind and embrace diverse ideas and lifestyles are more likely to avoid disasters and move towards prosperity and happiness. As the saying goes, the one who steals will not become wealthy, and the one who treats guests well will not be poor. If a person's home always has guests from all over, it will not be a place of poverty. Take the United States, for example. It is prosperous, strong, civilized, and free. Why? Because the United States embraces the largest number of multi-ethnic, multi-faith, multi-group, and multilingual immigrants in the world. Immigrants make up 15.3% of the total population in the United States. It is not difficult to understand from this point that in the past, present, and future, the United States has been prosperous and powerful. Conversely, when we look at poor and underdeveloped countries, most of them are closed and exclude foreigners. Biodiversity is a sign of prosperity, which aligns with the way of nature. A place that closes itself off and excludes outsiders goes against the way of nature, leading to inevitable poverty. Regarding individuals, those who refuse to accept new ideas, cultures, concepts, and lifestyles will inevitably become conservative, stubborn, and fall into poverty and decline. Phenomenon of disease. Disease is a sign of violating the way of nature. Following the natural way of rising with the sun and resting with the sunset is in accordance with the way of nature. Those who violate it will eventually fall ill. Regular routines in daily life and moderation in diet are in harmony with the way of nature. Violations of these principles will lead to illness. Negative mental states such as anger, comparison, envy, greed, aggressiveness, belligerence, selfishness, and the pursuit of pleasure, and so on, also violate the way of nature, leading to illness. Here, I propose a Goldbach conjecture regarding diseases. I encourage readers to gather, summarize, analyze, and reason to verify it. The conjecture is, anyone who has a disease must have violated the way of nature, and anyone without a disease must be following the way of nature. Phenomenon of seeking immediate gain and profits. First of all, let me tell you that 99% of humanity seeks immediate gain and profits. Any phenomenon of seeking immediate gain and profits is a violation of the way of nature. From forcing children to abandon play for studying to commercial endeavors seeking the first bucket of gold, bribery and corruption in the business world, or cutting corners to get ahead, all these attempts to gain benefits by violating natural laws, and even in the realm of spiritual cultivation. Many people barely scratch the surface of cultivating themselves, but wish to become immortals or enlightened beings. Moreover, many people lack even basic knowledge of how to be a decent human being. Yet, having learned only a few pieces of patchwork jargon related to spiritual cultivation, they audaciously present themselves as masters, attempting to propagate their teachings and mislead others. Many people show a lack of diligence in their studies, resort to deception and trickery in their work, fail to contemplate deeply in their thoughts, and neglect serious academic inquiry. Yet, they constantly harbor the desire to achieve rapid success and prosperity. But where can such success come so easily and effortlessly? Once they achieve their wishes too effortlessly, without a doubt, they step into a trap and plant hidden dangers. Planned economy and market economy. Planned economy violates the way of nature, while market economy aligns with the way of nature. When we observe nature, no human intervention is required for management. Species naturally reproduce, and their populations self-regulate. Over billions of years, nature proceeds orderly without disorder. However, once humans intervene, disrupting the natural course, disruptions occur, and calamities like droughts, floods, pest infestations, fires, extreme heat, and extreme cold emerge. Similarly, looking at countries, those with market economies prosper, while those with planned economies will inevitably be poor and underdeveloped. The more government intervention, the worse the situation becomes. Conversely, the less government intervention, the healthier and more prosperous the economy becomes. The application of the way of nature in daily life is discussed through the above-mentioned phenomena. In human society, there are countless occurrences of deviating from the way of nature. I hope everyone can take the examples I provided as a starting point and extend their understanding to other situations, gradually realizing the benefits of following the way of nature. I can clearly tell you that the way of nature is the way of the greatest creator. 论借力天时之机密 On borrowing the opportune moments of heaven's timing. Xiefeng, November 12th, 2022. Edited by Qin Yu. When the timing of the heavens is off, the sun and moon lack radiance. When the timing of the earth is off, grass and trees do not thrive. When the timing of water is off, the waves are not calm. When the timing of people is off, the flow of fortune is blocked. Rhapsody on dwelling in the mountains. The timing of heaven is a subtle mechanism, and the opportune moment is the way of heaven. When the opportune moment arrives, all things respond and flourish. When it departs, all phenomena follow randomly and wither away. Humans possess the insight into the subtleties of heaven's timing. Following the timing of heaven brings smoothness and prosperity, while going against it leads to stagnation and obstruction. Heaven's timing is beyond human control or manipulation. The only way to prosper is to align with the timing and circumstances. There is a saying, times create heroes. But it is not just heroes. Times also create the wealthy, tyrants, experts, and scholars. Both fame and fortune are created by seizing the opportune moments, while disasters and misfortunes are similarly formed. Ignorant and foolish people do not understand the timing of heaven, and those who go against it will face hardships. Even if one has vast knowledge and aspirations to conquer the universe, going against the timing of heaven makes it difficult to display one's talents and fulfill one's ambitions. Conversely, petty individuals, when they follow the timing of heaven, can also have luxurious mansions, fancy cars, and a bustling scene of carriages and horses in front of their gates. Those who truly understand the secrets of seizing opportune moments are humble and unpretentious. They avoid calamities by acting humbly. Those who are arrogant and rely on their talents are unaware of the secrets of heaven's timing and will inevitably face punishment. A person's talents are shaped by the circumstances of the times. Without favorable circumstances, there are no talented individuals. For example, during the Cultural Revolution, there were no private entrepreneurs. It is wrong to say that heroes create their own opportunities. Without the assistance of favorable timing, a hero could be a thug, but with the support of favorable timing, a thug can instantly become a hero. Natural timing and social timing are distinct. The changing of the four seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, is natural timing, which humans can only follow and not alter. Social timing arises from the cycle of cause and effect. When negative karma exceeds a critical threshold, the timing will turn adverse. Conversely, when positive merits surpass a certain threshold, the timing will turn favorable. For individuals, they should be modest and humble, conforming to the natural timing, which is to revere nature. When social timing conflicts with one's nature, one should hide their talents and bide their time. When social timing aligns with one's nature, they should seize the opportunity to fully display their abilities. Opportunities lost may never return. There are major and minor opportune moments. Major opportune moments refer to global-scale occurrences, such as the global use of masks. Minor opportune moments refer to local events, such as Ukraine facing an invasion, which leads to emigration. To follow the timing of heaven is to borrow its power and seize the opportune moments. Just like migratory birds migrate with the power of heaven, the rise of private entrepreneurs is also supported by the power of heaven. Going abroad to study and start a business also benefits from the assistance of the timing of heaven. If social timing closes the country's borders, how can one fulfill their desire to go abroad? Therefore, in countless threads and fibers, its essence remains unchanged. Let it gather and disperse as it may. The willow tree still gracefully sways. Don't mock the fleeting beauty of spring's soft fluff, for it has no roots, yet endures the gusty stuff. With a favorable wind as my guide, I ascend high and bright, riding on good fortune, soaring to the heights. When the weather is clear, dry the grass. When the iron is hot, strike it. Noble people are hard to encounter, but when you do, be respectful. Good timing is hard to come by, but when you encounter it, seize it. Do not miss the opportune moments, as missing them leads to regret and disappointment. 程序在天内库被扒掉的启示. Achieving success through heavenly timing. Insights from losing my underpants. Xiefeng. March 8th, 2023. Edited by Chinyo. Last night, the four of us were playing the card game Struggling Upstream, a Chinese card game similar to Hearts, and I ended up losing all my clothes. Note, in this context, ba gong refers to losing all the chips in the game, not stripping off clothes. In the game, losing a round results in losing one chip, and losing 5 chips is considered being ba gong, stripped off. Winning a round gains you 1 chip. Each player starts with 5 chips for each round of the game. For me, it was an experience of utter defeat, something I hadn't experienced since I started playing the game at the age of 4 or 5. Could it be that my card skills have regressed? No. It's that the Tao has bestowed upon me a profound gift, allowing me to further understand the rules and principles hidden within the seemingly chaotic and disorderly holographic order. The ancient sages have long told us, man plans and the heavens decide. Before one experiences a thorough defeat, these teachings are merely theoretical without personal experience and realization. Only through experiencing failure or triumph can one truly comprehend their essence. In the control of the Tao, regardless of how exceptional one's card skills are or how good the cards they hold, they may still lose and be left with nothing, stripped bare. Similarly, regardless of how poor one's card skills are or how bad the cards they hold, they still have a chance to win the game. Just observe people around you. Some may be exceptionally good looking, yet their lives are miserable. Some may have a humble appearance, but live for 100 years in peace. Some may possess exceptional talent and intelligence, yet meet a tragic end. Some may be ignorant and clueless, yet live their lives unscathed. Some may be immensely wealthy, yet end up in prison. Some may live their whole lives in poverty, but still enjoy family happiness. I have written an article called Mahjong, Holography and Chinese Culture, which was inspired by playing Mahjong and understanding the underlying principles. Last night, while playing poker struggling upstream, I further realized the profound connotation of man plans and the heavens decide. Those who have played Mahjong and poker must deeply feel that in a game with 4 players, the cards you draw each time are different from the last time. Even if you play all your life, it is difficult to draw a hand identical to a hand you previously held. The 54 card combinations are astronomical, seemingly random, disorderly, and chaotic. Yet, each player's outcome is almost predetermined. This is the principle of holography, where hidden within the seemingly chaotic disorder lies strict and elusive rules and principles. Behind these rules and principles, there are mysteries that are unseen, unheard, and untouchable. These mysteries are the truth of holography, but they are not the entirety of the truth. The true core truth lies in Tao's holographic mechanism. Understanding the principles of the holographic mechanism, one will no longer seek quick gains, feel restless, impose one's will on others, or be overly competitive. In the holographic mechanism, the best way to live is to play, entertain, and experience, while everything else is illusory and transient. Only by understanding Tao's holographic mechanism can one become an celestial being. 同维度认知解决不了同维度矛盾. Cognition within the same dimension cannot resolve internal conflicts. Xiefeng. May 17th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Can those who love marriage and family solve the series of conflicts and crises that occur within them? The answer is impossible. It's like standing in a muddy pit and trying to clean your feet. It's not possible. Just as a mouse cannot solve the crisis of being caught by a cat with its level of cognition, and just as a patriot cannot build a world of great harmony. It's as futile as a fish trying to fly to a forest to settle in and sing. Farmers cannot solve their own contradictions and crises, and likewise, workers and intellectuals cannot solve their own contradictions and crises. Similarly, a nation, a country, a political party, and a religion cannot resolve their own contradictions and crises because cognition within the same dimension cannot solve conflicts within that dimension. Humanity itself cannot solve its own contradictions and crises because human cognitive ability is limited by time and space. It always tends to focus on one thing at the expense of others. When one contradiction is resolved, it will sow the seeds of another 8 contradictions. And when one crisis is resolved, it will give rise to 8 more crises. People coming from other places can easily discover the deficiencies and shortcomings of the local area. People from developed areas can easily find business opportunities and make money in less developed regions. The contradictions and crises of an underdeveloped or even impoverished country need people from developed civilizations to resolve them. Humanity's contradictions and crises require extraterrestrial beings to solve. From this, we understand a principle. To resolve conflicts, confrontations, and crises, do not seek solutions and approaches within the same dimension. Internal contention results in an increase in entropy, leading to rigidity and death. Instead, actively and proactively introduce people and cultures from different dimensions to overcome one's own contradictions and long-standing problems. The more pronounced regionalism, nationalism, and patriotism, the less conducive it is to resolve one's own contradictions and crises. This principle also applies to individuals. The stronger the ego, the better one feels about oneself, and the more reluctant one is to listen to others' advice, the greater the hidden crisis on the path of life. Because individuals cannot truly know and understand themselves, those around them are more aware of their situation. When a person rejects the advice of others and stubbornly insists on their own course of action, crises and dangers await ahead. Therefore, when a person is troubled, suffering, and worried, the best approach is to abandon their own cognition and seek external methods to solve the problems. If one always believes they are right and refuses to listen to others' advice, their troubles, suffering, and anxieties will not decrease, but instead increase. In conclusion, do not seek solutions and ways to resolve crises within the same dimension of people and culture. Instead, look to people and cultures from different dimensions to find solutions and paths to overcome problems and crises. 问题无解向外探索. If a problem seems unsolvable, explore beyond its boundaries. Xiefeng, June 26, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Suppose a group of people live in a dim, dark, damp cave. How can they break free from this predicament? Is it possible to transform the gloomy, wet cave into a sunny, comfortable environment? Trying to study, research, strive, and work hard inside the cave is almost futile. The best way is not to contemplate within the cave, but to step out of it. Stepping out of the cave, one would embrace the bright spring scenery, clear mountains, beautiful waters, fresh air, and vast territory, and all discomforts would vanish. In August 1896, China was a place where men wore long braids and women bound their feet. Ox carts and horse carriages were commonly seen on the streets. The houses were made of mud, and the roads were made of earth. Even a gust of wind could blow up clouds of dust. Beggars were everywhere, and there were no household electrical appliances, not even a flashlight. At that time, Li Hongzhang visited the United States and saw skyscrapers on the streets, with cars passing by, men in suits and leather shoes, and women bared their chests and shoulders. There were electric lights indoors. The contrast with China was immense. If he had not ventured abroad, Li Hongzhang would never have known how backward China was at that time. In 1978, China's per capita GDP was only $156, while the per capita GDP of the world's poorest countries in sub-Saharan Africa was $490. Monaco in Europe had a per capita GDP of $38,400. The United States was $10,600, and Japan was $8,821. Imagine how much China resembled a group of people living in a cave who had never seen the world. At that moment, Chinese leaders decisively abandoned the policy of isolation and sent a large number of government officials to various parts of the world for investigation, especially to developed Western countries. As a result, they broadened their horizons and opened their minds. Subsequently, China found its path of development through reform and opening up, leading to over 30 years of rapid economic growth. If they had not explored development outside but continued to study development ideas inside the cave, it would have been difficult to maintain a per capita GDP of $156. How long does it take to register a company? I don't know which country has the fastest company registration process, but I registered a company in a certain country in less than 10 minutes. There was no need to bribe officials, nor did I need to find acquaintances. I selected the company name, signed, paid, and received a complete set of company documents, all within the said time. Throughout human history on Earth for thousands of years, how many people have lived happily, joyfully, freely, and blessedly? Are there any? There are very few. More people live in distress, pain, conflict, struggle, oppression, anxiety, and fear. Why has this issue concerning all of humanity remained unresolved for thousands of years? Take a look at all the so-called great figures and thinkers throughout human history. Observe their thoughts and actions. Look at the discussions on the internet today, especially those of so-called masters, including high-ranking officials in the United Nations and presidents and leaders of various countries. They are all contemplating and pondering within the cave. Why don't they go outside to take a look? By stepping out of the earth and observing the stars and oceans of the thousand-year world planet and following their way of life, all the problems facing humanity will be easily solved. By walking out of the earth and exploring the thousand-year world among the vast sea of stars, following their way of life, wouldn't all the problems faced by humanity suddenly become clear and easily solvable? If a problem cannot be solved in Christianity, look for answers in Buddhism. If Buddhism cannot solve a problem, look for answers in Islam. If Islam cannot solve a problem, look for answers in Taoism. If Taoism cannot solve a problem, go to the frontiers of science for answers. If science cannot solve a problem, look for answers in theology and metaphysics. In short, do not seek solutions and paths within your own cave of knowledge and cognition. Instead, step outside your own cognitive circle and seek answers outside. For some problems, it is much more difficult for those within the circle to find a solution than ascending to the sky. But by stepping out, one will find that others had already solved them hundreds or even thousands of years ago. I once wrote an article called "When You Think You're Right, You're Already Wrong." If we do not step out of our own circle of knowledge and cognition, closing ourselves off in our own cave, then we will follow in the footsteps of past mistakes. Even after 10,000 years, humanity will still be trapped in the sea of suffering and unable to extricate itself. Isolationism, closing our eyes and ears, blocking information, shouting slogans, and paying no attention to external affairs will inevitably lead to ignorance, backwardness, barbarism, and ultimately, extinction. 我的自然之道观 My view of the way of nature. Xiefeng. December 4th, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. I emphasize that Life Genuine follows the way of nature because it is synonymous with the way of the greatest creator. Nature equals the greatest creator, and the greatest creator equals nature. Nature embodies all the laws and principles of the universe. Everything in the universe exists and evolves within these laws and principles. In this sense, nature is Tao, and Tao is nature. Tao is the spirit of the greatest creator, the consciousness of the greatest creator. Therefore, we know that the greatest creator, Tao, and nature are one. The greatest creator equals Tao equals nature. Nature equals Tao equals the greatest creator. Everything perceived by the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind is a manifestation of nature. Every phenomenon, every event in nature, is part of its evolutionary process. From the fluttering of a butterfly's wings to the violent eruption of a volcano, from a person sneezing to the explosion of a star, everything happens within the embrace of nature, so we should follow the way of nature. In fact, whether we follow the way of nature or not, the reality is that we are already within the way of nature. Everything in the universe is within the way of nature. No life, no phenomenon, no event can escape the palm of the way of nature. Understanding both the essence and the reason behind things, having a clear mind and bright eyes, brings us endless benefits. Firstly, our journey of life will become simple, light, joyful, and pleasant, rather than complex, heavy, troubled, and painful. Secondly, we will avoid reefs, pitfalls, obstacles, and deception, making our journey of life smooth and safe. Finally, by following the way of nature, we can reach a better space. I'll give some examples to illustrate. In Life Genuine, there is no idol worship, just a love for nature. Life Genuine does not celebrate festivals related to gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and saints, nor does it celebrate festivals related to countries, nations, great people, or individuals. Only natural festivals, such as the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Spring Festival. In Life Genuine, there are no temples, monasteries, shrines, or churches. We just integrate into nature. Isn't life simpler and easier this way? Things undergo cycles of formation, duration, decay, and emptiness. Life experiences cycles of birth, aging, sickness, and death. This is the way of nature. Therefore, we will no longer mourn the decline of something, nor will we sorrow over our own aging or the passing of our loved ones. I live each day happily and freely, allowing everything to return to its rightful place, ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. Why in life a genuine? One should not interfere with others' minds and affairs? Because everyone is within the way of nature. Everyone has their own unique life trajectory and destiny. Interfering with others' minds and affairs not only annoys people, but also disrupts and influences nature's arrangement for them. Therefore, watching someone go to heaven without jealousy or interference. Watching someone go to hell without intervention or interference. Great as the sun, beautiful as peony flowers, have never interfered with anyone's destiny for millions of years. So small as you and me should not impose influence on others. Life Genuine does not advocate the cultivation of supernatural powers, gong, magic, and techniques, because as humans, the way of nature has already arranged everything for us. All the skills needed for survival are provided. Even the thresholds of hearing and sight are set to protect us. Otherwise, if we could hear plants growing, hear people talking 3 kilometers away, see ghosts around us and gods in the sky, we would not survive. Therefore, as humans longing for and seeking supernatural powers, gong, magic, and techniques are contrary to the way of nature, and it goes against the way of nature. Understanding the way of nature, we can be as calm as water and tranquil and serene. Born in poverty? Well, that's okay. Born into wealth? Well, that's fine too. Stay in a 5-star hotel? Feels great. Stay in a thatched cottage? Wow, beautiful. In short, adapt to circumstances and remain calm. A mouse is a mouse. A cat is a cat. This is the arrangement of the way of nature, so there is no insistence on others, nor on oneself. No insistence on cabbage having the value of radishes. No insistence on wolves turning into herbivores. No insistence on children becoming rich and famous. No disdain for parents not leaving a substantial inheritance. No insistence on others acting according to one's own intentions. Nor insistence on oneself becoming a certain type of person. Act according to one's own inner preferences. Become the person that the universe needs according to the arrangement of nature. Play the role that one should. After walking the way of nature, I discovered that selfish desires and attachment to the self are contradictory to the way of nature. Consequently, selfish desires and attachment to the self vanished. Without them, I eventually realized that I belonged to a heavenly life, having transcended the ordinary. It turns out that selflessness leads to self, and selflessness leads to fulfillment, is the highest and most profound secret of cultivation. Only by reaching the state of having nothing can one discover that they possess everything. After understanding the way of nature and adhering to it, looking back at everything in nature, observing everything happening in human society, and witnessing the aspirations and actions of people around us, it's full of humor, very funny. While for yourself, like driving with a GPS navigation map installed, regardless of how complicated the roads or how challenging the city may be, you will eventually reach your destination. 量子力学测不准原理与人的命运 Uncertainty Principle in Quantum Mechanics and Human Destiny. Xiefeng. December 5th, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. In my article, All Our Efforts and Contributions Accumulate Virtue for Ourselves, I elaborated on a principle that suggests, according to the conservation of energy theorem, the sum of positive and negative energies in the universe is zero. This phenomenon, like as you sow, so shall you reap, can be deduced to speculate on a person's future scenarios based on factors such as their psychological activities, words, behaviors, expressions, attitudes, and postures. In other words, a person's life trajectory and destiny can be predicted. However, some have questioned this, arguing that microscopic particles exhibit random Brownian motion, and the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics tells us that human destiny cannot be predicted. The skepticism is very valuable. Now, let's analyze and explore whether the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics can be applied to predicting destiny. Before delving into this, let's first understand what Brownian motion, quantum mechanics, and the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics mean. Describing scientific concepts in academic language can be challenging for the public, so I prefer simplifying complex scientific concepts for better understanding. Brownian motion refers to the random movement of particles. Most people who have studied in school have observed the erratic movement of molecules. Under a microscope, all molecules move aimlessly, colliding with each other randomly, creating a chaotic motion. What is quantum? Again, avoiding scientific jargon, let's understand quantum like this. Traditionally, energy is continuous and cannot be measured in discrete units like 1, 2, or 3. For instance, when we measure the length of an object, we can be precise to, say, 1.259264819 meters. However, many objects in the objective world can only be measured in whole units, not in decimal points. For example, if you count the number of sheep in a pen, you can't say there are 13.483256 sheep. You can only say there are 13 or 14 sheep, not 0.483256 sheep. When scientists discovered that light exhibits both particle and wave properties, thus having wave-particle duality, Max Planck found that the flow of electromagnetic energy is not continuous but occurs in discrete packets. He coined the term quantum to measure this energy packet. When sunlight shines on a metal plate, photons can knock electrons out of the metal plate, creating a flow of electrons, which forms an electric current. This phenomenon is known as the photoelectric effect. In the photoelectric effect, electrons are not excited by the intensity of light, but by the frequency of photons. Einstein discovered the particle nature of light, and the smallest unit for measuring the energy of photons is called a quantum. This wave-particle duality of light overturned traditional understanding, and the need to describe this phenomenon with concepts beyond traditional cognition led to the birth of quantum mechanics. Thus, Newtonian mechanics became known as classical mechanics, and the principles that classical mechanics cannot explain became known as quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics explains the laws of motion of microscopic matter and represents a major leap in human cognition beyond classical mechanics. So, what is the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics? The essence of the uncertainty principle is, strictly speaking, the principle of indeterminacy principle. Uncertainty and indeterminacy are two completely different concepts. Uncertainty implies almost negation, while indeterminacy neither affirms nor denies. The meaning of the uncertainty principle is that if the position of a microscopic particle can be determined, then its momentum, such as velocity, is difficult to determine, i.e., uncertain. Conversely, if the momentum, such as velocity, of a particle can be accurately measured, then the position of the particle is difficult to determine, or uncertain. In classical mechanics, knowing the velocity and time allows for the accurate determination of position. However, in quantum mechanics, even if the velocity and time are known, the position cannot be determined, and the more accurate the velocity and time values, the more difficult it is to determine the position. Photons or electrons, are they appearing in wave form or particle form? This is difficult to determine because they are in a superposition state. Only when an observer appears will they present a certain fixed form. Without an observer, it's difficult to determine whether they are particles or waves. In order to explain and resolve this dilemma, the concept of Schrödinger's cat was born. The cat locked in a sealed box could be alive or dead. It's impossible to determine whether the cat is alive or dead before opening the box. Only when an observer opens the box can the cat's state be determined. Before it's determined, it can be said that the cat in the box is both alive and dead. Schrödinger believed that the cat is either dead or alive. The state of being both dead and alive does not exist. Therefore, Schrödinger denied the superposition state of being both dead and alive. Based on this, an American scientist introduced the concept of parallel universes. He believed that the superposition state does not exist at all, not because the observer's presence collapses the superposition state, but because it splits. Seeing the cat alive is in one real world, while seeing the cat dead is in another real world. The wave-particle duality principle is the same. In one real world, the electron you see is in wave state, while in another real world, the electron you see is in particle state. Or it can be said that one person sees the cat as dead, while another person sees it as alive. Who is wrong? Neither, because the two people are in different worlds, and the forms of the macrocosm they see are different. Having understood Brownian motion, quantum mechanics, and the uncertainty principle, let's re-evaluate the validity of the law I propose that all our efforts and contributions are to accumulate merits for ourselves. Firstly, the irregular movement of molecules in the microscopic world cannot describe the motion of substances in the macroscopic world. In the macroscopic world, Newton's classical mechanics is still correct. If I drive home from 300 kilometers away, maintaining a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, then I can arrive home in 3 hours. This is definite, not uncertain. 5 plus 3 is equal to 8. This is definite, not uncertain. The irregular molecular movement we observe under the microscope is based on the premise that all molecules involved in the movement have equal values and the same molecular weight. Because the molecular weights are equal, when they collide with each other, they still follow Newtonian mechanics. That is, the law of equal and opposite action and reaction forces. So, their movements always appear irregular. But when one of the molecules has a molecular weight much greater than the surrounding molecules, as long as it determines a direction of motion, the other molecules cannot stop it. Its movement is no longer irregular, but regular towards one direction. Even a piece of iron, as long as strong positive and negative currents are applied to both ends, the electrons in the iron with a regular movement will immediately move uniformly in the same direction. If you put an iron rod into a coil and pass an electric current through the coil, the iron rod will be magnetized. From then on, the molecules with irregular movement in the iron rod will move uniformly towards the same direction. Therefore, it can be known that the irregular movement of particles in the microscopic world cannot overthrow the law that all our efforts and contributions are to accumulate merits for ourselves. At a hub railway station with a four-directional railway network, we often see crowds of people surging and passengers flowing endlessly in the railway station. On the surface, these people seem to be moving irregularly, but in fact, each person is walking towards their destination amidst the collision of the crowd. Secondly, let's look at quantum. Perhaps many people equate quantum with molecules, atoms, electrons, protons, neutrinos, and so on. Molecules, atoms, electrons, etc. are all particles, a kind of substance, while quantum is a unit of measurement of energy for a particle. It is not matter. Therefore, it is wrong to use quantum to measure or compare human thoughts, which is a conceptual error. The uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics only applies to the movement forms of particles in the microscopic world. Although the human body is composed of electrons, which exhibit wave-particle duality, it's essential to recognize that graphite and diamond, both consisting of carbon atoms, have vastly different properties. Therefore, we cannot infer the characteristics of diamond based on those of graphite. In other words, we cannot treat the lead core of a pencil as if it were a diamond. The future of every individual can be predicted and determined. When we look at the vast crowd in human society, it resembles the irregular movement of molecules under a microscope. For those who lack faith, have no definite life view, values, worldview, direction, or destination, their future is determined. That is continuous reincarnation. In times of peace, if someone commits murder, then his future is essentially determined, either going to prison or receiving the death penalty. If someone frequents the casino every day, although the roulette wheel in the casino appears to be a random event, what can be determined is that eventually, those who participate in gambling will lose everything they have. If an official frequently accepts bribes, it can be determined that he will eventually be imprisoned. If someone is lazy and very selfish, it can be determined that they will lack clothing and suffer from poverty. When I plant a watermelon seed, it can be determined that watermelon seedlings will grow, watermelon vines will grow, and eventually watermelons will be harvested. It is impossible to use the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics to say it's uncertain. Maybe roses will grow and no fruit will be harvested. So, who can escape the consequences of their actions and words? The uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics is fundamentally inapplicable to the issue of human destiny. Laozi's saying, divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through, is absolutely a law of the universe. To understand the cause of past lives, look at what you are experiencing in this life. To know the consequences of future lives, look at what you are doing in this life. This simple statement holds profound philosophical insight into life. Now let's look at the future of Chanyuan celestials. Before becoming Chanyuan celestials, they can be said to be moving irregularly. But when I guide everyone onto the Tao of the greatest creator and the way of life of Chanyuan towards the celestial islands continent, it's like magnetizing the iron rod. I continuously infuse spiritual and mental energy, so all electrons in the magnetized iron rod move uniformly towards one direction, and the ultimate result of the movement must be reaching the celestial islands continent. I shout loudly in the crowd. Who's going to South Africa? Those who want to go to South Africa, follow me. So, some people say, I want to go to South Africa. So I start processing visas for South Africa, buying tickets to South Africa, packing necessary luggage, and pre-booking hotel rooms in South Africa for everyone. Can these people ultimately reach South Africa? We cannot use the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics to say, who knows? They might end up in the UK instead. Are the Chanyuan celestials undergoing Brownian motion? Or is their future destination uncertain? 生命禅院对佛祖上帝不献祭. Life of Chanyuan does not sacrifice to the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. Xiefeng. January 5th, 2024. Translation edited by Chinyo. If I cut off your finger and solemnly offer it to you as a sacrifice, would you accept my offering? Everything in the world belongs to the greatest creator. All life in nature is part of the greatest creator. Offering back what belongs to the greatest creator is akin to cutting off his toes and presenting them to him. Would the greatest creator be willing to accept that? Offering life as a sacrifice to the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, is not reverence for the greatest creator. Instead, it is blasphemy against him. At some point in history, humans sacrificed other humans to spirits, burning them alive as offerings. That was an ignorant and cruel sacrifice. Modern society has gradually entered a civilized era, so sacrificing living humans is no longer practiced. However, when we slaughter cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks as offerings to the spirits, the form has changed but the essence remains the same. This practice is not acceptable. The ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, would never accept expressions of reverence, respect, and love from us through killing lives. To express reverence, respect, and love for him, we should do so by revering and protecting nature and all life, not through sacrificial offerings. Who enjoys receiving sacrifices from people the most? The answer is demons and monsters. If you don't understand this truth, just take a look at Journey to the West. In Journey to the West, demons and monsters most enjoy people expressing fear, terror, and begging for mercy through sacrifices, and the best offerings are virgin boys and girls. 生命禅院不以男女姓氏评价人品. Life of Chanyuan does not judge a person's character based on their sexual activities. Xiefeng. January 5th, 2024. Translation edited by Chinyo. Personal freedom is a universal value, and individuals have the right to decide how to use their own bodies. In matters of sexual activity, as long as it is consensual and does not harm others or society, It is considered a personal matter and a personal freedom. Life Genuine does not assess a person's character based on their sexual activities. 天启篇前言 Preface to the chapter on Revelations by Xiefeng. The spirit, Tao, of the greatest creator and the universe are inseparable, just as the earth and life are intertwined. The human body's organs, blood and marrow, sensory organs, hair, and consciousness are also interconnected as a whole. The greatest creator has never engaged in direct conversations with any individual in human-created languages. However, this does not mean that the greatest creator is distant from humanity. The greatest creator is constantly in dialogue with humans, but the form of communication is not through our human languages. Instead, it occurs through the language of the greatest creator. All things in the natural world are the language of the greatest creator, and all phenomena in nature are the utterances of the greatest creator. The sun, moon, stars, rivers, lakes, oceans, wind, clouds, rain, snow, humans, animals, birds, insects, trees, flowers, mountains, rocks, and the earth itself are all the language of the greatest creator. The movements of celestial bodies, the rushing of rivers, the roaring of the sea, the changing of weather, the falling of rain and snow, the shifting of seasons, the growth and decline of living beings, including the chirping of insects, the calls of birds, the shouts of humans, the neighing of horses, earthquakes, floods, thunderstorms, and lightning are all the speech of the greatest creator. Everything that humans perceive through their eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body is the language and speech of the greatest creator. To understand the language of the greatest creator and comprehend his speech, one cannot rely solely on sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. It requires spiritual perception, but spiritual perception alone is not enough. Wisdom is also necessary. Without spiritual perception, we will never understand the language and speech of the greatest creator. And without wisdom, we will never grasp what the greatest creator is saying. Having spiritual perception alone without wisdom, we can only sense the presence of the greatest creator but cannot accurately understand the workings of the greatest creator's spirit, Tao. In other words, we may only know that we are destined to live and destined to die, but we are unclear about the reasons why we exist and why we must face death. This is referred to as knowing the what, but not knowing the why. Having wisdom alone without spiritual perception, we cannot truly perceive the existence of the greatest creator. We can only rely on accumulated human knowledge, experience, lessons, rigorous logical reasoning, and scientific experiments to uncover some mysteries of the universe, nature, and life. In other words, we may understand why we live and why we die, but we cannot comprehend the ultimate reasons behind the necessity of life and death. This is referred to as knowing the why, but not knowing the what. With the exception of a very small number of individuals who possess both spiritual perception and wisdom, generally speaking, religious figures have spiritual perception but lack wisdom, while scientists have wisdom but lack spiritual perception. The majority of the general population, who fall between these two categories, lack both spiritual perception and wisdom. They merely exist blindly, living their lives without a clear sense of purpose. The chapter of Revelations is the divine revelation given to me by the greatest creator. Before completing the chapters on unconventional thinking, the greatest creator, universe, time, and Jesus warned me, do not give holy things to dogs, nor cast pearls before swine. Swine. The Buddha enlightened me. Speak for the Mahayana practitioners. The spirit of Laozi advised me. Tao, when obtained by a noble person, becomes the foundation of their self-cultivation, while when obtained by a petty person, it is treated lightly and without reverence for life. What should I do? I must heed the admonitions of gods, Buddhas, and immortals. However, in the vast sea of humanity, it is impractical for me to individually seek out noble individuals who practice the Mahayana path. Moreover, time is limited, and I don't have much time to patiently guide each person. Therefore, I have no choice but to follow the doctrine of the mean and adopt a middle path. I will conceal the mysteries and secrets beneath the surface of phenomena, only hinting at them. This way, those who possess spirituality and wisdom can see beyond the surface, transcend the vastness, and more easily discover the gems and gold beneath the earth's surface. As for the rest of the people, they will be like what Jesus said. Though seeing, they do not see. Though hearing, they do not hear or understand. In addition to Revelations and the other mentioned chapters, there is another chapter in Life of Changyuan called the Preaching of the Tao. This chapter is entirely different from the Tao Te Ching, and it can be said without exaggeration that the wisdom contained in the preaching of the Tao far surpasses that of the Tao Te Ching. For instance, when it comes to beings who are destined for or already in hell, Jesus' attitude is, lest they repent and be forgiven. On the other hand, in Buddhism, Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha vows, I vow to save all sentient beings in the world, and I will not enter the Elysium world until hell is empty. Who is right and who is wrong? Whose guidance should we ultimately follow? Preaching of the Tao specifically addresses such challenging questions. However, the timing is not ripe at the moment. Only when Life of Changyuan is widely accepted by all human beings can preaching of the Tao be shared openly. It is similar to constructing a building where exquisite chandeliers cannot be hung until the main structure is completed. Laozi said, when the highest type of followers hears Tao, the truth, they try hard to live in accordance with it. When mediocre types hear Tao, they seem to be aware and yet unaware of it. When the lowest types hear Tao, they break into loud laughter. If it is not laughed at, it is not Tao. Regarding the chapter of Revelations, those who understand will discern its true essence, while those who do not will merely spectate. Apart from that, I have nothing else to discuss. 人生需要一条跑道. Life needs a track. Xiefeng. February 27th, 2007. Edited by Kayer. Many talented people living among us appear to be mediocre, not because they are of low intelligence or not gifted, but because they have either not found their own tracks or they have taken the wrong ones. Everyone has unlimited potential, but the main reason for not having given play to their potential is not because they are born stupid or have insufficient mental skills, but because they have never found their best life track from start to finish. No matter how excellent an aircraft is, it will never fly if there is no runway. For an aircraft with no runway will never be more than a pile of metal. No matter how much potential an excellent sprinter or long-distance runner has, his or her talents would remain buried without a racetrack, knowing not whether they are a mediocre horse or a swift horse until death. Life needs a track, and battlefields, business markets, officialdom, farms, and social realms all have lots of them. We must choose the track that best suits us, because it is only with the right track that we can give full play to our talents. Generals Eisenhower and Patton demonstrated their outstanding military talents because they had the track of war, but if there had been no tracks of war, who would even know their names? Zhu Jun, Yang Lan, and Ai Ping, and others have become the focus of millions of people, sparkling with brilliance, simply because they shared the track of television. Who would they otherwise be? Jet Li and Andy Lau rose to fame far and wide simply because of the track of movies. Throughout the history of Communist Party of China, many outstanding politicians, strategists, and diplomatic talents have emerged, and many commoners became generals. It was because they took the track of the communist movement that they had brilliant lives, but without this track, their talents would have been drowned in life's ocean. Many people turn onto this track and form the backbone of the state, and many others became millionaires or even billionaires because they took the business track after China's reform. When it opened up, and they gained much wealth, but what would their lives be like today without this track? Nobody knows. Many eminent Buddhist monks showed their superior wisdom because they followed the track of Buddhism. If you want to make something out of life, you must choose a track that suits your personality because you cannot give play to your talents without the right track. Without the correct track, you will drown in the crowd. The internet is a track, and many people are shining with brilliance upon it, creating their own blogs and gathering their own social connections. A large number of authors, writers, critics, and practitioners are emerging on this track and are demonstrating their talents. You have to find your track, but if you do not see the proper one, you should build your own. Why? Because you will play better, be better at the game of life, and make your life more colorful. Do not pretend to be aloof and say that you are too good to engage in this, because that would be finding excuses for your incompetence and failures. A soldier who does not want to be a general is never a good soldier. A life that does not want to have a glorious course is never a good life. If you want to make big money, be the boss, for being the boss is the track to making the most money. And if you want to be an official, build your social connections, for building social connections is the track to being an official. There are numerous tracks, and they are everywhere, but if you want to play your talents to the maximum, you will have to choose a track with infinite prospect. If you choose a good track, you can have a good life, but if you choose a bad track, you can only have a bad life. Zhang Guodao abandoned the track of the Communist Party and eventually, unknowingly froze to death. On the other hand, Deng Xiaoping stuck with the track of the Communist Party and eventually had his wishes fulfilled. If you choose polishing shoes, then you will unconsciously be on the track of polishing shoes. If you choose to steal, then you will unconsciously be on the track of crime. If you choose to reap without sowing, then you will, over time, get on a greedy, selfish, and parasite track. If you choose a mass movement, you will be on the track of confronting the government. If you choose Life of Chanyuan, then you are naturally taking on the track of trekking and climbing to the highest realm of life and life. Which is the best track? It depends on you. You must choose your track completely on your own. The best track is one that you can follow for a lifetime. Tracks can be regularly replaced if they are not good, because some tracks have no futures and lead to dead ends with steep precipices. You will have to sharpen your eyes to think and judge. Some tracks seem narrow and bumpy at first, but the more you walk on them, the broader, brighter, and more brilliant they become, while others look broad, densely populated, and big. Yet the more you walk on them, the more your feet hurt. You become confused and frustrated, and the narrower and darker they become. If you have the ability to rule a country, the ambition to ride on top of the world, and have both superintelligence and indomitable willpower, then you had better build your own track. If you do not, then you can borrow others' ready-made tracks. For example, instead of creating your own blogs with few hits, you might want to promote your ideas and display your talents on another's website or bulletin board. Instead of creating your own website with painstaking care and precision, yet having no visitors, you might as well demonstrate your skills on someone else's websites. Once you have chosen your track, you must not give it up too easily, for giving up means failure. Remember, 1,000 sails pass by the shipwreck and 10,000 saplings thrive beyond the withered tree. No one will sympathize with you if you fail. At most, they will express regrets and pity. Once you find that your track has no future, you must give it up as soon as possible and try to blend onto the track with the most brilliant prospects at once. Because if you bite the bullet and play hard, you will only miss your opportunity and then grieve it for a lifetime. Remember, the earth will rotate the same, with or without you. A life needs a track. As long as the route is right, you can stride ahead. I hope you follow your splendid life track. 人生的主次先后，轻重缓急 Priorities, the order of importance, and the emergence of life. By Xiefeng. From the long-term perspective, we know that each life lasts for only a fleeting moment. Regardless of how capable we might be, we are incapable of escaping our inexorable doom. How to spend this fleeting life is a question deserving our serious consideration and discussion. Look at life from the perspective of life. Life is only a journey, a flash of light in the infinite time and space of life. Since life is so transient, we need to explore the routes and risks of our journey. What kind of life is the most beautiful? As we are all people, we must first consider how to be people. The greatest creator of the universe, created us and meant for us to be people, not ghosts, devils, celestial beings, Buddhas, or gods. If we surrender our humanness to devote our life, time, and energy to becoming higher forms, then we are doing it against the will of the greatest creator. It is only when we first conduct ourselves as people living by the will of the greatest creator that we can hope to attain Buddhahood at the end of our life's journey. It is as if the boss of a company hires someone to be a clerk. The clerk's purpose is to dedicate his efforts toward his own duty, not to ask his boss to consider him to be a section chief. Because it is only after he performs his clerk's duties well that the company boss should offer him the opportunity to be promoted to the position of section chief. The intent of the greatest creator in creating us is to enjoy life and not to make us suffer at all. Because for human beings, the greatest creator is love, great love. I do not worship men of the hour or heroes who gallop on a battlefields, nor do I worship those great people who are admired by the masses, or the ordinary people who become Buddhas and gods of the mortal world. I only pay tribute to ordinary, simple, honest, and hardworking people, because those people's lives conform to the way of being mankind. Those who sacrifice their present life pleasures to focus on grace after death do so against Tao. The moralization, teachings that people can only obtain well-being after going through affliction and suffering definitely leads them astray. The preaching that asks people to cultivate achievements with intensity, regardless of their family responsibilities, in an attempt to attain special magical powers and arts to glorify the mortal world is questionable. Could it be the devil's temptation? The practice of hyping celebrities, successful figures, distinguished scientists, outstanding entrepreneurs, millionaires, experts, emperors, great men, and heroes will prove to be disturbing, causing people to crowd onto the single-plank bridge and to forget the meaning of life. The benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. Life Genuine preaches that the ordinary life is the best life. Life's priorities and orders of importance and emergence should be as follows. The paramount thing in life is to revere the greatest creator, which mainly embodies reverence of nature and reverence of life. If we consider nature as appendages that can be arbitrarily spoiled, treat life, including animals, beasts, insects, fish, trees, flowers, and grass, as dirt, then we are defying and profaning the greatest creator. Our life is one of evil and is doomed to extinction, and we can no longer have a bright future. The first thing to consider and pursue in life is the beauty of the soul, rather than the accumulation of power, money, fame, and desirable people. If one's mind is not beautiful and their soul is dirty, then their life is bound to slip into hell. They are bound to keep company with devils and demons, and their life is a definite failure. The most important thing in life is to explore the mysteries of the universe and the meaning of life. The greatest creator always rewards the wise who have spiritual natures and wisdom and offers them wonderful spiritual enjoyment. If we affix our eyes only to the limited time and space, or even on meeting the needs of our lust, then we are bound to be lost, and the water of life will evaporate. The most urgent questions in life are how to elevate the non-material structure of life, its spiritual nature, toward the development of higher life space directions, and how to sublimate our personalities and to perfect our spiritual natures. None of us know what will happen tomorrow. One certain thing is that our life structures will determine the life endings we will have. Everything in life should revolve around this point, because if we die tomorrow, all that we own in the mortal world will be gone. All of our efforts will be in vain, and our precious lives will go wasted for nothing. I am talking about the great way of life. You may take time to think about this. CFing is of no importance, but what is important is that life genuine can lead a person's life into an infinitely wonderful world. 寻找人生的最佳坐标系和坐标点. Find the best coordinate system and the best coordinate points of life. CFing. Edited by Kayer. This article was inspired by the annotation to the Analects. Shwe air, verse I. Once the roots are established, the way will grow therefrom. Having roots is the way to be human and how to learn about the universe. If you understand how to be human, you can lay the foundation to understand about heaven and the earth. If you do not understand how to be human, it will be difficult to learn about heaven and the earth. What is the way to be human? In my humble opinion, we must first understand our place in the time and space of the universe. Namely, that you are neither God, Buddha, a celestial being, a ghost, a devil, nor a beast, but that you are a mortal human. Knowing that you are a human, you need to do human things, speak human words, take the human way, and seek human business. You should not do ghostly things, speak the God's words, take the devil's way, or engage in absurd businesses. How does one do human things? Show filial piety to your parents, respect your teachers and seniors, care for the young and lonely, help your siblings, show concern for your relatives and neighbors, show compassion to plants and insects, and protect the landscape and the environment. These are human things, and anything that is contrary to them is inhuman. How does one speak human words? Consider if others were in your place and speak respectfully. Do not spread unsubstantiated rumors. Help others to resolve their differences and bring them peace. Advise others to do good things and not to go astray. Motivate people to make progress and fight for their futures. How does one take the human way? Be committed to your own duties, manage your household with diligence and thrift, be studious and make progress. Cast off your destructive habits. Take only what is right for you, study that which is worthy of being studied. Take only the way of Tao, and do nothing against righteousness. How does one practice human business? Engage in farming, forestry, industry, commerce, or politics. They're human businesses. Human business is the foundation of social stability, and it underlies the success or failure of the family and the state. People who actively participate in these endeavors and pursuits are doing human business. If it is not a human business, even if it can bring you much quick wealth, do not do it. How does one avoid doing ghostly things? By not being sneaky and afraid of being found out by victims or the legal system. Doing things that are offensive to heaven and reason. Cheating a superior or deceiving a subordinate. Dishonoring one's parents. Bullying the young and the weak. Wrongly accusing and murdering the good and virtuous.